Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, August the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. And I can maybe ask or answer a couple of questions here before we get really rolling. And just give me 1 minute. I just forgot to do one thing before I set up. Just give me one moment. All right, I'm back. Okay, so Zen, first of all, yeah, I mean, if you've been double left clicking on a column header before, and you have to do it pretty rapidly. I mean, that's what sorts it. So if it's not doing it for you, I don't know what to say. If you can see my screen and hear me, I'm going to click on the float shares column. I'm going to double left click. You can see how it just changed. I'll click on the double left click on the change from the close, and it's sorting. So you just have to do it quickly. So I'm not sure what's happening. If you've done it before and it worked, I'm not sure what's happening with you now. Okay. Now, Captain X, as far as your question is concerned, this is what I was talking about. This is a top list window, okay, that you see here. The pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Okay, this is a top list window, and that's why I was saying, like, this is a gap. Excuse me, I don't know what window you're looking at that's not giving you any data. So it's hard for me to know. But I mean, if it's a top list window and it would say T in the upper left-hand corner, okay, that's a top list window. And if you right click on it and click on time frame, that's what I was saying. You have to have checked live always. If I check live during market hours, what'll happen is I'll get Friday's close, okay? So that's one thing. The next thing that could be happening is if you right click on your top list window, and again, I don't know which one you're using. It's really hard for me to know. But if you click on configure and then summary, and if you've got, well, I don't, but Captain, I don't know which window you're using. It's hard for me to know. Is there anything else that's working? Is there anything else that is working? Because even though you've got a green ball, it's possible you haven't filled out the exchange agreements correctly. So, so where are you to find these, like the top gappers, as an example? Where are you? Like, what are you using? Are you in a channel? No, yeah, I know. I know from alert window. I get it, but like, where are you finding the alert window? Where are you finding it? Do you know how to download? If I gave you a link, a collaboration link, do you know how to? Would you know how to load it on your system? If I give you my link, oh, okay. Why don't you just use mine? Okay, we'll save ourselves a lot of grief. I've been using this for I don't know, 12 years. My pre-market actives up and down. You can see how it's populated. Okay, so why don't I just give those to you, and then we don't have to worry about what is not working for you because I think you'll love these. So first of all, let me just get my homepage link in. Okay, so I just put in my homepage link. When you click on my link, you'll be brought to this page. Get rid of this. Okay, so you'll be brought to this page, and one of the sections is my scans and pre-market actives up and down. Okay, these are these two windows there. So I mean, and now if they're not working, then there's something going on with your system. Okay, with your subscription, because you can see right off the bat that these are populating no problem. And I've been using same format for, well, just about 12 years now. Okay. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room, part of the test drive, welcome. And if not, if you're just part of the test drive, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And typically what I do right now, I've got a bit of a truncated list because I was trying to help people offline also. So a bit of a truncated list right now of the stocks that are moving in the pre-market. We can say one thing for sure, oil prices down. I can probably, well, just take a look at Oxy as one example, but I'm pretty sure most of the major energy stocks are down. Oil prices are down. Okay, so Gerby in our YouTube room, and by the way, welcome YouTubers. My YouTube room, I just put in my homepage link and just go to the scan section. And again, the two scans, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. So I guess with China economy kind of softening and the demand down for oil, etc. I mean, that's the excuse anyway. So oil prices are, in fact, let me just take a look at oil prices right now and see what is happening. Yeah, wow, that's a big drop. So crude down to 87. So I'm not going to go over every single oil stock that's down, but Oxy is certainly one that a lot of people know and trade. So Oxy, one of them, OXY. But there are other things happening. Now we're going to be in for a bit of a soft open. Looking at the SPY is down 2.8 right now. So we're going to have a bit of a soft open. Let's take a look at some of the ones that are moving this morning. VRDN, Viridian Therapeutic. So bit of a double. It's an earnings play, but that's not the reason. You can tell it's an earnings play. It says pre-market August 15th in my single stock window. So it is an earnings play, but the big reason is they've sold 39% as thyroid eye disease drug shows promise in trial. Okay, so that is the main reason why this one is moving higher. And it's a relatively low float, 22.5 million in the float. So relatively low float. Morning, Jamie. Bed Bath and Beyond. Wow. Now the memer, this is the real, I guess this is the king of the memers right now. I guess AMC you would have to consider too. But certainly Bed Bath and Beyond, no reason for it going up other than the memers have got a hold of it. And they had a hold of it on Friday and great continuation today. BBBY. Helbiz, HALBZ. So this is up. This was active last week. Had one good day and then it fell most of the rest of the days. That was Monday. So that was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And so the news today is that their CEO has bought 252,000 shares at $3. Really? Really? Okay. So if we can believe it, he's paying a big premium. I'm just going to show you the headline. The CEO, Salvatore, how to pronounce that? Palea. 252,000 shares at $3 a share. Price is only 164 now. So and they release earnings after hours today. TISI, TISI is moving higher, and this is an earnings play. They released earnings before the market opened, so it had a nice little pop up to 186. A little bit of a pullback, not a crazy low float. 41 million in the float. Again, guys, these are just the actives in the pre-market. Doesn't mean that when the market opens, they're going to keep ripping. Okay, these are just the active. This one, boy, this one is still kind of alive. VEEE, the big day on Friday, I believe it was. Yeah, big day on Friday. Got as high as 849, pulled back to 717 over that high now on Friday though, as we speak. And I don't see any specific news on it today. And it is a low float. This is a very low float. So it's already traded 3.3 million, only 2.3 million in the float. So it's already traded the float. Let's eyeball about 1.5 times. AXDX is an earnings play. AXDX is an earnings play. So got gapped up to 304, so it's given up 50 cents or so, which is pretty big on percentage basis. It is an earnings play. $51 million in the float, not crazy low, not certainly not high. And I mentioned Oxy earlier. Let's just take a quick look at Oxy. OXY down 3.8%. BCLI. Other earnings play, pre-market, so earnings play. Nice little pop for it, 10%, 28 million in the float, not high, not low. TXMD. And another earnings play, TXMD. Actually, no, I don't know how many shares were traded at that 14 level, but that's a pretty big pullback now from that 14 level, right back down to 11. I don't know how many shares were actually traded right at 14. And it is a low float, 7.7 million in the float. And SPRC. Let's see, signs a non-binding letter of intent to acquire American Food Supplements. So they're looking to buy a company. For a $20 million deal. So that gave them a little bit of a pop this morning. $1.60, pulled back down to $1.38. And last on my list was IS. So I guess they're benefiting. I guess this company U was looking to merge with another company, but maybe IS was in the running. So this is it. IS comments on the Unity rejection. So you'd have to read this. I mean, I'm just sort of looking at it in a very quick way, but IS is benefiting from all this. It's an Israeli company, not a low float, 355 million in the float, so not a low float. Now, the trade of the week is UEC, a uranium play. Now, I don't know, I mean, with energy down, energy as in oil, etc., down, I don't know how this one is going to play out. But anyway, this is the trade of the week, and it's considered live at 446. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you if you trade it at all. It is not triggered, of course, at 446, I guess, was the high on Friday. 446 was the high on Thursday. VRDN is still pretty strong, guys. VRDN is still pretty strong. All right, 9/11, let me take a look to see what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Let's see if we still have a lot more downgrades than upgrades. They're still not buying into the SPY move over the last week. Let's see. All right, well, we wouldn't have a huge download or a downgrade list, but we hardly have any on the upgrade. But the downgrade list is not huge this morning. And these are upgrades and downgrades. These are just, call them analyst opinions about certain stocks. All right, there is your list of upgrades from briefing.com this morning, and I'll get the downgrades in now. For right now is, are there any multiple downgrades? In other words, the same stock being downgraded by various firms? I don't see any. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Now, if you were part of this test drive this morning and you have not done the let's get started, okay, I really recommend you do that first, okay, before you drive yourself crazy trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm putting my homepage link in. So I've just put my homepage link in, excuse me, homepage link in. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So getting started with trade ideas. I mean, absolutely do that. Now you can go right to the guide because I'll show you why. You can go, here's the education section right here. And we click here on the education section on my homepage. Now there is the user guide. Click on the user guide. And there's that getting started, okay? It's 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. You don't have to necessarily do them all because if you've already downloaded, for instance, let me just show you. Well, I'll show you up here back to the original getting started. But you should know at the very least what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the A window, the T window, and what the stock racing is all about before you start looking bewildered in a sort of bewildered by what you're seeing. Okay, you have to get some of the basics down. And this is what I was saying though with the let's get started. It takes you through the download and installation, your first startup and login, your toolbar and right click magic, okay, layouts, etc. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Please do that first before you do anything else if you have not done it already. Remember, this is a software program. No, the trade of the week is not listed in one of the channels. You can sign up for it. It's sent to you by email about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, it's free. I think this link should work, but it's not listed in one of the channels, no. HYFM, guys. HYFM is on the move here. Bit of a late bloomer. Not that much action when I was watching. But look at this HYFM. See if there's another one of these co-CEOs in this particular case. 25,000 shares at 373. So, well, at least he bought below. The other guy seemed to be buying above. And the other company, Hellbiz. Okay, so Jamie, if you have this screen right there, it's a little bit, you know what? Can I duplicate this? I can, okay. You have to click on the right arrow and then click on the square and then I know this is, They don't really want you to, what we're trying to do is make it super simple, and then right click and show the race setup. So let me do that again. I'm going to duplicate. So assuming you were here and you want to change, to another, well, actually you should be able to right there. Maybe you can do it right there. I'm not sure though. I think you probably have to. So if you right click on this, sorry, left click on the right arrow. Okay, get to the square, left click on that, and then now left click on this window or right click on this window and now show race setup. Now you're in this, you got to have this red box and now you can change the minutes to run, etc. I freely admit I don't agree with the steps. I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it simple, for people starting out for the first time. But if you're trying to make any changes, I mean, I had to figure out how to do it. All right, guys. So 919. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on New from our toolbar. Click on the Docked Channel bar. Again, if you're part of the test drive, I mean, you can always start off with the channel bar. You're going to hear me talk about racing a lot. Okay. So if you go to the Explosive Winners channel, you're going to see this. The market hasn't opened yet, but at 9:30, I'll show you that my race will start, and it's based on this one right here. But I'm going to go over this in a lot more detail. What I want to do right now, though, is take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on sector status. I'm going to make the fearless prediction that XLE, every single stock, is 100% down from Friday's close. So let's take a look. Fearless prediction here. Here we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And so for instance, this is XL, you see XLE, this is the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up XLE, okay? When you see 100% in red, that means from Friday's close, 100% of the stocks are below Friday's close. Easy prediction with what's happened to the price of oil. Very easy prediction, okay? And usually it's all or nothing. It's usually either 100% up or 100% down, all depending on what the price of oil did. But let's take a look at the other sectors, and you can see right off the bat, we're in for a weak open. There is no positive sector as we speak. Again, most of them are down from Friday. Most of the stocks that make up, for instance, XLK, the stocks that make up XLK technology ETF, 88% of them are down from Friday's close, as an example. Okay, so you cannot see there is not one strong sector this morning, not even at 50%. Now, this can all change, of course. What I like to do is at about 10 o'clock, depending how busy I am, we look at this in a different way and we look at it on the change from the open. So for instance, all the energy stocks or all these stocks that make up XLE could still be down below Friday's close. However, maybe they've rallied from their open. In other words, they're opening trade, opening price. They may have rallied. So you could see in theory, you could say 100% of them are above their open, but still all of them are down from the close on Friday, if that all makes sense. Anyway, we'll take a look a little bit later. But this is always good, little glimpse to see, what's in store for the market. Okay, let's see what else is happening. I see not seeing anything new popping up here. Really? For Bed Bath and Beyond? Yeah, you're right. Were there earlier? Now, even AMC, I could have sworn on, say, Friday, there were at least a million shares short, but or a million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Right now, I only see 385,000. So my guess is that there are some shorts starting to be snapped up on this AMC. All right, guys, what I'm looking for right now, anything new sneaking in to the actives up and down. So the VRDN is holding. It's holding pretty well. I mean, it got as high as 2250. It's dropped a couple of dollars, but it's kind of holding pretty well. Look at that on the 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart. And they did have some, it's not up because of their earnings. It's all up because of their thyroid eye disease, showing encouraging early results. Early results. Now, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 83,000 shares. So let's see what phase it is. Let's see if they say what phase. Phase three. So this is phase two. So this is phase two results, and they're anticipating a phase three trial to start at the end of the year. Boy, it takes a long time, doesn't it? Top line data expected mid 2024. Wow. Blue is on the move here, guys. This was a super active one for a while. Went from $4 up to six, pulled a little bit back. Actually, it was pretty good. It was still pretty good on Friday. Now, the issue with this one, of course, is the 200-day moving average. 706 is the 200-day moving average. It's just a little bit above it. I don't think there's any specific news on it. Yeah, I don't think there's any specific news. Just click on the heart, Remen. The question in our YouTube room, how to add stocks to the stocks like channel. Just click on the heart in a chart. So, I mean, that would be the idea. If you see, first of all, you probably click on an alert, you check the chart, and if you think you like it, then you just click on the heart in the chart, and that gets added to the my like, to the stocks like channel. Oh, you're talking about my liked, right? This, you're talking about this? Okay, good. I'm gonna make sure you're talking about the same thing. Yeah, stocks I like, yes. And to get rid of one, typically you're getting rid of one. If you're clicking on the list in your, in your liked, you click on it, and if you don't like it anymore, then you just uncheck it. You just click on the heart, and that'll uncheck it. Okay. In other words, you just click on it, and the heart disappears. That doesn't, you know what I mean? It's not red anymore. The heart doesn't disappear, but it's not red anymore. Now, again, in this room, I'm not somebody who's going to be telling anybody what to buy or sell, okay? Just so that you know. What I do and what others in the room do is we're throwing out ideas. If I am interested in something, however, I may say something like, okay, blue, for instance. I might say, blue. Well, through the 200-day moving average, I'll start looking left. I'm just using this as an example, okay? And if I look left on a daily chart, a weekly chart, or a monthly chart, and I don't see a new high very close. So let's just say I look at blue at 7:15, and if I look on a daily chart and the next high was at 9, I'm just going to make this up. Then this becomes something that I'm interested in this because the next high is far enough away, so I don't have to worry about chart resistance stopping a stock from moving higher. Many other reasons, of course, why a stock won't keep moving higher, but at least I can take chart resistance out of the equation. So I may say something like, well, you know what, guys, if it gets to a certain level, maybe a certain price, I'm going to be very interested. That is not to say you have to do the same thing. And every time you get an alert, again, the program is called Trade Ideas. All right. And so these are ideas that are generated. They're not absolute, just because you get an alert doesn't mean you take the trade. And if you're brand new to trading, and I mean brand new, not just to trade ideas, but brand new to trading, I would highly recommend, oops, not that one, but put my homepage in again. Less than a minute to go. Yes. Okay. Let me just get my homepage in again. Now, depending on how distracted I get by answering questions, which is absolutely okay if you're in this test drive, that's my function really. Sometimes I don't really trade in the first 2 days, all depending on how many questions I get. But if you click on my homepage link, okay, and again, go to the education section. And if you scroll all the way down, almost all the way down to Back to Basics, a great video series, all free. Okay, it starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, the whole bit. All right, guys, want to get rid of this, start my races. There we go. And of course, I'm going to be talking about races all the time. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. First 15 minutes can be really, really frothy. Stocks go up, down, up, down, up, down. If I were brand new to trading, though, I probably wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. So okay, so LI is putting in a new low here, guys, and it's an earnings play. One of the three big China EV players with XPAV and of course NIO. So this is obviously weak. Company reported its earnings pre-market. Okay, guys, LI is weakening and weakening on earnings. LI weakening on earnings. See what I mean? Now look at NVTA as an example. What if you just now? I mean, look at this 5-minute candle. Up, down, up, down. I mean, it was up to 590. It moved right back down to 540. It is right back up again. But if you bought a proper stop in place, you probably would have got stopped out immediately. Okay, so again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll go over a lot of this in about 40 minutes or so. This is not trade ideas. This is just general account management, trade management. Veru at it again, guys. VERU, another the COVID play. VERU. Another super active stock last week. Thursday and Friday, big days. Continuation today so far. BCLI, okay, guys. So BCLI held the pre-market highs and now is popping. Pretty low float, 28 million in the float. It's an earnings play. And we have our first halt of the day. IDYA just got halted on the way down. One of the scans I'm sharing, our halt resumes. Just go to my home page, go to the scan section, and you'll see that's one of the ones I am sharing. Boy, I didn't even know we still had that one, the buzz sentiment. Okay, I can't load it. That's from the channel bar, right? I know we don't have it. I don't think we have it in the dock channel bar anymore. Okay, in general, okay, so I can't do it because that is, we're getting too complicated here. That's in the original channel bar. Okay, all you have to do is take any from any top list, okay? You can launch a race. Okay, so just take the top list that's in there and right click and launch the race. And it'll probably be a default that it's going to run in 10 minutes, like a 10-minute race. So any top list window, you can launch a race. Again, just right click, launch race. Okay, and then your race will start. I'll have to be honest too. That buzz, I don't think it's been updated in a long time. I'm surprised it's still there. It was a good idea maybe a year and a half ago, but I don't think it's been updated at all. I'm not sure. I'd have to ask. I think it should have been removed. All right, guys. Well, NVTS is really ripping here now. Hardly any, but we looked at that and it pulled all the way back down to 440. It did move back up and it's an earnings play. So NVTS, it's not a low float either. 89 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. Now, because I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, I will miss out some stocks that just keep running right from the beginning, and I just deal with that. That's just not. I've just been too many times, before, and I'm talking years ago. Sure, I'd like to jump on things that were moving right off the bat, and way too many times I would just get whipped out of my position because they just move up and down. ENVX guys, ENVX on the move. Not an earnings play. Earnings last week. ENVX on the move. All right, VRDN is holding, guys. It's holding. The pre-market high was 22.44, so it's up just a little bit above that high. I think it might get halted. This might get halted. VRDN may get halted. I'm just looking at the bid ask right now, not moving. Yeah, there you go. So it just got halted. I thought so. Bid ask was not moving, so And when it's a stock like this that is, lots of action in it, and you look at the bid ask and it's not moving at all, you can rest assured it's going to get halted. And that's what happened. Pack B. So one of the things I'm definitely going to be talking about is the ability to paper trade, simulation trading, especially if you're new. Practice, practice, practice. Okay, we've got a great simulator. This window here is called Brokerage Plus. When I say here, this one you're seeing in the upper left-hand corner, the big blue screen, it's called Brokerage Plus. For you to load it, just click on New from your toolbar, and Brokerage Plus is probably right at the top now. And just click on it, and there it is. It'll say not connected. It'll say not connected. All you do is click on Sim. At least it should say not connected. Click on Sim, and that'll change to account. Once it changes to account, now it's changed to account. And then I click on account and simulated trading default. Now I'm in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Now, one of the things we've done is the buy button. If you click on the buy button, what's going to happen? Well, let me, what time is it now? 9:38. Give me a little bit, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, I'm going to go over in a lot more detail about how you can use the simulator very simply by clicking on the buy button, and that gets you into a trade. What you're seeing here is something that I was demonstrating on Friday. Okay, in fact, let me just get rid of this. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. You can practice swing trading. Now, if you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, racing and this window Brokerage Plus is not available. Okay, if you're going to be using the web-based version. Now, there's a way in which if you've got a Mac and you want to be able to have our application, then you could use an emulation program like Parallels or something like Amazon Web Services. But if you're going to just use the web-based version, unfortunately, Brokerage Plus and the racing is not available. So let me explain what you're seeing here in the racing right now. A race is always started from a top list, okay? Top list window. You can launch any race from a top list window. So this race is based on this particular top list window. That race right there. So if I right click and just configure, really not too many filters. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and I want them to be up 2% from the close on Friday. It's just so that they're positive stocks. So the race is based on that top list. So what happens when a race begins? And I run 4-minute races. Now, why 4? I just chose 4. I could have chosen 3. I could have chosen 5. I just chose 4 minutes. So what that means is when this 4-minute race is over, another one will begin almost immediately. So I have 4-minute races running all day long automatically. So what happens is this. This is this top list window, and every one of these column headers you can sort on. So if I want to see the stocks that are up the most today, say from the close, I double left click. Okay, and hopefully you can see what I did. I double left clicked on the header. So I can see that VRDN is up the most from the close right now in this list, 53%. If I double left click on the change from the open, I'm going to see that one is 17%. So VRDN is 17% above the opening price. So what does all that mean though? When you look at this list, before we had this racing, when you look at this list, you can't really tell if VRDN is moving though. I mean, if I stare at that 18.9, and okay, in this particular case, it did change to 22. But imagine if you had to stare at these numbers to see if anything was moving or not. So that's the beauty of what the races are all about. When a race begins, every single stock is at the same starting point. And then the race begins. So let's just say, for argument's sake, say STEM down here. Now, STEM is, let me get a better one. DOYU is up 1.1% from the open, hardly move. But what if all of a sudden DOYU started to really move? How could I possibly know that? You will see it here. You will see, again, I'm just using that as an example. You will see a stock that is starting to move relative to every other stock in the list. It'll start to move up to the top of the leaderboard. Okay. And so as you see a stock moving up, you can click on it. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. You just click on it and see, let's see what's happening with that one. If there's anything really interesting. So I'm looking at GWAV. It's at the top here. Click on GWAV. Now, obviously, when that was happening, this was moving from 351 up to 376, and it's pulled back. You see how it's pulled back now with that red. Now, we'll get too hung up on all this right now, okay? This is just what's really cool about this, though, excuse me, is, give it a couple of hours, but what's going to happen is you'll have a top 10 list that is automatically created for you. And what it'll show, in the number one position, it would show the stock that has won the most races up to that point of the day. And then, of course, the second stock and the third stock. So you can start to concentrate on the ones that are winning the most over the course of the day. It turns into a great watch list that is automatically created for you. Okay. Yeah, again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over. You can just click on, if you see something starting to move up, there's the ILAG. It's already at the top right now, but let's see what it's doing. You see how ILAG is moving? You see how it's moving? Now, again, it doesn't absolutely mean that just because a stock is at the top of the leaderboard that you pile into the trade. Here's where now some trading experience has to come into play. First of all, I'd be looking at this going, wow, it's too extended. I'd be just chasing it right now. Maybe hoping that maybe it'll pause a bit, but then I'm also looking left on the daily chart and I'm saying, what could stall it? It's at 328 right now, so I'm going to look left. The next high looking left is 338. That was on Friday. And after that, the next highs are around 4. So you can kind of see if it could take out that high on Friday, 338, maybe it's got a shot to get close to that 4 level. But right now, that high of Friday prevents me from taking this trade right now, okay? Because I'm looking at that and thinking, well, it could stall at Friday's high. That's why you've got to practice, guys, okay? You've got to practice. I have a question in the YouTube room. Does the AI have an audio alert? Yes. All right, so Raman, do you know how to put an audio alert on an alert window? Because it's exactly the same. You just right click, actions, and then you set this up. If you've done it on an alert window, okay, so again, this is the AI, right click, actions, and then you just follow this. If you've done this for an alert window, then it's exactly the same. You click on the play sound, you set up the sound, you can pick text to speech if you want, or you can click on this use custom sound. And then when you select, you'll see there are 3 folders. Each one of these folders has some sound alerts. So if you like, you can click on gong and you can open it and then you can play it. And if you liked it, then you can say okay a couple of times and then that sound alert will get attached, okay, to your AI or to an alert window. Okay. Yeah, so you see this eye lag again, as I mentioned. The way I trade anyway is I'm always very aware of what the next high looking left is. When a stock is near its high of the day, then I'm always going to be looking left on a daily chart. So for instance, if I looked left on the daily chart and I didn't see anything that was above the current price, in other words, all these candles you see here were below the current price, like these ones are, then I have to look at a weekly chart to take a look to see where the next high is. And then the same thing, if I don't see anything on the weekly chart, then I have to look at the monthly chart. Yeah, the AI actually suggested a short of VRDN, and the target was hit almost immediately. So again, guys, as the day progresses, this is going to be a great watch list that is automatically constructed for you. Okay. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you might see a stock that just starts to really rise to the top of the leaderboard with a big percentage. And of course, click on it, see what's happening. See what's happening. Yeah, the flyer in the morning, VEE, that's not completely giving it up, but it's starting to move down. So there's Apron, guys. Let's say I wanted to take this trade. Okay. I click the buy button. I click that buy button, and then I can drop it to the price I want. Let's say I wanted it right here at 420. Okay, so it's going to create, you're going to see a line that's going to appear on the chart with a stop also. Now, the stops, of course, can be adjusted because really, but all we're really trying to show you right now is to get used to the idea of practicing taking trades and seeing how they work. Okay, so right now, the way this works is this apron gets up to $4.20. It's going to take this trade. And you can practice. All you have to do is click on the buy button. And I believe it's automatically set up. You don't have to do anything else. Before there was another step that you had to do to select a strategy, etc. But I believe now for you guys, as long as you're on the latest production version, which is on our website, which I think is 5.63, as long as you're on that version, then by clicking on the buy button, you'll have like they could look at Verdun or VRDN right now. So if you click on the buy button, now you've got that crosshairs and you can place it right at the current price. It'll take the trade immediately. A lot of people like to maybe if you wanted to take this trade on a pullback, maybe pulling back to a certain level. Let's do it. I mean, let's just do it. I'll just show you. Say I want to, take the trade if it pulls back to 2046. Okay. And it puts the stop at the low of the day. Again, this is just to get you used to taking trades and practicing taking trades. And this simulator, if you become a subscriber, this simulator is part of our standard service, okay? Now, I've mentioned the test drive. You can still sign up for the test drive. You will get the balance of today. You can actually sign up for the test drive all the way to the end of this week. But but please listen carefully. If you click on that test drive link that I posted, it will cost you $11.11. So if you sign up now, you'll get the balance of today plus 9 trading days with trade ideas, okay? So it already has started, and these are fixed days. So if you signed up tomorrow, you'll get 9 days, okay? If you sign up on Wednesday, you'll get 8 days. So it's not 10 days from whenever you sign up. I want to be very clear about that. So these are fixed days. We have our support all set up for the 15th to the 29th. And you'll have access to the full premium service, okay? Which includes the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. In other words, there's nothing to unsubscribe from, and we do not put you into a subscription, okay? So price alerts are your price alerts, easy, okay? They're blank because those are yours. Now you have to start setting up your own price alerts. So in order to set up a price alert, you just go to a chart, okay? So the question is, and I'm actually sharing the layout that you see, okay? I'm sharing this layout. And this would be, if you wanted it, you don't have to take my exact layout. The big thing is this, okay? The biggest gain is from we open the race. I mean, but not everybody necessarily wants these charts, etc. But if you do want my layout, my exact layout, then this is the link. But before you do it, make sure if you've got a layout, if you've created a layout, make sure that you save your layout to the cloud first, okay? So the question was, okay, if you take my layout, your price alerts window will be blank, okay? And that's what you want. You don't want my price alerts, these are my price alerts. You don't necessarily want to have them. So to create your own price alerts, let's just say for argument's sake, you look at TCRT, okay? And you're looking at, yeah, that looks pretty good, but I don't want to take it right now. Maybe I want to take it, I want to be alerted if it pulls back to, this price right there. When I say right there, is just go to a chart and you'll see a dotted line should be appearing. And that's, you're moving your pointer around and you can just eyeball it if you can. So let's say at $1.90. So I right click. Oh, I jumped a little bit. Right click, create price alert at $1.92. Okay. Of course I can change it if I want. And change it to $1.90. And now you don't have to put notes in if you don't. I typically do not put notes in unless it's an IPO. Okay. And then I just save it. And then then it'll be added. You can see, hopefully you can see it was added to my price alerts. If you do it for the first time, you'll see the price alert that you created and it'll be a blue line on the chart. And if it hit that alert, the line will turn green. Plus, the way I've got it sorted is on the triggered time column. So if you do get an alert, you'll pop right to the top. Now, you don't have to have this window up and running the whole time. In fact, my advice, the only reason I'm doing it is I just want to make sure people are aware that we have these like a price alert window. My advice is actually to minimize the window with the minimize, because if you get a price alert, if it hits the price, your price alert window will pop up on your screen, so you can't miss it. You can also put it, if you right click on actions, you can actually put a sound on it too, so you will not miss your price alert. Gerby, yes, but I mean, you're talking about a 7 hour long video, but it is available, yes. Somebody asked, is this, the video I'm doing right now, is it available? Yes, but it'll be 7 hours long. And by the way, this is the format every Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. This is not specially set up because we're in this test drive. Okay, this is what I do. Again, every Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Oh, ZPO, now you see how TCRT, you see how if you had this minimized, the window would have popped up on your screen. TCRT just triggered. Okay, it hit. You see how that, if you can remember, that blue line turned green because it hit the price. Now you can make up your mind whether or not you want to trade it. Now, the other thing you could have done though, instead of creating a price alert, if you're sure you wanted to, try that trade there, you could have clicked the buy button and dropped it the crosshairs to that price, and it would have taken the trade. Also, look at the SPY, guys. Who cares about oil prices sinking? Look at the SPY. Holy smokes! What a run! We are now, NAS is well, we're all positive now. Everything's positive as we speak. Well, you have to be attached to, well, not attached, you have to have a broker to trade, of course. If you're talking about trading from within Trade Ideas, this window here, which is not, mandatory, of course, but I mean, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can trade using this window from within Trade Ideas. But if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use this. We're a scanner first and foremost. But this window, this Brokerage Plus window, allows you to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. I'll pop that link in. So yeah, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, I popped a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos. There's a short video. If you click on the short video, it shows you how you can connect from within Trade Ideas to either your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. Those are the only two that work, okay? The only two that work. Just give me a moment, please. But again, I just have to reiterate, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this feature isn't available, okay? If you have an E-Trade account or IB account, doesn't mean you have to use this. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, but I demonstrate its use as a simulator, okay? Because I think it's so important for people, especially if you're new. Even if you're not new, but maybe you've got some, little strategy you're testing. You want to just, take trades in the simulator. That's you can use it for. You can use the simulator also. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay, you don't even need a broker. And why I say that is that you may be still so brand new that you don't know who your broker is going to be. You haven't decided, but you want to practice trading. Well, no problem. It uses our real-time data. So again, you don't need a broker. Question is, how do you add a sound to existing price alerts? So when you say existing price, are you talking about an alert window or this price alert window? You're talking about, yeah, so you just right click, actions, have you, and then, you just follow this. You click on that play sound, set up the sound. You're going to have one window text to speech, okay? And the reason I say it that way is that the whole idea of price alerts is to have a different price alert for the different windows that you're using. You don't want to have every one of them text to speech, otherwise you'll never know which window to look at. So you can have one window text to speech if you want. You don't have to use text to speech at all. Otherwise, click the use custom sound and then select. And then again, we've got these 3 folders. Each folder has some price alerts. You can just left click on one, highlight it, open it, and then play it. And if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and that price alert or that sound is attached to that window. This is all in the guide, guys. Okay, I don't, I try to concentrate on just, people, if you're brand new, understanding what an alert window is and a top list window is and all. But I mean, all this is in our user guide. Give me a moment. I just want to keep putting my homepage link in. And if you click, I have a tab called Barry's homepage, and if you click on that, there is there's your link to go to my homepage. Okay, so you can always click on that. Just give me a moment. So again, when you click on my homepage, the education section, click here, and then click on the guide, user guide. So see, price alerts, sound alerts. Sound alerts is what you asked, how to put a sound alert on a window. And this is the price alerts window. That's this price alerts. Okay, alerts and filters. I mean, there's a lot in here. You don't have to learn everything at once. I would concentrate on alert windows. I would really concentrate on stock racing so you understand what this concept is all about. And again, don't be afraid to ask questions. Stock racing above. Oh, okay, Ron. No, that's the number of times a stock won a race. Okay? That's why I'm saying it builds it over the course of the day. Typically, give us a couple of hours, 2 or 3 or 4 hours in, you will see one stock maybe has won 4 races, over the course of, up to that point of the day. At the end of the day, you may see one stock has won 12 or 15 races. Otherwise, it's a strong stock. In second position, you could see a stock that's won 8 races as an example. Okay. So right now it's just building this top 10 list automatically for you. It's just a great, concentrate on stocks that are obviously active. So that's what the numbers mean. So far, there's nothing startling. There's not one stock that has won a series of races. Here's that VRDN, guys. VRDN is strong. I know it was an AI alert and it worked briefly. I mean, it actually was a short and they hit the target, but now it's on the run again. VRDN. Well, the edge is that it automatically creates a watch list for you all day long. Okay, that's to me the edge. Let's put it. Okay, this is the 6th week now. So I've been using Trade Ideas since 2010. I started as a subscriber, and I've been using Trade Ideas since 2010. Until 5 weeks ago, I saw no reason to use races. Okay, this was a concept that had been introduced for several months, but I couldn't really see any reason to use races. And then 5 weeks ago, this is again, we're into my 6 week. It clicked on me that the way to use the races was to start from, well, for me anyway, was a to have a good top list to start the races from. Because what this allows me to do is see stocks that are moving that I would never see before. I liken it to, it's a combination between having a, a list of stocks that you might want to follow, coupled with an alert window that gives you real time as a stock is moving. Okay. So if you want to, my edge is that eventually, and this may not be, I don't know what's going to happen today, but if I see a stock that has won, 10 races in the course of a day, I will certainly be paying attention to it all day long. Also, though, let's just take a look at FPay. It's only won one race today. Again, it's really early. It's only 10:08. Races have been only open for 38 minutes. But you'll see what I'll do sometimes is I'll click on something that hasn't moved in the last little while, and maybe it's basing, maybe it's consolidating, and I'll look at it. I should put a price alert. Maybe if it breaks out of consolidation, one way or the other, either for a long or for a short. Okay, it's just because maybe something is just sort of settling down. So it creates this list for me. So instead of my jumping around from all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows and getting distracted by other things, I just stare at this all day long. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, when you say it's great to see a stock that's moving now, but it may be resting then at a point in the day. And that's what I would say. I would just click on the alert and see what's happening. Maybe it's just resting. And is it interesting right now? Maybe not, but maybe at a certain price point it is. So I would just create a price alert somewhere and say, okay, if NVTS, for instance, if NVTS took out the high of the day, maybe I'd be interested in that. See, I don't find it annoying at all, but to each his own. I'm totally sold. I'm totally committed to the races now. If I weren't moderating a trading room, I'd just be staring at my toplet. I'd be staring at this race all day long, and I'd be watching stocks as they move, up to the top of the leaderboard, and I'd be clicking on ZFox right now, seeing what's happening, saying, okay, it hit a high at 967. Is it starting to move now? Maybe I want to take it if it gets over 852, the high of the pre-market. There's all sorts of things. Oh, the surfing. I don't use surfing at all. Yeah, Roger. I disable it. I just disable it. I thought you were talking about the racing. I just disable it. The surfing, I mean, what the surfing is all about is, if depending on how many top list windows that you have open, it would take a look at every top list window that you have and cycle through them and take the top three as you have them sorted in a top list window. So it would look at this one, and then when it's finished with these top three, and it would load the charts. And then we'll go to the next top list window and the next one and the next one, and it would cycle back. Okay. I don't use it at all. If you want to disable it, it's pretty simple. Just go to tools, options, and then where it says enable idea surfing, if it's checked, just enable it. Just uncheck it. I don't know if it would be, I don't know if that would be really, because it moves so rapidly. Okay. The reason why the top list, the top 10 and the top list worked okay before, or the top 10 cycling through, is because before, the top list windows only updated every 30 seconds. So it could get onto a top list window and, it's probably not going to move. The top three would probably not move. Now our top lists, I think, update every, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds. So it almost, the surfing, to me, it becomes way too confusing. So the same thing, I mean, I suppose what you're saying is, okay, could it cycle through these, but over and over and over again? maybe, maybe, but I don't know. I probably, I mean, you see this is a static list, and all you have to do is click on. You can do the same thing. That's the question in our YouTube room. Could you do the biggest losers from the open? Yes, you could, and I've got that actually. I don't use it right now. I'm just looking because the market has been so good over the last, really 2 or 3 weeks. Really, I mean, we've had a nice rally, and even when the market was moving down, though, I found that the biggest gainers from the open, because a lot of these are just stocks that fly under the radar. Okay, they're stocks that they're not really beholden to what the overall market's doing. And so, you could look at these stocks and the market could be tanking within reason, and these things are moving higher just because they're stocks that are not, really trading alongside the market. But I do have the biggest, I did create a race based on the biggest losers from the open. If you want, I can give it to you. Biggest losers from the open right there, so I can share it. Okay. And one of the things though that I've, you can have as many races in theory as you want, but I only have two going. Okay. And I'm not going to get into not the rut, but I'm not going to get into the idea of, well, I better have a lot of races going because I don't want to miss any type of setup. Well, the whole idea of this is to focus, 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 especially if you're new. But even me, who's been trading for a long time, I'm loving the focus this gives me. Will I miss other things that are happening? Yes, probably, but I don't care. For me, it's all about focus and not madly clicking on alerts left and right, and getting nothing done. Current is this. It's a 4-minute race. It's based on the change from the open. Sort is on delta value and, auto rerun. But, it's 4 minutes and it's a change from the open and delta value. Okay. And that's it. Now, the top list, it is extracting from is this one. This is what this race is based on, and it's just a real simple. I mean, it's just as long as stocks are between $1 and $50, and the volume's at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from the close of Friday with the previous day's close. That's all it's looking for. Now, that's me. If you want to tighten it up, you want a different price range, and I'm not just talking to you, Professor, but anybody else. You can construct your own race based on a top list that you want to see. But that's what this is. How to scan for intraday time frame divergences, price from any indicator. Okay, we're very limited in those. I think in that. Because it would really depend on what you'd have to give me a really specific example. Okay, I don't do this. We have 5 other traders though. They may have an idea. Okay, but I don't do any like something like that. But you'd have to give me a specific example. Okay, and what indicator as an example? Price from any indicator. I mean, we have MACD as an indicator as an example. We have RSI, but you'd have to give me a really specific example. And I may not be able to help you, but one of the other traders might be able to. Yeah, and something like that is very difficult with this program to do something exactly like that, okay? You're talking about because we don't have a changing RSI as such. Now, in theory, I suppose you could build a scan, like a race built on a changing RSI, okay? But we don't have an alert. We don't have an alert that says, okay, the RSI is now good. We have filters that you can filter for, show you what I'm talking about. No, we have the 1 minute RSI, the 2, 5, 10, but it's not showing the change of the RSI. Okay, it's saying, okay, show me a 1 minute RSI, add the filter and a minimum or a maximum. So it's not showing the change, but I guess in theory, you could build a race and you could build it based on a changing RSI. Now, I don't know if the price is going to be trending down at the same time though. You might want to, if you click on support, it's possible one of the other traders has built something like that. Okay. Okay, so I don't have anything, okay, but there are 5 other traders that use trade ideas. It's possible maybe somebody has built something like that. It may involve a race and the changing. You see, this is based on the changing from when the race started, okay, the price changing. But I suppose you could build something that's showing the RSI changing. And so if you go to support at trade-ideas.com, ask the question. It's possible one of the other traders has built something like that, okay? I have not built something like that. Again, there are all sorts of different trading styles from within trade ideas. I'm just more interested in the change from the open. Okay, guys. So I see nothing is, none of those trades that I put in, potential trades, the apron went higher, right? Remember I put so it did not trigger. Okay, I want to get into a trade to show you. Again, this is in the simulator. Okay, so it just took the trade, okay? Just took the trade, 22.48. Now it's already starting to drop and the stop is at the low of the day, okay? And this is just, again, this is just to show you how you can easily take a trade. You can always adjust this stop. You can move it higher, okay? I mean, it's automatically putting the stop at the low of the day, which, I'm not saying that's the proper stop. Just trying to show you the mechanics that you have to start practicing trading. If you're new to trading, it'd be like if you'd never golfed before and I threw you a set of golf clubs and said, okay, go out and golf. What the heck would you do? You know, I mean, seriously, golf. And I was a golfer, a big golfer, and it's probably one of the most difficult sports there is out there. Doesn't matter how great an athlete you are, golf can be incredibly humbling. So I'm going to throw you a set of golf clubs and you think you're a great athlete, you go out there and you'll be humbled. So how are you ever going to become a golfer? You've got to practice, go to the driving range, maybe take some lessons, some courses, this and that. Well, it's the same with trading, you know. If you're going to attach yourself to a live account without any trading knowledge whatsoever, recipe for disaster. I mean, can you get lucky? Yes. But if you want to stick around and not blow up your account, that is why we've got the simulator here. Practice trading. Well, Ron, I mean, you may get some slippage. I mean, remember now, this is a simulator, okay? And you may, I mean, look, taking into account slippage, I mean, I put in, and depends how fast the stock is moving, of course, but it gives you a really good idea about, I mean, because I happened to look at, I took this trade at 2176. I looked at my IB and it was 2175 at the time. I mean, I'm not going to quibble about a penny, okay? But I mean, you're right. If it's a super, super fast moving stock, it's possible. But even if you're trading from within IB and you want to get a price, you may not get the fill you want. I mean, I don't trade using this. I mean, I don't trade. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. But I keep a pretty close eye on, when the simulator takes a trade, and I always look to see what the actual price is, and it's very, very close all the time. Sometimes it's right, it's exactly the same price. So again, we're using the simulator so people can practice trading. Now, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this PGY, if I don't get out of this trade, and how I could get out of the trade is I highlight it. Say I had a series of trades I'm in. I highlight the one I want to get out of, and I can click the flatten button. That'll get me out of the trade, or I can get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. These are just some, pretty easy hotkeys. Or of course, I could go into the box here where with a share box, and I pick exactly how many shares I want to get out of and the price. All right, guys. So 1025. So this is typically about. I've already gone over some of the things, but just in general, what Trade Ideas is all about. And first of all, I'll introduce myself again. Again, welcome to the room if you're new. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. And this room is like this between 8 and 3:30 Monday to Friday. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? Yeah, MEGL is, you see, look at this 10%. See how as the day progresses, you're going to start to see some big moves, some big percentage moves. Now, does it mean I mean, look at MEGL. MEGL was moving up. Okay. It wasn't always at 13.5%. So you could have clicked on it as it was moving up, maybe taking out this area right here on that 15-minute chart. And if that met your trading plan to take something that looked like that, then you could have taken the trade at around 1140. And, it's at 1204 right now. Practice trading, practice trading. Okay. Trading is not easy. I'm not trying to be a downer in all this, but I mean, people have to have realistic expectations about trading, and you go on the internet, yeah, you'll see, I took $5,000, I turned it into $1 million in one day. It's a bunch of bull. Okay. So yeah, I mean, is it possible you bought some stock that's 0.00001 and it, for some reason, it hits $10? Okay. But I mean, All I'm saying is that, practice, practice, practice. So we're a scanner though. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So I'm going to show you my homepage, go a little more detail about what you'll find on my homepage. All right, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. If you click on my homepage link, let me just get rid of some of these tabs up here. Okay, when you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. Now, if you wanted to take out if you're part of this test drive, obviously you don't want to take out a subscription right now. There'll be a nice promo code at the end of the test drive if you do want to take out a subscription, okay? But if you want to take out a subscription right now, you've seen enough, you said, yep, I don't care. Give me a subscription right now. You can use this promo code Barry for Alpha 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium annual is 2,000. Standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. You do not have to start off with an annual. In fact, don't unless you absolutely know you want the program. You can always start off with a monthly, 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you do decide you want to take on an annual, we will honor the 15% promo. So if you're part of this test drive or you're brand new to Trade Ideas, you already have a subscription, mandatory that you do this, the getting started with Trade Ideas, mandatory, okay? Let's get started. Now you might not have to do everything. If you've already downloaded and you've installed, you obviously don't have to do this. And maybe you're your first startup and login, maybe you're logged in correctly, etc. But this will take you, if you haven't, it'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. Okay. So go through those. Otherwise you'll be frustrated about, what am I looking at? How do we even start? Now, I don't know if I'll do a stock of the day video today, depending how busy I am, but typically I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for them. It's free. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. This week says UEC. Let's take a look to see if it triggered. It did not trigger. So the trigger, when you get the email, it's going to say, okay, here's our trade of the week. And we a suggested entry. There'll be a trigger point, and it was 446 for UEC. Did not get there. So right now, this is not an active trade of the week. And it may not, if for the whole week it doesn't hit 446, then it'll be, nothing will happen. Now, you don't have to take the trade of the week, but it is a free service. And so I would sign up for it and just see, if it meets your trading plan to take them and take a look. Now, the education that I constantly talk about. So there's our user guide, great user guide. There's that getting started. At the very least, understand what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and really get to know what the stock racing is all about. Well, the question is, are there any presentations how to trade momentum stocks? There are no presentations about how to trade anything, Raymond, okay? I mean, really, we can alert you to momentum stocks, but then you have to have some trading knowledge, I mean, are you going to take a stock just because a stock has momentum, but it's up, 10 5-minute candles in a row? You'd probably want to wait for a pullback, okay? So there's no presentation that's going to say when you get, a stock that is momentum, and we can show you stocks that are like that. But here's how you have. Here's the only way you can take that trade. That's why you practice, though. The getting started, yes. Jason A, yes. Yes. The getting started is right there on my homepage. Right on my homepage, right there. Let's get started. And then you can go to the guide in the education section. Now, daily support, very important. Between 12 and 1, I typically take a break. I may not take a longer break today because of the test drive, but typically I take a break between 12 and 1. I do a video and I do a few other things, so it's not really a break, but you don't hear me for an hour. But one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. As I say, we have five other traders, five different styles, and Monday to Friday. So one of the other traders takes over when I take my break in our YouTube room. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris. Chris is back from his vacation. So Chris Varley should be there between 12 and 1. And also Chris is there in a YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. Again, he was off on vacation last week, but he resumes his normal duties. Okay, so a lot of support. And that's in our YouTube room. The YouTube room is exactly the same as what I call the main room, this being the main room, in that they hear me and they see my screen. There's just not as much interaction among traders. So if you're looking for more interaction among traders, then you can come into the main room. Otherwise, you can stay in our YouTube room. So the daily webinar. So we're on a 2-week hiatus while we're on this test drive. But once we get rolling again, you can sign up for them. So in 2 weeks, the webinars will start again. You can sign up for all the webinars. They're all free. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're new to trading, again, I can't emphasize enough. You could really take a look at this. It's 36 short videos. Starts off with what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. So if you're brand new to trading, and all this is again bewildering, you got to start somewhere. Like I said with my golf analogy, I mean, you've got to either take courses or you got to go to the driving range. You've got to start somewhere. You just can't think that you're going to start placing trades immediately. Okay, and last, my scans. So if you want my scans, so the race mode, the one that you see that I concentrate on all day long, I do have some other scans that I'm sharing, the 10-day daily breakout and down, the single stock window that you see here, the pre-market actives up and down, that's what I use in the pre-market. The halts resumes as stocks get halted, you'll see them here, and then the resumption. I also added Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. Now, this is not for really new traders, but if you get, you're looking for stocks that maybe have topped out, they're maybe extended and looking to short them, or stocks that are moved all the way down and maybe are starting to bounce. This is an interesting one to look at. Then I also put in, a basic new highs and lows. This is just a very basic scan showing stocks making new highs and lows. But really, I would commit to understanding the races, because I think if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, somebody like me who's not new to trading, it's almost like I found a new way to trade just by using the races and concentrating on this window all day long, and the top list or the winners list that it creates automatically for me. So how did you add the ticker, Ethan? I mean, it may disappear because it's not active at all. one of the things you notice I've got Apple and Tesla here. It's not because I want to trade Apple or Tesla at all. Why we've got, and I think probably in most of the top lists that we created, we've got maybe the SPY and Apple and Tesla, is just to show you, and there's nothing wrong with people who want to trade Apple or Tesla. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But if you're looking for stocks that are really moving, probably it's not going to be Apple or Tesla. I mean, it'll be a remarkable day if Apple or Tesla float to the top of the leaderboard. So to understand, when you say added by top, you're not talking about this add edit symbols. Are you talking about that? Because I'm talking to Ethan and our right clicking what though? Because you can't add a symbol just by right clicking on a top list window. Now, the other thing though, if you want to just follow the stocks that you want to follow, in other words, you may have a basket of stocks that you want to follow and you want to create a race on it, you can do so. You may have, 20 stocks that you like to look at every single day. You could create what we call a symbol list, a watch list, and put those stocks in there and then attach it to a top list window and then launch the race based on those stocks only. And how you would do that, if you go to the guide, you will see, let me show you, you will see something that says, where are you? Watch list, okay? So here's how you can create your own watch list, and it shows you how you can create a watch list and edit it and all that, and then attach it to a top list window. And then you can monitor it. Then you can, from that top list window, you launch your race. Right click, launch real-time stock race. And again, to understand a lot more, please go to this, the TI stock race. We've added some more, recently updated stock race setup, how to trade race winners. This is all very detailed. Save yourself. I mean, if you're looking at all this going, I don't know what the guy's talking about. How do I do a race, et cetera, et cetera. Well, you've got to put in a little bit of work on your own. Okay. I mean, the guide is excellent for that. A couple of videos right there. Okay. Take the time. Yeah. I mean, if you had, say, a list that you could, like a list of symbols like this as an example, maybe this would be an Excel spreadsheet or something, or some list that you could copy, just like I'm doing right there. I'm just highlighting everything and Control C. So now all these symbols are copied. And then if you go to the section in the guide about, creating a symbol list, if I click on new, give me a moment, tools, symbol lists, and create new. Again, this is all in the guide. Create new. You give it a name, and then it would be blank. I'll just, I'll call it test. Okay. And now it says it's empty. And I edit the list. It's all in the guide. And now it's blank. Now I can paste all those symbols in. Okay, I highlighted them. I copied them. Control C. I copied them, and then I went through the how to create a symbol list and all that, and then I pasted them in, and then I say okay. Make sense, Jason? So the answer to your question is yes. And then of course, if you wanted to add a symbol manually, of course you could. As long as you can highlight the list, just like I've done. So if from your broker, has a way in which you can highlight a list like that, yeah. I mean, I can't speak for every broker out there, but as long as it's in some kind of an Excel looking spreadsheet that you can take the symbols and just highlight them individually and copy them, then yes, you can do that. Are you talking about accidentally stopping a race, Halim, and then yeah, so that is something. No, I mean, if you stop a race and or accidentally, I don't know, delete the race or whatever, and you'll be starting from scratch. That's why I never, that's why I'll never. Well, I try not to. I don't try not to do it accidentally, but I won't stop a race or anything like that because I want this top list, this watch list, as I call it, to build over the course of the day. Yeah, if you close the window, yeah, unfortunately, no. Question was, if I accidentally close this window and then I launch it again, it's going to start from scratch. I mean, MEGL guys was awesome. I mean, if I'd been not, talking as much, probably this is one that I would have taken right around that 1150 mark when it took out this high right there. So, Will, all you've got to do is, ah, just give me a moment. Okay, I accidentally put that symbol list in. Just give me a moment, and I'll show you how. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link. Okay, so this is what you'll see, and then go to the scan section, my scan section, click here, and there it is, race mode. That is it. That is that race. Now, just a word about this, because when you load it, you won't see these stocks, okay? You'll be starting your race at 10:45 Eastern time, and you'll be building your own list, okay? So people say, well, how come I don't see, what you like this number one position, Megal? How come I don't see that? Well, it's because you're starting your race right now. Now, the other thing is everything that you do, if you take my race, okay, or any scan that I've got that you might like, save everything to the cloud, okay? Everything, each individual window, you right click, save or share to cloud, save. If you build a layout, save it to the cloud, file, save or share, oops, give me a moment, file, save or share to cloud. Okay, this will pop up. More than likely, you'll click entire, give it a name. Give it a name. My first layout, whatever you want to call it, give it some name and save it. Okay. Common question. Oh, I created a layout and it disappeared. How do I get it back? Or I created something and it's disappeared. How do I get it back? Did you save it to the cloud? No, I didn't. Okay. Save it to the cloud. Now, bunch of reasons to save things to the cloud. You can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm operating on a desktop computer, of course, but I've got a laptop. I got to have a couple of tablets. So on my laptop, all I have to do is download the program, the Trade Ideas program, and then I can then file load from cloud. Okay. I can load anything I want, a layout that I created or an individual window. Okay. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So that's number one. Number two, what if something happens to one of your devices? I'm on a desktop. If I don't save things to the cloud and something happens to my computer, blows up or something, well, it's a pain. I get a new one, but at least I've got everything. All I have to do is load everything back from the cloud. Okay, I don't have to start from scratch. So very important to save everything to the cloud. The other thing is if you're part of this test drive and you do save things to the cloud, if you decide later on that you want to take out a subscription, be it a day after the test drive's over, a month, a year, 10 years, as long as you use the same email address that you use to sign up for the test drive, everything will be in your cloud. Okay? So please make sure you save everything to the cloud. Boy, this MEGL, what a move, guys. What a move. See how now it's won 4 races. So for instance, so I look at this, I go, well, too bad I missed it. But what if I said, well, what if it pulls back down to this level here? It'd be pretty big pullback. But what if it pulled back to this level here? 1280, a little bit of a base on the 5-minute chart. Well, just set up a buy. And I'll stick it right there. And that line will appear on the chart. So if it does pull back, all I did was click the buy button. I moved that dotted line to where I wanted to take the trade. Now I could always, if I want to take the trade right now, I just have to move that line, up right to the price and it'll take the trade. And if you're new in the YouTube room, I do apologize for the nonsense that happens with the bot that invades. I do my best to get rid of it as quickly as I can. Now we do have, if you go to our channel bar, I'm showing you the scans that I've got. You click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock to channel bar, the dock to channel bar, okay? These are all theme-based channels. So if you click on explosive winners, this race you see here is essentially the same race as this one. I've made some adjustments, I've upped the minimum volume and a price range that I like to trade. But if you just, I think if you look at the welcome email from Dan, our CEO, he said, you could look at this all day long. Just look at this channel all day long and, take some trades. Just take some trades in the simulator. Let me go to the momentum channel. This is a very popular scan right here. This momentum scan, it's an alert window. So for instance, Apron, APRN, when it made that new high, now this is what Trade Ideas is really good at, in an alert window, are real-time alerts. So in order to see what anything is looking for, if you have an alert window or a top list window, anything that says T, if I right click, configure, summary. So this is what this window is looking for, this scan is looking for. If a stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, 1051, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. This is a momentum scan because it's also looking for stocks where the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. Okay, so that's why typically you're going to see a big volume burst too. So if all these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why Apron showed up at 1050 and at 458. The price was 458. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, you could right click and then you duplicate it into a free floating window. Because what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout. You're just basically taking it out of the layout and duplicating into a free floating window. And this is what you'll see. Now it's free floating. I have three monitors, okay? Now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, then you can right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Or if you looked at this and you say, well, I like the idea, but I want to right click configure and click on summary. I don't quite like this price range. So you left click on the icon and here's where all these filter values are. Now, again, understand if you're listening to all this saying, I can't remember all this, it's all in the guide. Okay. You're not going to learn trade ideas in one day. You're not going to learn it in 10 days. Okay. So you have to sort of manage. I'm trying to manage your expectations also. I'm just trying to show you, some of the basics of what the program is capable of doing. So now if I change that to 10 minimum price and say change the maximum to 100, now I click on the summary, it is changed. And then I can say okay. And then I save it to the cloud. So all I'm really trying to show you is that if you liked it exactly the way we created it, then you save it to the cloud immediately, or you can make some changes and then you right click and save or share to the cloud. Okay. Now then you can go to another channel and maybe take another scan that you like, do the same thing, duplicate it into a free floating window, save it to the cloud. In doing so, though I'm recommending that you just mainly concentrate on a race, but okay, if you do want to create some of your own scans, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, of course. But then you can take all the scans that we've created, take a look at them, maybe save a few into the cloud, and then you file load from cloud. And you highlight, you bring it back. I think you might have, I don't know if you can do it all at once. Let me just see if we can. Yeah, it looks like you can. So you can just highlight them and no, you can't because the load is grayed out. So you have to do it one at a time. Okay. So you file load from cloud, load it, go back to file load from cloud, hit the next one, load it, etc. In that fashion, you can create your own layout without actually knowing how to build any scan from scratch. And then as always, save it to the cloud. So the question from our YouTube room from Ethan is, what do the numbers refer to next? So MEGL, as an example, has won 4 races today. It won 4 races. So in other words, at the end of a race, it was at the top of the leaderboard 4 times. ILAG was also won 4 races. Okay. And at the end of the day, you're going to see the stocks that have won the most races because I run a race every 4 minutes. So, I mean, that's 15 races an hour. No, it isn't. Sorry, 15. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, 15 races an hour times 6.5 hours. So that's 6 hours. That'd be 90 races and another, almost 7, about 7 races. So there'd be 67 races, assuming I start right at 9:30 and they're going to run right to 4 o'clock, all times Eastern, of course. So there'd be 67 races. So you see how this, so I took this in the simulator earlier, PGY, at 22 48. It's now 22.79. It's telling me it's up $68 right now in that trade. So I mean, if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, and it just if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I would just flatten it. Okay. So I'll just do it. I mean, I'll just do it to show you. I'm just going to flatten the trade. So it took me out of the trade. See, position now is 0. Cannot emphasize enough, guys. Practice trading. Practice, 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 practice trading. All you have to do is click the buy button. And if you have questions, just please ask. Yeah, MEGL just a star today. So this was an IPO a few days ago. Did the crazy, got up to, this is the one that got up to $250. Oh, no, Jason. But you know what? We've got all the support at between 12 and 1. We stopped doing that, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago. We had too many subscribers. Well, it was a good thing, of course, but to try to do a one-on-one, it was impossible. So that's why, though, we've got Chris Varley between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. You can always head over there, ask questions. I mean, he's very astute at using trade ideas, so you can ask him questions. Or between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room, you can ask me questions too. It all depends on what you're looking for. But we've got lots of support. But no, I mean, there is a way of you're bound and determined you want on one, but I think it costs $139. I would exhaust every other resource before you did that. So, Ethan, when you say different readings, what do you mean by that exactly? You mean a different top 10 list? Because again, if you just started, depends when you started your race. I started my racing at 9:30 Eastern time. And my race settings are, excuse me, I mean, they're based on this top list window. Yeah, so it's a 4-minute race. It's a change from the open and the delta, but it's a 4-minute race and it's based on the change from the open. Oops, give me a moment here. Okay, so so your question is you have Mega listed several times on the race end list. Okay, so I've got it 5 times. It won five races. Wow. Larry, okay, this is way off topic. Of course, I will answer that question. I have played Banff Springs. It's worth it just for the scenery. It's not the greatest golf course in the world, but just for the scenery. And if you're like a deer traipsing across the green every now and then, but other than that, we do not have a Mac version, okay? Of now, if you're willing to use something like Parallels as an emulation program, or AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that, then of course you can use our downloadable application. But if you're not willing to do that, then unfortunately you're stuck with the web-based version, and you have limitations. You will not have races, and you will not have the ability to practice trading using our Brokerage Plus window. Okay, and that is for Puma, who asked that question. There were many people who have Macs, so that, again, use an emulation program. A lot of people who work at Trade Ideas have Macs, and that's what they do. But I understand if you're not prepared to do that. But we do not have a Mac version of the program. Ooh, okay, guys. Well, not too many questions now, so maybe I'll even take a trade. There you go. Thank you, Steve, for that. So, Puma, I don't know if you just read Steve's comment. I run TI in boot camp on my Mac Puma. It is on my Mac and addressing you, and it's pretty flawless. Now, here's something I like to do. Okay, I'm sorry, I should have gone over the AI. Okay, this is what I would do. Okay, Vinay, and anybody else, I should have gone over the AI. I'm sorry, I apologize. Not having a great day, but well, I shouldn't say that. The target was hit for the VRDN. This is what I would do. Click on new, and then I guess this is changed. Hopefully, this is what you're going to see. Premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Now, you should be on the latest production version. That was 0.63, I think. Let me make sure that that is the latest production version. The reason I say that is because then I know we're looking at the same thing. Yeah, 5.6.3. This is the version you should be on, okay? That's the only version right now that was I was hoping it would be it'd be available before we close the room on Friday, but a little bit after. Anyway, that's the version you should be on, okay? Now, so click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you'll see. Now, this is all I would watch. I wouldn't look at anything else. Just look at this. Now, there's an entry time. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Okay, there will be no alerts generated in the pre-market and none after hours. The earliest alert would be at 9:35. Looks like the earliest alert today was at 9:45, and it was a short of VRDN 2214. It actually hit the target, I guess, and got out of the trade. But look what happened afterwards. It turned right around. So how you are going to trade this is going to be up to you. I mean, there's no video. Now, if you go to the user guide, there is information about the AI, like the strategies that get optimized every evening, etc., and all of that. But there's not going to be a video that's going to say, okay, you got this alert VRDN. This is how you trade it. It's going to require some experience. We always talk about, where I'm totally against auto trading, totally against it. There's maybe an argument to be made to maybe taking a trade as it happens. In other words, in auto trade mode, but then managing the exits on your own. But even then, I'm just a person who I always want to check the chart before I take a trade. Nothing is so, I mean, if I looked at this chart, if I clicked on that alert for VRDN and and I get the alert at 2214 and this was the short, and now, it's moving down. Now it's at 2210. Am I going to say to myself, oh my gosh, I can't take the trade. I'm 4 cents away from where they wanted me to short it? No. Okay. I mean, these things are not designed, to get in and out quickly and try to make 5 cents. I mean, I'm not saying that, and they don't necessarily. You have to. So consequently, I don't get hung up on clicking on an alert and having. Now, if it moved $1 on me in a half a second, okay. I mean, I'm not going to take the trade, obviously, but I would not get hung up. That's why I always want to click on the alert, check to see what's happening, and then I can make up my mind pretty rapidly, certainly within about 3 or 4 seconds, if I want to take the trade or not. I'll quickly look to see what the overall market's doing. Maybe I want to see, just because the AI, gives me an alert. What if at 2214? What if there's the 200-day moving average? What if the 200-day moving average was at 22? And it's telling me to short this at 2214. I'm not taking the trade. I don't care what the AI says, but I'm not going to think that, okay, it's easily going to take out that 200-day moving average as an example. I may wait to see if it takes it out and then maybe take the trade. So that's my thought process anyway. Look at this higher, guys. I mean, 23%. Again, if I'm not talking, I'm doing is watching this, and I'm watching to see how, like, as a stock starts to make its way to the leaderboard, because it didn't just show up at 19%. Okay, could have shown up at 4%, 6% as it's moving up. I'd be clicking on it here, and then and trying to catch it a little bit earlier. Yeah, how I use the AI, honestly, is just as a watch list. If I can pay attention to it, but I'll be completely honest. I mean, I've abandoned everything except for, when I say abandoned, I mean I've abandoned virtually every other alert window that I created. Um, Not looking at really anything else other than this. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open. Now that's my style in terms of the big. Remember, a race can be launched from any top list. Okay, so Anil, I'm going to first of all, because I can go over this, but I really think you have to have a reference, okay, that you can, well, refer to, because you won't remember everything I'm saying. So again, if you go to my homepage, click on that link, go to the education section, click here, education, and then go to the user guide. Before I even say anything, I think you'd be best served at clicking on the TI stock race. It's going to show you everything. There's a couple of great videos at the beginning, and then there's some text that shows you, what the stock race is all about, how you start one from a top list window, etc. Okay. Now I will go over one right now, but this is your reference right there from my homepage in the education section, and then the guide. So you always start off, with it with a top list window that you're going to be launching a race from. And I can't tell you exactly what top list window you're going to use. I love my biggest gainers from the open, okay? But you may have a different idea of a top list window. But I would probably, if you're looking for stocks that are pretty exciting and active, hey, I would probably do something like this. And now all this is looking for, is stocks between 1 and 50, volume is at least 200,000, up at least 2% from the close. That's it. That's it. No, nothing fancy. And so I've got so if stocks meet those requirements, and obviously this is a huge list of stocks, I could make it even bigger. And the whole idea of these races is that when I can sort, any one of these columns can be sorted on. So the relative volume, if I want to see the stocks that have the biggest relative volume today, look at PGY. Okay. Oops. Wrong. Just give me a moment here. There we go. So look at GIGM, 209. What does that mean? That means it's trading 209 times normal up to this point of the day. There's VRDN, 122 times normal. That's fine. You can sort on any one of your columns. So if I sort, I just double click rapidly, on the change from the open percent. So it's telling me metal, MEGL, is up 52% from the open. Next is ILAG at 45%. And look at this. See, the top two are here. But what is this telling me though? How can I trade this right now if I wanted to? Like what is it really telling me? It's hard to know because it's sort of, it's a list, unless I stared at that number and saw it change dramatically. I mean, what am I really going to do with this list? So again, that's the whole idea of the racing. What if Tilray right down here, or ACB? ACB is 9% from the open. What if this is a cannabis play? What if some legislation comes down in the next second, and all of a sudden all the cannabis plays start to run? So there's Tilray at 8.9%. All of a sudden now it's 9%, 10%, 15%, 18%. From that 9%. How would I know that? How would I know that? Because I can't tell if something's moving in this list down here. Well, that's what the race is all about. You don't have to know what's moving, it's telling you. Because remember, what it's doing, it's in relation to every other stock. And okay, the race is over, that 4-minute race is over, another one will begin. And so they all start off sort of just like any other race, they're all equal. And whatever one is moving the most now will start to float to the top of the leaderboard. And it could be something down here. It could be the Magel still. I mean, if it's still really moving, it could still be at the top, and it could win another race. Okay. So how to start one from any top list is, again, your right click, launch the real-time stock race. Now, there is a default that I'm using, and it's a 4-minute. I think when you guys do it, it's a 10-minute default. But if I want to change this, but just to give you an idea, you don't have to learn this all right now. So this is the race setup. So here's how you can control, the race duration. I've chosen 4 minutes. If you ask me why, I can't give you a like a scientific reason why. I just sort of thought to myself, well, I don't want 2 or 3. 5 might be too long. So I picked 4. I've been running with 4 minutes for almost 6 weeks now. I'm fine with that. The race based on, if you, that's a down arrow. If you click on it, you're going to see these are your column headings in your top list window. Question we get a lot is, well, I'd like to run my race on the change from the open, but when I click on that little down arrow, I don't see change from the open. That's because you don't have it as a column, you know, and you should go again to the guide about top list, and it shows you, okay, how to add columns. So any column that you've got, you can run the race on. So that's why I run the race on change from the open, and then the sort on. I have no idea what it would mean if you use any one of these other ones. Just always use delta change, delta change, Greek change. Okay, so and that basically that's why it's going to show you the stocks that are changing the most and are moving up on the leaderboard. Just use that delta, and then you probably want to go show company logos. Okay, well, yeah, you do want that. And replace cars, that just means that, as a stock is moving up on the leaderboard, it'll replace a car that's on top of it. Okay, that's what I would do. And then I would do the auto rerun. Auto rerun, of course, just means that when the race is over, another one will begin. So I run this all day long. And as I said, what did I say? There's going to be about 97 races from 9:30 to 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock, sorry. From 9:30 to 4, there will be a total of 97 4-minute races. And that's it. Now, that's what I'm doing. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but that's the basics. That's my setup for these races here. But you can have this one. If you thought, you know what, I just like to have yours. Well, okay. You just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and there you go, Vinay. Okay. So you take your top list window, you right click, configure, and search. And if I type in change, just to start off with, change, you're going to see all the different changes we've got. Change in 2 minutes, 5, 10. And one of them is change from the open, percent. Okay. And then you say show column, and then it gets added. But you might, you might want to run a person may want to run a race on show me the stocks that have changed the most percentage wise in the last 15 minutes. You could run your race on that basis. There's no right or wrong way to run a race. It all depends on, and you can try it. You can try different race setups. What we've tried to do for people who are brand new is to give them this race setup here, because it's showing, stocks that are really, really active and kind of exciting. But, it doesn't mean you have to use this race setup going forward, but it's just showing you what the capabilities are. Now, for instance, I do have a race, large cap gainers from the open, okay? So these stocks are pretty, they can be pretty wild. Most of them are relatively low float stocks. Low float meaning, if I look at the float for this one, I mean, this is insanely low. 1 million shares in the float. If you don't know what the float is, that's the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. Okay. And the lower that number, what I consider, okay, I'll back up. What I consider a low float situation is anything 20 million shares and under. Okay. So when you see something with 1 million shares in the float, that is the supply of stock If there's high demand for whatever reason, it's like any other commodity on earth, okay? If there's high demand for whatever reason, maybe it's an earnings play, maybe they came out with some news. Maybe you can't find any news, but maybe some group in Reddit has got a hold of the stock and they're just, they're buying it just because. Doesn't really matter. If there's high demand and low supply, what happens to any commodity on earth? Price rises, right? So Vinay, if you can find my homepage tab, and there's my layout, test drive layout, okay? You find my homepage tab, and there's my layout right there. Okay, so Will, if you don't have that, you have to have a later version of Trade Ideas, okay? So go to our homepage. Just a minute. Go to our homepage and download the latest production version. So if you go to my homepage, I'll show you again. Maybe I should get people. Yeah, go to my homepage, the tab in the room. Then you click on my homepage, and then if you click on the download, and there is the version, the new production version, 5.6.3. And to know if you've got it or not, if you click on help and about, it's going to tell you your version. Okay. So if you don't see 5.6.3 when you click on help and about, please download the latest version, and then the company logos are there. And the start time of, well, yeah, I don't know how they're going to do that because everybody's, the different time zones. What I do, even though I'm in Vancouver, West Coast time, I've set my computer to New York time, East Coast, and Trade Ideas because it's too confusing. When I talk about a time, I always want to refer to uh, Eastern time, the Eastern time zone. That's how I always refer to the Eastern time zone. Now, I was talking about the large cap, okay? This race is in essence the same as the biggest gainers from the open. It's still the large cap, but if you want to see things that maybe don't move quite as rapidly, okay, a little more sane, shall we say, okay, a little more sane, then all I've done here is I took that top list and I added, well, I'll show you exactly. I right click on that and I open the top list that this race is running on based on. Not too many are showing up. Configure. So I made sure that the market cap was at least half a billion, 500 million, and the float was at least 50 million, 50, okay? 50 million. Everything else, and the volume was at least 500,000 shares, okay? So usually I'm not going to get things that are like a low float situation because the float is at least 50 million. So if you think that's more your style, then I can share this one, the large cap gainers from the open. Then you can run them both. I mean, it's no problem to run them both. I wouldn't have too many up and running though, because again, you don't want to lose focus. Yeah, unfortunately, Michael, you're right. You're on the web. Unless you're willing to use a program, an emulation program like Parallels or a cloud like Amazon Web Services, you are not going to have the races or Brokerage Plus. Okay. All right, guys. Wow, 11:30 already. So we're a couple of hours into the market. So again, I'll be taking a break at around noon, and then I'll put the YouTube link into the main room, and then you can head over to listen to Chris Varley. He'll be there in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, and he'll be happy to answer a lot of questions. He's got his own race setups. But again, don't be afraid to ask me questions. Okay, that's why I'm here. Boy, look at that rhythm, Zach. Look at that rhythm. He will not give up. What a move from just a few days ago, like what 2.5 weeks ago, $11 stock, $25 now. Just will not give up. No, no, my homepage is not on the Trade Ideas site. No, my link though. I mean, that's why I hand out my link all day long. Just save my link. Here's my link. Okay, Barry's homepage. So save my link, and then you can. Best place to learn how to set up. Well, when you say winning races, what do you mean by that? You mean just stocks like this, like the stocks that are moving up to the top of the leaderboard? So Z, if you or Z, depending what country you're in, if you click on my homepage link that I just put underneath you, where you ask, go to the guide. Go to education section of my homepage, and then go to the guide. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay. And then if you go to TI stock races, yeah, so how to trade race winners, okay? This is Steve Gomez put this in, okay? This is his idea. But 2 videos, how to set up, and a lot of information is here. All the information you need to know about, the stock racing and how to set it up is all there in the guide. And it's not that I don't want to start, doing it from scratch, every time somebody asks me. The problem is that, I like it's a lot of information. So you should have a reference point that you can go back to. And I think that the guide is excellent. Oh, okay. I know, Ethan. I know why. Um, One of the options is if you click on show all winners, if you right click, I now understand what was happening now. If you right click on the window, okay, and it says show all winners, toggle it, and then right click, and then it's going to say show top 10 winners. And that's what you want, show top 10 winners. I wish that should, in my opinion, be the default. So again, right click, and it's going to say show all winners, which I think is what's happening with you. And that it's going to look like that. And then right click again and show top 10 winners. And then you'll get a top 10 list like I have. Okay. I'm surprised it didn't create the default. I think this is a far, far, far better way to see it, because it, as I say, it creates a watch list. So for instance, look at TXMD right now. Only won one race. Okay. Only won one race. So I click on it, on the symbol, and see what's happening. And I can look at this and go, well, you know what? What if TXMD took out, $11 a little bit later? Because, it's kind of basing in that area. It did get up to $14 in the pre-market. What if it's just kind of resting for a while? So I could do one of two things. I could click that buy button, and I'll drop it at 11:52. So it'll take the trade at 11:52. Okay, it'll take that trade at 11:52, and the stop is at 10:52 because that's the low of the day. Not that that's a great stop, but we're just trying to sort of more or less kind of automate the whole idea of just clicking the buy button without you having to do anything. just have to drop it where you want. Or if I want to take the trade right now, I just move the blue line to the price and it'll take the trade right now. Yeah, I'm sorry, Ethan. I know you asked that question earlier and I didn't quite understand, but now I understand. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. This is a wild one also, this QRTEB, usually a terrible spread or something, but yeah, a lot of, I'm sure PJ, a lot of people are going to be watching Walmart tomorrow. And Target's coming up also, so those are the two, well, Target started it. When is, I thought actually, oh, you're right, Walmart started it. That's right. So Walmart yesterday, or yesterday, Walmart 3 months ago started that whole knockdown in the retail sector. And then Target came out the following day, and boom, that really put a damper on the market overall, especially retail, though. So you look at MEGL right now, okay, maybe basing a little bit. This is a look, first of all, somebody said, oh, it didn't take MEG. I think that was you, Sarah. This is a really difficult one, okay? I mean, anything that went from on the day of its IPO went from, basically four up to $236 on nothing, 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 nothing. I mean, you've got to be awfully careful. But there's an argument to be made if it took out 1648, you can take a look at that. The highs of those two, when I say you, a person can take a look at that. And the highs of the bodies of those two candles, maybe that gets it going again. But this is not, I mean, for new traders, this is a really, really wild one. Revlon on fire. Yes, there it is. Okay, 3.6%, and maybe it's just starting. Now remember all about Revlon declaring bankruptcy or Chapter 11 way back when, and then getting what was it, 1.2 billion dollars in financing, so it kind of resurrected itself. These 2 days got up to $10 and starting again. Look at the volume coming in. Okay. Hey guys, I'm just following some internal discussion, trade ideas, some other traders. Now with Revlon, look at the 200-day moving average, 838. I mean, that's a dollar away, but I mean, that could easily stall it. So if you're looking at Revlon right now, REV right now, I mean, 838, again, a dollar away from the current price, but that could stall it. Always be aware where that 200-day moving average is. I'm not somebody who uses a lot of indicators. You can see my charts hardly have any indicators at all. But certainly, I would say the most universally followed indicator is the 200-day moving average. Simple, not exponential, not exponential. You know, guys, look at this EMBC. EMBC. I mean, it's a nice break on the daily chart right now. Had earnings pre-market, so that's the reason for the move. Almost an all-time high, position in lifetime range, within 5% of an all-time high. Relatively new stock. You can see right there, the high was 34.17. That's its lifetime high, and at 33.59, so very close to an all-time high. So this is the sort of stock that you might want to watch again tomorrow. You know, I mean, if this holds, it doesn't sell off a lot. I mean, you may want to watch this tomorrow because on a second day continuation on earnings. As opposed to smart. Look at smart. Wow, smart. All-time low now, guys. SMRT, all-time low for smart. SMRT. This is a tough one, I find, Zach, this QRTEB. So it came out of the halt. I mean, look at them. These ones all seem to come out around the same time. The FAT BB, the LTR BP, the QRTEB, they all seem to come out around the same time. Ah, Lucy opened, I guess. Okay. So you can see right off the bat, this is not a very good IPO. It's not a wild one yet. Anyway, the IPO, the structure was less than a million shares between 750 and 950, but it's about half that. Again, for new traders, forget what I'm saying, but for people who know what I'm talking about, this is not as opposed to the Megel, MEGL, that went crazy its first day of trading. I mean, nonsensically, all the way up to $250. So, two warrants as well. Now, if this is not shortable for me, this MEGL, but if it were shortable for me, and I'd also be putting an alert at that 1450 mark. So it's either going to pop above that or below that. Just put a little channel, with a price alert below and above these prices to see if it breaks out one way or the other. But it's not shortable for me, MEGL and Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? So the last time I looked, we were having this tremendous run. Then we had the pullback, and now we've got another run again. So everything is positive now. Let's take a look at the change from the open. So remember, 10 minutes before the market opened, we looked at the change from Friday's close, yesterday's close. And 100% of the oil stocks, energy stocks, were down. Look at the change. I love it. I love this. So look how dramatically this has changed, okay? Now, it doesn't mean the oil stocks are all positive. They're all still red. However, since the open, 95% are above the opening price. Since the open. Kind of hoping this would happen. And look at technology. I mean, technology, again, 75% are now above the opening price. Whereas when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, about 90% were down from the close of Friday. But this is the big change. I mean, so I don't know what oil is doing, but even though these stocks are still down from the close, they have rallied off their open. That's why I like the change from the open. Okay, the change from the open to me gives a far, far clearer picture of what's happening. So let's look at Oxy as an example. Yeah, you can see exactly what happened. Look at Oxy. There's where it opened down here, and here's where it is now. So it's still negative. I mean, it's still down from Friday's close, but it's rallying off the open. Okay, so that's why, I only use the change from the open. All right, Bingo went positive. I saw Bingo, BNGO. I saw it in the pre-market. It was actually drifting down. Bingo has just gone positive, BNGO. Now, meanwhile, Revlon, I think, may have taken out that 200-day moving average. Okay. So just because I think it should stall, I mean, look, it just blasted right through that 200-day moving average. Now, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but man, and there's Revlon. See, it obviously won the last race. It is now just moving into that won two races. Now, if you're watching this and thinking, wow, that's pretty slow. Like, why? There is a prototype that I've seen with the races. I mean, this is still, I call it in its infancy, the way it looks right now, and how it kind of is a bit of a jerky motion moving its way. And the prototype that I've seen, it is super, super smooth. I mean, when things are moving, it's just moving up. It's not this kind of herky jerky reaction. If something won a race, it flips right to the top. And this is something, it's a complete change in our architecture of the program itself. And many other improvements are going to be made. But in the racing, the improvements that I've seen, again, I don't know when it's going to be released. Hopefully by the end of this year. I mean, I can live with this because it's still giving me, I'm maybe the form isn't beautiful, but the function is great. Boy, Revlon, boy, this is just not stopping. I don't see any specific news today on it. Well, okay, so this is news. Okay. I mean, this is news that hit after hours on Friday. So they're looking for an approval up to $36 million in insider bonuses. In other words, they're trying to keep the executive team together that drove them into bankruptcy together. I mean, anyway, that I don't know if that's the absolute reason why this is moving. But if again I wanted to be totally cynical, sure, we'll reward everybody with huge bonuses, the ones who basically steered the company into bankruptcy. Why not? Now that's I mean I'm individually I don't know. Maybe the CEO was relatively new and I don't know. Yeah, look at this spy. What a move. Yeah, this one was fun for a while on Friday, this IPO, this REBN, but very short-lived. I was able to do okay on it, but again, no big continuation. RGS guys, RGS. Okay, so beauty salons. Okay, so anyway, RGS is having not a bad day. Little break was starting from under a dollar, breaking over a dollar now, dollar 14. Not a crazy low float, 34 million. Yeah, that high short float percent, certainly People who are short this are looking at that, and they're 35% of that float is short. So it's possible this is just a Reddit play. The Reddit, one of the Reddit groups have got a hold of this one today, like they've done in the past. Oh, 11:53. All right, guys. I'm pretty sure it will be. What I'm going to do, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Chris today. I just want to just ping him, make sure it is him. I don't use DAS. I just use IB's whatever Mosaic. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do right now is I want to put the YouTube link in. I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Rev. Well, let's see. I mean, it hit a high of 9. So is it over? I know what Zach is looking at, potentially shorting this, or maybe he's already short. Will Mead on Curve. Okay. Haven't seen his name for a while. Got a big Twitter presence, I guess. Yeah. Wow. Look at him. Another one that it's just, I mean, other than that one day here, just been steadily moving higher. CURV. So it is Chris. It is Chris in our YouTube room. So he'll be there pretty soon, I think. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement in. I'll be putting myself on mute as soon as Chris gets into the YouTube room. Actually, looks like the end is near now for MEGL. Yeah, the 11 o'clock shuffle here. Yeah, look at that market. I mean, it had a great hour starting at 9 o'clock. A little pullback, and now just another continuation. This market just will not quit yet. But as PJ pointed out, tomorrow with Walmart and the following day with Target, that's really going to put an interesting take on the market, depending on what they come out with in terms of earnings for Walmart and Target the following day. That's what really caused the big market downturn 3 months ago. All the retailers kind of got hit after that. It was a real rude awakening, really. There he is, back from the wilds of New Jersey. I'm talking to Chris in our YouTube room. I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe he's forgotten
Yes.
to use
Nope.
it.
I just had to switch my sound. Otherwise, you would have gotten blasted by the sound of your own voice.
Oh, okay, okay. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Have you seen support?
I took I had half an eye on it. Yeah.
It's something that, and I took that MEGL at 11.25 on price. I've sold some as I've gone up, and really holding this last little bit here to see if we can't go back to 200.
Yeah. Well, that was an IPO from last week that did the crazy. And
And yeah, I missed all of that, and then I also took a ILGA at 330, sold a bunch of that, and holding on to a little bit of that too. So
good for you.
exciting,
And I know.
exciting, exciting way
Yeah.
to start the week here.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm sure you're desperate for a break right now, though.
I've been talking nonstop, but yeah, but that's the nature of the beast today, and maybe
Indeed.
for the next
So
few days.
I made the screen swap, and you are
Okay.
off and running when you're ready, my friend.
Okay, Chris. I'll see you about 1 o'clock.
All right, sounds good. Let's see. Happy Monday, everybody. Thanks, Jim. Glad to be back. What a day! What a day! I know I say that all the time, but I truly always mean it. So I see we've got a little uptick in the numbers today. Welcome all, welcome all. We do this here at noon Eastern every day. Live open forum. I don't have any pre-done content. Of course, if you're all giving me the silent treatment as far as trade ideas questions go, I will make it up as I go along. But no question is off the table. I may not have the answer. When it comes to software, I'm going to be a lot more knowledgeable than maybe some other individual things that you're going to ask about charts or something like that. So, but start firing away for me, and we'll get cooking here, folks. Other than that, you heard me mention I took a trade in MEGL. I took a trade in ILAG as well. I've sold some, kind of holding out, seeing if we can't hold this 815 EMA on both of them is kind of where I'm at. This is breaking it kind of sort of now, so I might be exiting it in the very near future. Reset a price alert here for myself. And we'll see how that goes. And I just want to adjust something. My speakers, there we go. Make sure that I'm on the right setup here. So again, fire those questions away for me. Mike C, what's happening? Just those two for right now, Mike C. That MEGL and ILAG. I was watching this here, 80 AXDX, but no. And same NVTS. I was watching that. No for now. I'm kind of where I want to be on these trades. Are they're pretty whippy and requiring a lot of attention. So I'm going to kind of hold off on entering anything else for the time being. I don't foresee myself entering anything else until after probably the 2 o'clock Eastern hour here, as per my trading rules. And that is that. But I mean, another unreal day from this racing scan that I've got here. Just take a look at some of the stuff that's here. Watching what's happening in real time here. Some good alerts coming through here on these top three that I just clicked on. Another one here. And I mean, obviously the big one on the day, you've got this. GIGM, what'd you do? Yeah, GIGM. I mean, big topping and bottoming shadows, but when you're trading these really volatile whippy stocks like this, that's what you're going to get. So you have to kind of anticipate that type of price action. QRTB, I think this went nuts. Yeah, this went nuts a couple of weeks ago. Here we go again with it. And, it's only traded 795,000 shares. So it's not like it's insane liquid, but it is, heavy volume for what this normally does when we're looking at relative volume and looking back at a 30-day span here like that. So you've got these few big days and you've got no volume on a lot of these other days down here. So, really, really showing its head in that regard. So that is the short and skinny of all of that. Of course, what an insane week last week for the market overall. I was on vacation the whole week, and I kind of just casually checked in on the market as the days were going by, but I didn't take any deep dives. I just looked at what the the SPY and the Qs and all that were doing, and that was it. So That's all that's all I have to share from that. No major questions are no major questions are coming on. We take a deep dive around the markets a little bit here and update from the last time I was around a couple of weeks ago. Now, letting these positions work for right now, Mike. See, letting the positions work. I'm really, I've done fairly well here already today. I'm really holding on for see if I can't get that big move above 18, but we'll see. We'll see. I might have to cut it now for all I know. The time and sales on this, really kind of jumping all over, and that spread keeps opening up 15, 20, 25 cents here. Got it down to 1 cent for 1 second there. But anybody that's following the time and sales here on MEGL, fully aware of what it's doing, obviously. Christmas trial, and I can't find how to change the races in the Doc Momentum channel. So let me pull that up, and I see the other questions starting to come in. So give me a moment here to catch up. Let me hit Jim's question. Let me open a docked channel bar and bring that over. And you said the momentum channel. Let me load that. What it looks like. And so if you want to change the race at all, pause the race, all right? And then right click, show race setup, and you can start to change anything you want to edit in here. Just remember, if you're looking to change what you're racing on, you have to add that column. So that means you'd have to come to the configure. There's the race setup, and then there's also the configure of the actual scan, right? So not to confuse those two things, the configure of the scan going to look like this. You'll have this here, the basic setup, then you have the advanced setup, right? And in the advanced setup is where you would look for columns you want to add. So if you want to race on, for example, change in 2 minutes on percent, you'd click on that and then add show column, right? Let me know if I'm on the right track for what you're looking for. All right, Jim, and we can circle back. And then if you make any changes to this doc and you want to save it, this is my recommendation to everybody that makes changes to a channel. Remember, you can't save on the channel bar itself. Those are on our servers pushed out to every user. So you can't make a change on the channel. But what you can do is save it as your own layout or set of windows and have those changes saved. To do that, at the top of the docked window here, right click, save or share to cloud. And if you expand this out, you're going to notice some boxes have no check marks in them, and then some boxes will have check marks in them. And those are the windows within the dock that would be saved. And then you simply name it here, right? Name of window, and click save. And then it'll be forever and ever in your cloud like that. So I'm going to push forward for a moment, Jim, hoping that that helped you out there, and we can of course circle back on that. Mike C, learn from experience, putting trust in the Mike C. I mean, these cars, I don't know what else to say on them. They're really, but any questions, Mike C? I know you know the software in and out more than less, but any questions, of course, fire away. Running the same races always, Jamie. Most of these races, well, all right. The races I just put the pink X's on are exactly the same races. This is just sorted by the top 10 winners. This is sorted by all winners. So your most recent winners being on top and descending order of time. All right. This race here, these are just the other races that I've always ran. I'm running them. I don't look at them ever. They're just the races. They're part of like the original races that I created. But I honestly never look at them at all. And this is kind of a race based off of my evening scan, something similar. But again, I don't really look at this race at all. So, I mean, if you want, they're ones I've shared in the past. I'm happy to share them again. Just let me know. And I'll pop those links in there. But there's nothing that shows on those that I don't find in the Bollinger Band races that I've readily shared. So let me know if you need any of those links. Or, not just you, Jamie, anybody, if anybody wants links to any of those scans. What does Smart Stop tell me on a single stock window? So Smart Stop is just, you see it on the chart, or you can put it in the single stock window, Peter. I don't like those things on my charts. I don't need them. They don't do anything for me, but they're under smart risk levels. And so see how if I put smart risk levels on, all it's doing is telling you we have there's a formula, nothing overly complicated. It's a little bit of ATR and volatility, and it constantly updates when you click on something based on where the stock is trading now and those metrics essentially, and giving you a formula of where that formula says a stop could be possible. The target part of it is just 2 times the stop. So you can see here the stop is minus 28. And so it's plus 56 here on that. And that's just going to be based on this here. If you go to tools, options, AI trade size, and you can see based on, risking $200 essentially like that. So nothing crazy or proprietary in the sense of like, oh, this is, our magic indicator or anything like that. So that's that part of that, Peter. Just kind of giving a visual guide to those that may not have any sort of risk management plan, saying, all right, well, here's a risk management plan that we came up with. Again, might work for some people, might not work for other people. So let me know if that answers you there, Peter. And if you have other questions on it, of course, fire those questions away for me. Jamie wants the Bollinger race. You got it, my friend. Let me just find that load from cloud. Bollinger. I'm going to have to clean my cloud out again. Bollinger from support Q&A, share, copy, and paste. So there's that one for you, Jamie. And like I said, if anybody wants any of the scans that I have, I'm more than happy to share them. But like I said, I'm really only using this scan here. This is the same scans. One is in descending chronological order of winners, and the other is just the top 10 winners, the ones that have won the most races for the 10 most wins on races. Okay, yeah, I keep trying to change things as the race is running. Okay, got it, thanks. All right, Jim, I'm going to go with the okay, got it, thanks, means we got you there. But don't just say like, well, I don't want to bother him with more questions. I'll figure it out on my own. Let me know if you still need help with anything. We can keep circling back on this stuff, right? I don't want anybody to be stuck and like, I'm not really sure. I want to make sure that you get it. So Frank, in the trial version of today, so much info and options, watch videos, and a couple others. Is there a channel or area to start getting feet wet, not looking to hit 100%, left and right? Just want to ease in. I like the Bollinger races too. All right, so I put the Bollinger race in there for you. What the heck is this? Sorry, hold on. I got to ask a question here. They did some stuff with the streaming, and I've got to figure out what some of this stuff means. And then I'm going to share with you, Frank, a layout that I did a video on and the video layout to help a little bit. All right. All right, 1 second. Still trying to catch up here. So, all right, I sent you that, Frank. Now let me find. Here is a video I did on the Bollinger Band race, and I'm going to share an entire layout that I created for that. All right, give me 1 second to find it here. sorry, typing out a lot of messages coming in to me at once. All right, here's that layout that I show in that within that video for you there. Sorry, still trying to catch on questions here. Got the Bollinger. Jason, got error message. When trade ideas sent. So Jason, no, we're working back and forth together. If you can send an email with the support files. All right, I think you already actually sent one. If you can send a new email with that, and when I wrap up here in this live stream, I'll start to read through your files. The files are just massive and take me time to get through them. That's all. So reading them on screen is tough right now for me, while managing all these other questions. And then, if need be, we'll start up another chat afterwards, Jason, and have a back and forth there with that. Trying to look through your email to see if there is anything that jumps at me right there that I can help with, though. All right, yeah, so, yep, it's done. Okay, perfect. Let me just see on your screenshots here if I can see anything. All right. Yeah, sorry, Jason. Nothing jumps at me from those screenshots. And like I said, this allocate, I can't, I contacted IB, but because I just have a small test account with IB for testing, traditional brokerage plus orders, I cannot create an allocation profile because it's a small cash account. So I'm a little handcuffed on some of this with our back and forth on that. Find StreamYard. Yes, be careful with layouts. When I share, so some of the layouts that I shared, like the layout I just shared above, is actually saved as a window. So you can open that with another layout, the one that I saved above there, look left. Generally speaking, unless it's a layout for myself, I will save it as a window so that I can share it and it won't kill someone's layout while they're working. So, two ways to go about saving things like that. So I can always go into more detail with that if anybody has questions on the difference of saving a single window, saving a conglomerate of windows, and saving a layout. There's a lot of ways and a lot of tricks for saving layouts here. So yeah, this is good. Keep firing questions. And Jason, I'm trying to dig into that, into those support files while I'm doing this here. So trying to keep an eye on both here for you. See if there isn't any answer I can get you right now while we're hearing this. All right, we're cooking along. MGLA held that 815 EMA. ILAG held that 815 EMA. We'll see. I'm not gonna really let him break before I close out those trades. QRTEB, what a crazy stock. That had an uptick in relative volume here. This was around 36 when we first got together in the session, and about 750,000 shares traded. So it's put up almost another 200,000 shares, but that's also an uptick in the relative volume there. So very much worth noting. I am not going to trade it today, more likely than not. And if I were to trade it, it would be holding over. It would have to hold over 12, but not run away on me. And I want to see. I don't really want to make another trade until before, at the earliest, 2 p.m. Eastern. And if it runs away while I'm holding tight to my rules, so be it. That's the way trading goes. You don't get them all. And I'm more than comfortable with that, but I do not break rules. That layout caused your TI to crash? Huh. Strange. The countdown timer disappeared. We kind of did away with it as we've updated because we've made these faster now, so there's less countdown. So that might have been why, Ethan. That layout caused my TI to crash. Okay, let me see if I can load it here. Also, Wolf, what version of Trade Ideas are you running? Go to Help, go to About, and make sure you're running our newest version, 5.6.3. Everybody should be on 5.6.3. Again, to see if you're there, Help and About. If you're not there, I highly recommend updating at least by the end of the day, at the latest by the end of the day. Updating could cause you to have to restart your system. So unless you're willing to do that now, check that out. Perfect Circle, thanks for the welcome back. All right, I'm gonna load that layout. If it crashes me, so be it. Nope, loads perfect for me right there. So I'm gonna guess you need to update would be my guess there, Wolfhound, because that just loaded absolutely perfect right there for me. When you click on the buy button, make sure you got buy and then you got to send it afterwards, right? So let me pull this over. So you've got buy and sell right here, and then you got to send it afterwards, right? To do that, and make sure the account is connected here. You connect the broker here, you connect the account here. It's dual doing that, right? And the same would go with any strategy. So if you have a strategy, right click, edit trading strategy if you're using a strategy, and make sure there's an account connected there. Frank, let me know if that gets you set up and fixed, and I can go back over that. I know some of the stuff I go over quickly, so we can circle back on any of it if you need. All right, keep me posted on that. Yeah, it was a nice vacation, really nice family vacation. Thanks, Perfect Circle. I also saw, it's got that. Says should be doing dummy 5K purchase. Yeah, so Frank, I'm guessing that you need to set the account in it. That's all. And then back to Ethan again, just in case. Are the races running properly though, Ethan? I suspect it's because you updated, and the countdown. We don't really have the countdown like we did before. We made it a faster start on the races. Just updated this morning for work perfect for me. Okay, I think I've covered everybody so far. If I missed your question or if I didn't cover it in enough depth, please let me know. I circle back to anything, of course. All right. Okay, yeah, I think that's just because of the quicker load times now, Ethan. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. All right, very good, very good. Also, I guess an update here on something. We are now streaming to not just YouTube, but we're streaming on Twitter, Twitch, and Facebook. So if you're on any of those other platforms and you have questions, I would recommend navigating to our YouTube channel and watching from there. And then you can pop your questions in there, because if you have questions over on that side, I won't be able to see them. right. So actually popped 1%. Quick test trade. Okay, perfect. And then yes, racer running fine. Chris, I'm new subscriber and trade options mostly. How can I utilize the racer for my trading? So you could do scans, Ethan, that look at options volume. From there, you have to pull up with your broker, your puts, calls, contracts, and all those options like that. But for example, if we come into on any race, if I come into the configure and I go to advanced, I could either sort on options or I could. So if I wanted to sort on options, if it's not an option there right away, if I go to search and I type in options, we have just these 6 options filters. However, they're powerful in the sense that you can be pointed towards some heavily option stocks at the time. So for example, if you want to put call ratios, you wanted to see options volume and contracts, you wanted options volume for today, your put volume, your call volume for today, or your options volume today. And this is going to take a 10-day average of what normally options would be under a percentage basis. And so you could use any of those. You can add them to the race like a show column and race based on the options, or you could sort on it saying, all right, top list, I want you to find me. So actually, let's do this as an exercise. I'm going to build out a race right now. Cancel this. And so I'm going to build out a race right now and kind of centered around some options action. And then you can follow along, and I'll share a cloud link to this when we finish. And, it's going to be kind of a simple scan, but it's going to point you at some of the heavy option stocks today. So if I go new and I go top list here on the menu bar, let's start to define some parameters in here. So I'm going to give it a price range. I don't know, let's call it $2 to $250 for now. And all this can be changed real easily. All right. And let's make sure we're looking at some liquid stocks here. So let's go with some that's trade at least 250,000 shares on the day. 1, 2, 3. Anything else that I want to add there for now? No. Let's go with that. Let's go with options now. And let's go with options. Let's go with options percent here. Options volume today is a percent. And we're going to show that column. All right. So it's going to be part of the column. So we could pick the race on it if we want. Then I also want to sort by it. Right. And then let's see, there's got to be something else we want to add to this because we don't want to just do that. Trying to think here, thinking. What else can we add to the scan here? And if you have anything, Ethan, specifically in mind, throw it at me while I scroll through. So right now, what I'm telling the scan to do on the first step is I said, let's find stocks between $2 and $250. They have to trade at 250,000 shares on the day today. And then I want to sort them. Once you found all those stocks, I want the stocks that are trading the biggest percentage of options volume at the top of the list. So that's what we've done to this point with this scan so far. Then the next phase will be making them race, and we'll decide what we want to race on. And right, there is an options channel as well. So Stephanie, you've got to, in order to chart trade, you got to activate those buttons in Brokerage Plus. If you go to Strategies in Brokerage Plus and click, let me get out of this real quick. We're going to circle back on this in 1 second. Brokerage Plus window. And also, Jason Penrose, if you're still here, I'm going through the support files slowly but surely here, and I haven't come across something that jumps at me, but there's a lot of code in there for me to look at. So I am trying to make my way through it while I'm doing all this. So if you're trying to trade off the charts, right-click the strategy that you're trying to trade off the charts. Come to Strategies, right-click, and set as default chart long strategy. If it's a long, If it's a short, it'll be set as default chart short strategy. And then the buttons won't be grayed. See, my buttons are grayed up here because I don't have a chart strategy right now enabled. All right, so back to this here. Tyler, I go with 3 minutes. I go with 3 minutes on my races because I like 15-minute charts. So it's 5 races per 3 minutes. That's my logic behind it there, Tyler. But of course, anybody, anybody can experiment with anything. There is no right or wrong answer on any of it. I went with 3-minute races at the very beginning of me using races. I didn't have any reason for it whatsoever. I just chose 3 minutes, and then I decided that I was like, oh well, 3 minutes and 15 minutes, they go together as multiples very well, and this seems to work well for what I'm doing in my trading. So back to this here, Mike C threw out relative volume. I've generally left relative volume out of some of these scans because sometimes you have things that are trading, 5, 6, 7, 8 million shares, but the relative volume's 0.8 because they're just a heavily traded stock in general. We could throw it in for this exercise. So let's put a 2 in there for relative volume for fun. I'm going to leave it like this. We're going to call it options racing. Options racing. Support Webby. All right, I'm going to press OK as soon as I can find my mouse. Where'd you go? There you are, mouse. All right. And then we're going to launch a real-time race. And I don't want it to auto-launch for me. I do not like some of this new stuff we have done at all. But here we are. Show race setup. All right. I don't want 10 minutes. I want 3 minutes. But again, you can all change this to whatever you want. I do not want a server sort. I want a delta sort. Delta value. And let's go with options volume today. You know what? Let's stay with change from open. We're already sorting on options. Let's stay with change from open. All right. All the rest looks right to me here. Let's press play. And there you go. This is what we're going to find for those like that here. All right. I'm going to go ahead and share this out. And nope. Cancel. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. And then if anybody has questions on what we just did there, let me know. We can circle back on there. I wish algorithmic trading. Maybe someday. All right. Steve says they might be set already. Stephanie says thank you. So I think we got there. And Iris, I just shared that scan. So there you are. In your opinion, what's the difference between Trader's Eye and Swing Picks? The Trader's Eye, you have Andy, mostly Andy, but a little bit of Steve as well, really curating what's going on in there and putting things in there versus the Swing Picks. It's just, Michael, mostly Michael, is taking whatever the top rated stocks are in here and just making sure that they're not a buyout or some other nonsense stock. And that isn't like just 5 energy stocks or 5 tech stocks, trying to break them up a little bit and using the high of Friday as the entry and a determined swing stop based on those 5 on the Swing Picks. And that's the big difference there. So, the Swing Picks is really Michael doing his thing, really Michael doing his thing there, between the scan and just using some support and resistance, local support and resistance, versus Andy and Steve really curating that list of stocks that are going on there, essentially. So one is more just a little more algorithmic, I would say, and one is algorithmic with the feel of a pro trader like Andy and Steve. And that's what's going on there. And again, I think we're caught up here on questions. But again, if I didn't touch on something or if I didn't touch on something well enough, please, please, please circle back and let me know. All right. You're welcome, Iris. You're welcome, Jamie. Of course. All right. We're still plugging along here. Let's see, LQDA. So that's still what a move out of this right there. Very nice. And when it broke that line right there is where you really got that jump going. We've cleared that area now. That's definitely something to keep an eye on. Nice and liquid, 1.7 mil shares on deck for trading, doing about 2.5 times what it's normally doing on the relative volume. So just taking a peek around here on what's coming through the scan right now. IO and Q, same deal here. I think this is a big level to get through here, this whole kind of level. And always remember, for anybody that's new to what I like to do here, support and resistance should be a spongy zone. There's no hard line on it. Although there can be a quote unquote hard line, and when it takes that out, rips one way or the other, up or down. But I think overall it's best to think of support and resistance as a spongy zone. And so I'd say you've got kind of a spongy zone in this area here. And if it gets through there, it's quite possible $10 could be on deck. Could it be today, tomorrow? Either one it could be. Could it be next week, maybe? Could it be never? Absolutely. But, trying to set up and look at charts and put ourselves in the best possible position for success in anticipation of a break and what could happen in an if-then scenario. If it breaks, then this is possible type of situation. Let's see, Teddy, if I want to see the stocks that won races and are holding a zone during the day, would I balance race and holding? How would I balance race and holding? I would say, Teddy, use the price alerts window, right? So like this window here, the price alerts window, I would set price alerts based on the zones you want to see. So for example, let's say this one, and I want to see it, if it drops down to this level, I want to be alerted, so I right click on the chart, the area I want, or I, create a price alert. So where I created it from is 639, I can change that in here. I can edit. I could say, no, I want a hard 640 on that. If I want it short or long, I can choose from there based on that pullback at that point, save that. And then we can create it as a zone saying, oh, well, I also want to see it at 645 also. If it breaks above that, again, right click around that area that I want. If I didn't get it at exactly 645, I could type it in here. Again, is it short or long I want to go? I can add notes to this here and then save it. And that's how I would say, that's what I do. That's literally what I do. So you can see here, for example, ILAG, I've got alerts from above and below trying to indicate things here based on, I'm looking at this EMA. All right. And I've done the same thing here. Right. So same idea here. What I've got going on this here. Let me know if that's what you're talking about there, Teddy. As ILAG is starting to break that, and going to force me to close, quite possibly. That's kind of a bummer.
IONQ.
All right, delete. I don't have that many, to be honest. I'm very picky about what I'm picking for alerts. I am one of those people that less is more on what I'm watching. I want to find the most quality stuff and put the alerts on it. I don't want to throw everything at the window. And as things, like for example, BCLI, I put an alert on this early in the morning here, right? Hasn't really done much since, so I don't have to worry about it. And I'm not interested in it at a much lower level. I mean, maybe I want to update it now and I could go through the alerts, but if I've got more than 15 alerts on here, that's too many for me. And not every one of them I'm doing an alert up or down, up and down. Some of them just an alert from up or an alert from down. But this might interest me if it could pop above this level here that it seems to have had trouble with, just as an example here. So I really try to cut it down to the most quality stuff. I delete all my price alerts at the end of every day, basically, as well. So, there's that part of all of it too for me. Volume minimum on races. Yeah, I think I've got like 250,000 or something like that as the volume minimum. If I come to configure, advanced, Windows specific filters, hide, 200,000 on this one is the minimum. It's had to trade at least 200,000 on the day here. So that's what I use for the minimum there. So that's where I stand with that. Is there a reason I don't have the option to save that layout? Local drive only cloud. Never mind. There's a menu. Yeah. Okay. You got it. You got it. All right. Perfect. Let me know, Wolfhound, if you. I think you answered your own question, but let me know if not. Frank, how can you buy and sell from a chart in demo mode with I'm guessing interactive brokers? If you're Frank, if you are in the test drive, you won't be able to link directly to interactive brokers like that. I don't. Well, actually, can you? Yes, you should be able to. No automation. No automation, I think, is what it is. So, Frank, what you have to do is this. In your brokerage plus, when you go brokers, go settings, and then go TWS live or paper. All right. So again, to connect to the TWS, make sure you're logged into your paper trading, right? You got to be logged into your paper trading on TWS first, and then inside our software, interactive brokers, setting, right? TWS paper, all right? Don't worry about gateway live or gateway paper, and then you'll connect after that, all right? And that's how you get to it there. And then just make sure that you connect the account down here as well. I think that's where what you're asking about, Frank. Let me know if I'm missing something though. Man, that MEGL just cannot get it in gear above this level here now on me. Really love to see it break that 15 again. ILAG, same thing here. We're just kind of flopping around. What's a bummer is the market's just, up, 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 up. I mean, look at this today. We filled the gap. We came back down, right? And we've been off to the races again ever since. But I'm not getting market love from those two stocks, unfortunately. And then I think Teddy, I think I got you here on those questions about the how I manage and all that. But let me know if I didn't get you there, or if I didn't answer that well enough for you, Teddy, on that minimum and managing the alerts. Come on, make me close. So Jamie, that's going to be coming from Holly. So, Holly comes every day with, whatever strategies back test and optimize the best. So it's just it's not luck of the draw, but it's just, we'll say optimization of the draw on those, Jamie. That's what that comes from. So I see what you're saying there on this right here. And so that happened to be a strategy that was activated that day. And you can see what strategies are activated on the AI strategy window. And then you see the trades on the strategy trades window. So it'll take a look at those. You go new and premium AI strategy window. That's this window here, what's active for the day. That doesn't mean it'll fire an alert. That's just what she came to the day to play with. And then the actual trades are in this one here, the strategy trades window. And so that's, there's no way to just say, oh, I want to see that strategy activated today. Holly has to have optimized and back tested for you to get there, Jamie, for it to be a strategy that will get alerted. And then, of course, she's only going to alert to stuff that meets the criteria of that strategy today. So these are the things. And so, Gatto wants to go twice. Separation from the eights twice. Not a double bottom twice. 3 times, not a double bottom. And then the guiding hand also twice. So we've got things that never alerted today. Pullback short has not alerted. Breakout long has not alerted. Tailwind not alerted. And on support has not alerted. Out of the 8 strategies she came with today, I believe it's 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, 9. So she has 5 of the 9. So you've got 3 on not a double bottom, 2 separation, 2 guiding hands, 2 got dough, and 1 pullback long have all made trades. Think so. All right, Teddy. And again, if there's more questions, Teddy, keep firing those away. I just saw Holly recommend you as long buy, but she took off. So yeah, I guess it had this massive pop there when the alert happened. But consider it a watch list for the full day. Set a price alert on it. Just because Holly gets in it right away doesn't mean you need to get in it right away. It's human and machine, right? So combining your knowledge of charts and trading and volume and price and all those things like that, along with Holly's alert signal, I think that's the best way to do this, quite personally. And I think it's really important not to just go in at whatever Holly's doing blindly. Oh, GA doing me dirty here. All right, that'll do it there. Oh, well. Holding here. So that's my big thing when it comes to Holly and really making sure don't blindly follow her. There's no magic goose. There's no magic pill. Human and machine. Very, 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 very important. All right. Very important. She didn't delete it. You probably have it set up as a default to only follow the winning trades. So go to filter and make sure it's set to no filters. All right. Make sure not only open, close, long, and profitable trades only there. Ramen, make sure it's all set with no filters whatsoever. All strategies, right? And no filters on the strategy trades window. All right. Very important. Very, very important to make sure of that. So it wasn't removed from her list. You must have a filter that's set up to take off the losing trades. Is there a way to see positions from price alerts? No, you can't see your own positions in the price alerts. You have to just look at that in the Brokerage Plus window. Only way to see that. Yeah, I can go back over that again, Raman. So again, in the AI strategy trades window, if you notice up here, look up here, you have all these things. You got conservative, moderate, and aggressive. Please forget aggressive. It is a big beef I have that we show aggressive. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. I cannot stress this enough how stupid it is to have aggressive there. It's trading without a stop, which is not trading. It's gambling. Head to Reno, Atlantic City, Vegas, a riverboat in the Mississippi. If you want to trade aggressive, go to the poker tables or go to roulette or go to craps if you want to trade aggressive. It means trading without a stop. It's not trading, it's gambling. But for whatever reason, we show it. So it's there. On this filter here, though, that's where you want to look. Make sure that there's no check marks in any one of these drop-down menus right here. All right. On the strategies, same thing. Make sure there's no check marks in that strategies. All right. So I created a top list for options with biggest volume changes. How do I sync this list to a race? So in case new tickers come to the list, it will automatically be added to the list. They will be there as long as you have that set up in the race. So if you go to show race setup and you have replace cars, we still have it set as replace cars. You're good to go. On the race, if something doesn't meet the criteria, it'll all get swapped around for you automatically there, Ethan. That's how it'll go. On the top list itself, if we go to the top list, there's no way to know what got swapped around on the top list. The race is the best way, and that was the whole purpose of the races, because you could look at a table like this, and something could be moving, but you're not going to see it move because you can't, quote unquote, race it in the top list like you can in the races. And so, OPP, for example, might be the one that's really on the move right now, but it might not be moving enough the way the top list is set up to overtake the other stocks, where the race allows you to see that happening. So let me know if that makes sense there, Ethan. Okay, all the rest looks good here so far.
ILAG.
Is it possible to create an alert list to show all the stocks that the AI trade indicators, like how in charts you can enable? No, there's no way to do that. I'm going with Rax, R-A-X-E. Rax, there's no way to enable that like that. You would have to individually load them into a symbols list and then have the alert window only look at the symbols list. So you'd have to individually go through and, you know, take the symbols from here and load them into a symbols list. If you're familiar with that, let me know. If not, I can show you how to create a symbols list with a video. Actually, I'll just drop that now. For anybody that's looking to create a watch list, this will apply to whether you want to do this with an alert window or a top list. If you wanted a scan only looking at certain symbols, this video would go over how to do that. I think, again, I'm caught up here. I know people are putting in some chart stuff in here, but I'm kind of skipping over that to keep up with the software questions at the moment. You want to throw them in a second time after I pass them over if it gets quiet. Barry will be back in a couple of minutes, I do believe. I will try to go back over them if the software questions take a pause. So, all right, here we go. MEGL so far holding, but still can't get above this level right here, right? So, you know, this is the stuff that I watch, all right? Really having trouble getting above this level now. Here, here, here. And that's why I say think of it as a spongy zone. Not every one of those 15-minute bars touched up at this level, right? But we can see really clear and defined that that is a tough level for this to get back through right now. If it gets through, could it explode? Yes. Could it just hang there for a minute and fall back down and be a false breakout? Yep, could do that too. But this is, you know, what separates, you know, traders from the gamblers is having a plan. If it breaks there, what makes me interested in the stock? Just because it broke should not make you interested in the stock. It should be an if-then. If it breaks, then this, because of that, you know. It should be a system of questions and answers, not overly complicated. If you've got to, you know, check 400 boxes to get into a stock, rework that plan. All right, gotcha. And again, if you need more of me, if you need me to touch more on symbols lists, let me know. I, of course, can absolutely do that. Just sometimes I don't know how much knowledge someone already has on the software. And so I don't want to, you know, I don't want to go at you like you don't know anything. I also don't want to ignore you at that same time, you know, that fine line there. So there it goes, just busted through that level. We'll see what happens here. You know, 1 minute volume is at 1,300. I don't know if that's a big increase or not. As we can see here on this 15-minute chart, since there, we're still decreasing in volume. We've got 8 minutes before this candle closes on volume, or 7 minutes and change, I should say. So we'll see if it can't take that out. I think it's going to take out the previous, but just, you know, the volume could just drop out all of a sudden out of nowhere. So there's no way to know for sure it will do that. How else can you trade these cars? Races, then break out of high, pullback. You could, you know, this here, for example, Hallam, sorry, lost my mouse. Where are you, mouse? All right. So for example, MGLA has been on this race all day long, right? And so we had this big move up, and I could have said, well, 14 is an area I want to see it pull back to, right? I could have set a price alert for 14, which I have one already, and could have done it like that. So we can set price alerts for pullbacks, and you've got a huge watch list here between, so rate on this, again, This race and this race are exactly the same. This I'm sorting by the top 10 winners. This is chronologically each winner as they've gone on. So I've got a huge watch list here for the whole day. And I can go back through and say, what is VRDN doing from this morning? I can say, I can see it pulling back. And if it holds this level here, I could set a price alert. Or if it now it gets back up here, I could set a price alert. Because this might take a while to get back on the race if it starts getting active again, right? So it might not show up on the race till it breaks this level again, but maybe I'm interested in getting it down here. And so I could set a price alert down here before it ever gets back on the race. But the race showed me it earlier in the day, right? I know it's an active stock, right? And so now I've set up a secondary alert to say, hey, pay attention, Chris, right? The stock is now coming back alive. And even though it's not back on the race yet, it's still got trading potential in it. So hopefully that kind of answers your question in that regard. Let me know if not, of course. Chris, can you create a race for intraday pullbacks? I guess. Trying to think here. What we would do for that. Let me think. So, all right, let's go new top list, right? And so I'm going to go with, let's go with $2 to $100. And then I'll share this out, but please use it as a guide. I want to make sure it's traded, let's say 275,000 shares. No, if we're looking for a pullback, I want 350,000 shares on the day. I want to make sure on the 5-minute volume that we've got some action. Add that filter, put a 15 in there just to make sure we've got some sort of action here. Let's go with sort. I'm not sure how I want to sort this yet because of a pullback, but let's go with position and range for the day. POSITION. So I'm going with position and range on the day here. I'm going to add this filter and I'm going to say I don't want to see it higher than, let's say, 75% off the lows of today. I don't want to see it pulled back too far. So let's go with 50% here. So now it's basically the stock is in between the high and the low of the day in this percentile here of it. So we're 25% off the highs, but we're 50% off the lows on the day. All right, that's what I've gone with on this. But how do I want to sort this? And then how do I want to erase it? Let's go with sorting it. Let's go with sorting in position. No, I don't want to sort position range because then it's only going to look at stuff at the top of that level. No race for consolidation. I don't know how well racing on consolidation would work, to be honest. You want the idea of racing is watching movers. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying it won't work. I'm just saying I don't know. You could absolutely do it. And to race, if you want to start, because Barry will be coming and taking this back from me in a moment, but if you want to mess around with racing on consolidation, I would suggest going with things like the change filters here that you see me on right now and picking a time frame and giving it a minimum maximum value of making sure that the stocks that you're looking at are within that range. You could also go with range too. You have range. Oops. You have range, right? You could find stocks that are trading in a certain range. You could find stocks in a certain range using this change set of filters too as well. So both very, very viable options in that regard. But I want to finish this exercise on a pullback here. You know what? For lack of a better anything like that, I want to go with change. We're going to change in percent over the last 5 minutes. We're going to sort on that. And we're still gonna race. We're gonna race on relative volume. Okay, so I have no idea if this is how well this will work, but this is just what I'm trying to do here is show the thought process behind building a scan. Just because you build a scan right away, it doesn't mean it's going to work right away. You're going to have to look, observe, see what's coming through it, see what you like about it, what you don't like about it, and then adjust filters from there. Add, subtract filters, adjust the values of those filters. But let's see. Racing, pull back from support Webby. All right.
And I'm listening, Chris.
Ah, very good. See, I don't understand. You know, you go away for a week and your settings get all messed up. Before I had it set up that the sound always came through my earphones when in StreamYard, but now it's not letting me do that.
Maybe it's you that's messed up.
Well, there's no question about that.
Okay.
But everybody knew that already.
Oh, yeah.
We're launching this race, and of course, it's probably going to auto launch, which I do not like that feature. Let's show the race setup. Let's go with, let's race on relative volume. Let's go with the delta value. And again, I like 3-minute races. You are all welcome to change that to whatever you like. And we're going to save and share that to the cloud for the class. And then I'm going to get out of Barry's way. Bang. There you go.
Hey, Chris, by the way, did you ever do a race based on RSI, increasing or decreasing RSI?
I did. That was actually my first races were 1-minute RSI races. And I had incredible success with them for about 6 weeks from the beginning of the calendar year. And then just stopped working for me. It was just not working anymore. Now, truth be told, I kind of just moved on to different things. And I never circled back on it. But I do believe there's definitely something there with that RSI. But the
reason I ask is that somebody did ask. I don't know if it was in the YouTube room or the other room. And I said, well, I don't have anything, but one of the other traders might. So
I might tell them to send an email, and I'll go through my cloud. If not, I'll put something together for them, of course.
Okay.
I think it's, like everything, finding momentum. I just, for some reason, the Bollinger Band momentum, like I said, I never look at Bollinger Bands ever. But look at what I've done with this Bollinger Band scan. I mean, and this is not a fluke. This is going on since April. So, we got 4 solid months of this thing really, really working.
Okay, I'm just eyeballing this Megl again, MEGL. So if you want to take off now you are showing up at 3:30.
I am indeed.
All right, you were sorely missed last week.
I'm sure. Believe it or not, I was having a little bit of withdrawals myself. So if anybody, I didn't get to something here, I'm just going to type this out real quick, and then you can take the screen back if you want, Barry.
Okay,
there you go.
Done.
And then if I didn't get to something here that you really want me to touch on, either please come back at 3:30 Eastern. I'll take over from Barry then. I'll try to get here early, but unlikely that happens today. Or email me here at support@trade-ideas.com. And I will also get to you through there as well. All right. Thanks, everybody. You kept me super busy. Awesome session. And we will catch you in a couple of hours. Thanks, Barry.
Okay, Chris.
Take care.
All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. Okay, I'm back in both rooms. Okay, large cap. I will put it in again. Okay, Zed, I'll put it in again. File, load from cloud. I'll answer your question in a minute there, Ramin. Where was it? Just got to find it. Biggest large cap gainers from the open, share. Okay. Okay, so Ramin, typically what profit save means is, let's just say this. Now, this is just in general. I'm not going to look at any specific stock, but I can see that it's you. Imagine that a stock all the AI alerts, all the AI alerts, they're based on a strategy, okay? And the strategy has been optimized for a certain hold period, maybe a profit target, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, for instance, if a trade is still working, why would you get out if a trade is still working? Okay, just because a strategy has been optimized for a certain maybe hold period, 60 minutes, 45 minutes, 3 hours, whatever. If a trade is still working, why would you get out? But what a profit save will do, let's say a trade is working and yet it hasn't hit the profit target, hasn't hit the stop, and it hasn't, it's only, let's say the hold period was in theory supposed to be 60 minutes and it's only at 45 minutes. However, the stock starts to move down. What'll happen is an algorithm will kick in and it'll enact something called profit save. In other words, kind of acting like you as a trader would do. I mean, if you were in a trade and all of a sudden it started to move down, even if you had some kind of a goal that you were hoping it would meet, well, you're not going to be, hopefully, a person's not going to be crazy. As it starts moving down, you might do some profit saving, and that's what the profit saving is. Okay. I have no idea what the SPY is. Somebody asked, what do I see the SPY today? Moving higher right now. I mean, I have no idea. At the beginning of the day, you would have thought in the pre-market, maybe this is the day that we're not going to finally have an up day. But, we've had two big solid moves up. I don't have a crystal ball to know where this is going. Okay. And also somebody asked, I think a very general question, what do I buy or sell about, what do I buy now? Well, first of all, this room is not, I am not somebody who's going to say, okay, when I say you, this is stock, YOU, you should buy this right now. You have to have some kind of a trading plan, okay? If the pattern kind of makes sense to you, when I'm looking at you right now, I could get interested if it got, above say 27.78 because it would be taking out these highs right there. That doesn't mean that, other people when they look at that, they might look at that, go, no, I don't like that idea, and that's fine. The way I look at things is okay, it's been consolidating a little bit. If it can take out these two highs on that 15-minute chart, I mean, it got all the way up to 31. So for me, I will actually, in fact, why don't I just do the buy in the simulator and see if it happens? So I drop the alert in, drop the buy in. You'll see a blue line will appear at that level. So if it gets up to that level, in the simulator and maybe in my real account, I don't know. It depends how it's, what else is happening. But I'm not going to be telling anybody what to buy or sell, and neither is anybody in the room. Okay. You have to, if you have no trading experience whatsoever, by asking a question, well, what should I buy now? It's way too of an open-ended question. I mean, it all depends on what sort of a trader you are. Do you like momentum trades? Do you like pullbacks? And if you don't know, that's why we have a simulator to practice. Okay. I mean, that's the whole idea of having our simulator. You can practice trading. When a person is first starting out, yeah, I get it. You don't know what sort of a trader you are. Again, you don't know necessarily a price range that you like, maybe a minimum volume that you like. Again, do you like stocks that are, you don't want to chase a stock near the high of the day? Maybe you like it if it pulls back to a certain level, maybe to a VWAP or a 200-day moving average. These are things you have to practice. So Trout, question in our YouTube room is, I have one monitor. What mix of charts and or TI scans? 100%. I mean, you don't have to have this race. I mean, this is the race I love, but I would have this biggest gainers from the open. Okay. And after that, it's up to you in terms of time frame. I mean, I just happen to have, I like having a 15-minute chart. It's not the be all and the end all. I like having a 5-minute chart, a weekly, daily, monthly, but that's me, but I would start off certainly with at least having the biggest gainers from the open. And I can share that with you. And with one monitor, I could get away with one monitor myself. I've got three big 32-inch 4K monitors. Okay. I've pared down the number of scans I've had in a huge way. In fact, if somebody said you could only have one scan, this would be it. Okay. The biggest gainers from the open for me anyway. And again, you can have that if you go to my home page. And go to the scan section. And I'll try to get to your question in a minute, Ethan. Okay, let me just get rid of some of these things. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then you can go to the scan section and there it is. Okay, that's all I mean, if I had one monitor, that's all I'd be looking at. It's all I'd be looking at. The biggest gainers from the open. Now, again, that is how, that's a top list that I've got and it's not looking for much. When I say that, I mean, it's not like there's excessive filters. When a person gets used to using trade ideas, maybe they want to put more filters in, not get as, it's not some, it's looking at a huge list, but remember, I'm only going to see the ones that are moving on the list. So, I mean, it's only looking at stocks that are between, $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from the previous close. So the close on Friday. You might look at that and go, well, you know what? I'd rather have at least half a million. Maybe I want a different price range. I mean, that is, of course, is completely up to you. You may not even want to have the stocks up from the close, maybe nothing, so that you can see stocks that are actually first, we're down and then they're moving, then they're starting to recover. That is really up to you. I'm just giving you what I'm looking at, but it's not the be all and the end all. I know how I like to trade. So, okay, so Webster, when you turn on when you access a channel, you're not going to see all the previous alerts. Okay, so momentum, I know. So if I click on the momentum channel, I mean, it's very possible. I mean, you probably should see the last one. You probably should see the last one, which is TREN. Okay, but you're not going to see all the previous ones. Okay, you probably should see turn though. And if you don't see anything at all, especially if you wait for a bit, you got to make sure that you do have a green ball. That means you are connected. Okay, and a green ball in the channel bar, not the channel bar, but our toolbar. And there's a big green ball. And hopefully, if it's not green, that means you're not connected correctly. And see now, if you just turn that channel on, you should be getting turn a few times now. You won't get the previous ones. You only you should see the last one, and then of course from whenever you turn the channel on, you'll start to see the subsequent ones. So there's turn just made a new high, so that's why. All right, let me see, Ethan. You created a watch list based on your personal list. Okay, so did you attach the watch list to a top list window for sure? You know how to do that, Ethan? This is an error code. I may not be able to help. I may have to send you like to true tech support, but I just want to make sure that you created a top list and then you configure and then in symbol lists. Yeah, but you have to create but you said you created a watch list. You have to attach the watch list to a top list window. Okay? Because then because now you're directing the top list to only look at that watch list. And in other words, to do that, right click on the top list once you've created it, and then symbol lists. And if you created the symbol list, you have to see it in this left-hand column. And if you don't see the symbol list that you created, then you have to click on add existing list and find it. and you just left click on it and highlight it, and then it'll move over here. And then you say only the following list, and you check it. So that would mean the symbol list that you created. You mean your liked? You mean as stocks that you clicked on the heart? Well, okay. Let me try something here. I'm going to duplicate this window. Let's see if I can. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to attach a symbol list to it. See if I can find one that is, well, here's my liked. Okay, my personal one, as you would call it. So only the following list. So I'm going to uncheck. Okay, my liked. Okay. So here it is. So this is my liked list here, and I'm going to launch the race. And so far, so good. So I'm not sure what's happening on your end, Ethan. Because I tried to duplicate. This is my personal list in a top list window, and I launched the race, and it seems to be working fine. Initial top list metadata. Yeah, you may have to go to our tech support, okay? I don't know why that's happening. I'll give you our home page, and you can start a live discussion there. Because unless I can duplicate what happened with you, it's impossible for me to help. So if you click on the homepage link, and then questions and answers box will pop up, and then ask a question and just say, hey, here's my email address. This is an error message I'm getting. Can you help? Hey, Harris, how are you? ON, nice breakup for ON. Semi, yeah. Well, all eyes tomorrow on Walmart. There's no question. Walmart is going to be the big one, and then the following day is Target. I mean, if Walmart comes out with another disaster, look out. And then if Target follows it up with another disaster like they did, both of them did 3 months ago, look out. They'll probably drive all of the retailers down, and retailers have. In fact, let's just see what the retailers are doing right now. In advance. Yeah, so pretty mixed right. Well, not mixed. I mean, 61% are down from the open. Okay, this is the retail sector, XRT. 61% are down from the open. And again, when does Walmart actually, is it tomorrow after hours or? Yeah, so it's tomorrow before the market opens. So, some bets are being placed right now. I mean, a little bit. 61% of the stocks that make up XRT, which is the big retail ETF, are down from the open. Maybe in anticipation of an uh-oh from Walmart and then Target the following day. Yeah, there's the INKT. I've been watching that one. I haven't done any trades today, guys. See what happens. Just because I've been a little more involved in answering questions, which is absolutely fine. I don't think I've seen this one before. Mink Therapeutics. And then 4 million in the float, very low float. So sorry, Ethan. I can't help you. I don't know if I can't recreate it on my end. And I attached a symbol list, my personal list. I attached it to a top list window. I did not get the same error. So really hard for me to know what's going on. Somebody maybe somebody else has seen that. When I say somebody else, one of the other traders or tech support people. It might be something that they're aware of. Frank, yes, there are no, well, the program does not scan for options at all. We do have some option filters that, in theory, can maybe help you trade options. Okay, we've got people who trade options at trade ideas, and these are the option filters that we have. But again, it's not. Well, I'll show you what they are. So I right click on an alert window and click on search. I'm going to type in options. Oh, we have some obvious ones, okay? The put call ratio. Now the option volume today, this first one, that is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, both puts and calls total, okay? That's the average. Option volume today, again, puts and calls today. We have them separated, the put volume and the call volume today. Now this is the key one though, the option volume today percent. Oh, good, Ethan. I'm glad you were able to figure it out. So the option volume today percent is the key one. So what this means is this. Let's just say you put in the option volume today, you use that filter and you say, well, okay, I only want to see, has to be at least say 2000. Actually, let me back this up. Option volume today percent. So if you use say 300, added that filter as 300, which is a percent, 3 as a ratio. If a stock over the last 10 days, on average, has traded, say, 2,000 options on average, and you put 300 in here, for you to see that stock today, it will have to have traded 6,000 contracts, okay, 3 times that 2,000 that it averaged over the last 10 days. So, in other words, it's helping you find stocks that are having an abnormal option activity. Now, whether or not that helps you trade the actual options themselves, I don't know. But at least it's showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay. And again, there are some that trade options and they use that filter. And again, they say, yeah, it can help. Ah, some filters in your watch list. Okay. There you go. Now I'm reading your entire. That's why I said you have to start off with a top list, and you, of course, create your top list. And then you add the watch list to that top list. And BFRI, well, wasn't that in the pre-market? No, that was BCLI. It's interesting, I'm putting a lot of these, I'm putting a lot of, using the buy button, a lot of orders in, and nothing is triggering. They're not getting back up. You can see them all here. These are all buy orders that have not triggered. Now, if you ever, and this is what I mean, well, let's just take INKT. Never mind waiting for it to do something. Okay, just to show you. Click on the buy. I'm going to drop it right there. So it took the trade, okay? It took the trade at 308. And why did it take 1,597 shares? Well, it put the stop at the low of the day, okay? And again, this is all I'm trying to show you here is the ability just to really quickly practice trading, okay? And you click on that buy button and it's automatically going to take the trade. And now, of course, I can move my stop up if I want. So if it does get down to that 248, I'm only out $944. I can move it even higher. Now look at this, my goodness. Okay, now this is because I'm on this. I'm going to just disconnect. So at this point, I can exit this trade. I'm up 400 bucks. Why not? Okay. Okay, so it flattened out of that trade. Yeah, so yeah, I thought maybe this would be cured. If I went to the production version that you guys have, I'm on the development version, and there is a little bit of a bug in the development version. Probably tomorrow I'll load the production version because what should be happening now. Oh, I'm okay. Okay, I just have to reload. So, there's the profit for INKT, there's the profit for PGY, there's the total on those two simulated trades I take. So Frank, do me a favor. So in our YouTube room, you have to be on the latest production version of Trade Ideas, okay? If you're not, then clicking on the buy button will do nothing. Okay. So if you click on help and about, if you don't see 5.6.3, then go to our homepage. I can give you the link. All right. Yeah, no, just a minute. Let me get my homepage. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, and then you'll see something like this, and just scroll to the top where it says download. And make sure you're on, this is the latest production version, 5.6.3. That'll be the reason. Because before you had to, and not that it was super difficult, but we're trying to make it really, really easy. You had to assign a strategy to the buy button, assign one to the sell button. Okay. Now what we've done, and for you guys, you're going to be buying, again, remember now, this is just in a simulator, just to practice trading. You're going to be buying $5,000 worth of stock, and it's going to buy it, and then it's going to put the stop at the low of the day. This is just to practice. Okay. You can always adjust things later, but just to give you the idea of being able to click on a buy button and being into a trade immediately, especially if you're new to trading. I mean, before you start trading a live account, you better practice trading first. Okay, this is all we have, Noah. This is a good question, and I can answer it in a general way. So the question was, is it possible to create a scanner that uses MACD as a parameter? So if you're wondering what we have in terms of indicators and anything else, okay, go to an alert window and right click, configure, and search. So for instance, the question was about MACD. If you type in MACD, this is what we have. These are alerts. If you don't see something that you want, for instance, and I don't use MACD at all, okay? But let's say for argument's sake, you wanted the 20-minute MACD across below zero or above zero. We don't have it. Okay, we don't have it. So you can't create it. This is what we have to work with for MACD. That's it for MACD. If you're looking for what we have for RSI, okay, these are filters that we have. So we don't have things that you can't see a stock that is like running, like an RSI that's running. You can only say, okay, show me RSIs that are less than 20 or above 80 or in a certain range using as a filter. If you're wondering about stochastics, you can just start typing in to see if we have it. Ichimoku. We don't have anything about Ichimoku. Okay, the cloud. So it's a good way, just again, if you go to an alert window, if you're ever wondering, instead of having to wait for somebody to answer, go, what volume, what do we have relating to volume? Right click, configure, search, type in volume. Just what do we have? Okay, so we have high relative volume, the 1 minute volume spike, strong volume, unusual prints, the average daily volume, 5 days, 10 days, 3 months, so these are all of the filters or everything related to volume. So if you're ever wondering what we have, again, just right click on an alert window and then search and then type in the search terms and see what we have. Okay. So that's what we have for MACD. Whether that's going to help you create a scan that you want, I don't know. So Ethan, you don't have to have the topless window. You don't even have to see it. Okay, you don't even have to see it. But you can minimize it if you want, but you don't have to have it up and you don't have to see it, for this to be working, for your race to be working. I don't even think it has to be open. But I wouldn't necessarily do that, but you certainly don't have to see it. You probably doesn't even have to be open because it's always going to be based on, this top list. It always knows what top list. You just open the top list and the race is based on a top list that you've created. So if I, exit out, well, that's fine. It does help, you think? Okay. Okay, win 234. I mean, if you want everything that you see here, this will help me a little bit if I can keep directing people to my homepage, the tab. Okay, you're in the general market talk. If you can find my homepage, the tab, and then you'll see the layout. Here's the layout link of what you see. But again, before you do that, assuming you found that, make sure if you have a layout at all that you've created, make sure you save that to the cloud. Okay? Make sure you save, before you load my layout or anybody else's, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. BBLN, let's take a look at BBLN. Well, that was halted, okay. Oh, this is a one of those sub $1 ones. This one, while I was on my break, this one was really moving. Geo. Yeah, prison stock. Now, one of the things I like to do in my in this window here, the Brokerage Plus window, I like to have this, and when you load this, if you take mine, maybe this appears, but if it doesn't, remember these are just columns. You can have whatever column you want. I like this distance from the exit price. Why? Because this is telling me, okay, you exited the trade. How far away from what's the price now in relation to where you exited? So of course, for instance, the PGY, So it's 41% above where I exited. Maybe that's not a great exit, okay, in that regard. This one is 7 cents below where I exited. I mean, this is going to be a move. This is going to be moving, all day long. But of course, what you'd love to see when you get out of a trade, you like to see a big negative number. Assuming you went long the trade, you want to see a big negative number. That means, wow, okay, I got out before it really dropped, as an example. Sorry. All right, guys. So look at TISI as an example. TISI. Again, it's one of these ones in which, well, what if it, what if it breaks out a little bit here? 158. What did it get up to in the pre-market? Got up to 185. Not bad, but what if it keeps going? I mean, it's way above the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. So I'll do the same thing. I will click the buy button and I'm going to drop it right at the top here at 159. Oops. Okay, so there it is, 158. There's my stop at 137, which is the low of the day. Again, I haven't gone into money management at all. I might do that a little more detail tomorrow, but when you get into a trade, if you're new to trading, well, first of all, if you're new to trading, don't trade live. Use our simulator. Practice trading. You might have to practice for 3 months, guys. This is not this is not like quick. This is like trade ideas that we're called trade ideas because that's what we're aptly named. We generate ideas, but you have to have some kind of trading knowledge. The ability to perhaps read a chart a little bit, and so practice trading in our simulator. Wow, just mentioning Geo. Look at it go now, guys. Geo, look at it go. Just a minute, please. See how Geo is, it's not at the top. This one is a really tough one. This QRTEB, very erratic. Sometimes the spread is awful. I mean, right now, 1312, 1330. You don't know what I'm talking about. That's the difference between the bid and the ask. Okay. And if you're new to trading, all these terms, you're gonna have to learn what the bid and the ask. How important is the spread? I mean, can you, I mean, I've seen it even worse. But if you saw something that says like 1320 and the ask is 1480, you can't take the trade. You can try to stick something in between or whatever, but typically I just shy away. If I see a spread like that, I just shy away from it. It's just too, because in order to get the trade immediately, you'd have to go in at the ask, and meanwhile your P&L would show the last trade, or would show 1320. Usually a P&L will show what the ask is, And so if you get in at something at 1380 and they ask at 1320, your P&L will show that you're down 60 cents. Again, that, I don't want to confuse people too much, but guess what? That's why you should practice trading. If you take a subscription out to Trade Ideas, once this test drive is over, all you need is our standard service and you can practice trading. Yeah, this turn has been an interesting one. I mean, I remember seeing it on Friday, but it had a pretty decent pullback, 363, down to pulled back down to 3. That's a pretty, it's a pretty big sell-off percentage wise. Now look at it though, second day continuation. It had earnings on the 8th. So, but look at it, what it's doing right now, right at the 200-day moving average, 406. This is not shortable for me, unfortunately. Because I'd be looking at this now and thinking, okay, can it really take out that 200-day moving average in a big way? But I have no shorts available, and it looks like it might. For 406 is a 200-day. And I don't recall them actually having, any news on Friday. Again, the earnings were after hours on the 8th, so the reaction was on the 9th. And there really wasn't a big reaction. I mean, there it is. And that is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now today. So what can be really interesting, guys, is all of a sudden you could see a stock that you haven't seen all day long. It hasn't won a race. It's not in the top 10 listed, and you haven't even seen it. Just because a stock doesn't win a race, and this is one of the things I'm hoping down the road we can also not just assemble a top 10 list made up of stocks that won races, but what if some stock finished second 10 times? Well, we don't see it in this list. So I'd like to have the ability to maybe see the stocks that have finished, say, in the top 3 the most over the course of the day, as another list. I was going somewhere with that, but I lost my train of thought. All right, guys, I am just now the market, a little bit of a downturn now. Again, remember what you're seeing here in that race. It's based on this top list window, okay, with a lot of stocks in it. Impossible, of course, to monitor every stock other than using the race. So this is going to show me, for instance, remember, look at Geo. This is a good example here. I mean, Geo is only up 11.5% from the open. Okay. I mean, but remember, it was moving. So that probably was coming from maybe a 6% from the open, and it started moving higher and higher in relation to the rest of these stocks. In other words, this Inc. T, what if it just stays at 65%? Okay, as a change from the open, 65%. And there's another stock down here, like BCAP, maybe it's moving from 11, 12, 15, 18, and this is stuck right at 65. Well, in relation to INCAP, which sure, it's sort of the leader for the day, but it's not moving. So why that would not be interesting. What is interesting is some other stock that is really starting to move. Okay, and you don't have to. You're not watching necessarily the absolute leader. You're watching other stocks. But you're not having to actually watch them. The race is telling you what is moving right now. In this big list. And these are 4-minute races. So when a race stops, another one begins. So in essence, for me, I have about 97 races for the day. I start at 4:30 at 9:30 Eastern time. We run to 4 o'clock. That's 6.5 hours. 4 minutes into that gives you about 97 4-minute segments. So there's Inc. T. Maybe it's starting to move again. Look at Root. I saw Root for some reason. I saw Root this morning. It was just kind of chopping around, but look at Root. Look what it's done since the market opened. I mean, straight up, and now it was negative. Remember, that's where it closed on Friday around 1731. It got down to like 1265. And look what it's doing now. You look at that spread now, 54 cents 83 for that QRTB. I mean, I've seen worse. So basically, yeah, I mean, listen, if I knew the stock was going to go up $5 from now, a 30-cent spread is not going to kill me. Unfortunately, my crystal ball doesn't work that well. I don't know it's going to go up $5. So it just kind of prevents me from taking the trade. The only reason I see it is because, it happens to be, 1-8 races today. All right, guys. Again, I'm just following a. Okay, guys. So, okay. What I'm showing here it was I was given a suggestion that maybe there are too many charts, okay? I mean, it's up to you. I give you my layout, okay? And you can always get rid of charts. I mean, I just happen to like these charts because, if I can't see something on the daily, I want to check the weekly and the monthly very, very quickly. And I like the 15 minute. If I only had one intraday chart though, it'd probably be the 15-minute. Okay, guys, now look at this one. This was pretty active on Friday. Look at LRMR just showing up, showing up. I don't think I saw this all day in the racing. Okay, it's just showing up now. So when you look left on this daily chart, for instance, you see this big 294. Now, it could easily stall there. I mean, if you got in at 252, this is not advice, but if a person took this trade at 252 and it got anywhere close to that 292, that'd be a great, that's 40 cents. That'd be a great percentage move. I mean, it may not happen, of course, but okay. We were talking about that ink. You can take a look at, whoops, our illustrious CEO made a little video of this. So, we were talking about ink and there it is. I mean, and you saw me take the trade. You saw me take that trade in the simulator. His RSI scan is in essence this, okay? It's the same. I mean, it's just. I'm gonna make sure of that. Yeah, I don't know if he calls it. I mean, it's just the RSI filters are in here, Jeb. I have nothing else from Zach. But so new low RSI is no more than 15. Okay, so these are stocks that have really been beaten up, and then the other one on the high side is probably 85, maybe 85 RSI. So I think they're the same scans, really. The bouncers, toppers just has the RSI component in here. Otherwise, I don't have anything that he calls specifically an RSI scan. Okay. Yeah, just looking at some of these, seeing how far they're pulling back, like lag, pulling way back. Look at this RVLP guy. It's just basing, basing, basing. Is there any news on this? He receives a buy rating from AC Wainwright. Okay, but just basing, RVLP, basing, basing, basing. You can see if it breaks out on the top, so why not just, what are we looking at here? It just breaks above that a little bit. Maybe, that'll get it going. So I'll just click on the buy button and drop it just a little bit above the current price. You know what? I might have been outside. Yeah, I think I was outside of. Yeah, that's the problem. I should have done it maybe on even the daily chart or the weekly, monthly. It's just outside of the upper end there. So there we go. Okay. So it'll take the trade around 226 with a stop at 196, the low of the day, and just see how that works. You can always raise it, that stop, of course, right on the chart, just to see how it works. I mean, there's no harm in trying in a simulator. Yeah, no problem. Can you find my homepage, the tab called Barry's homepage? If you can find that, then it's right there. There's my layout. Okay. Just let me know if you can find that tab within the trading room. Okay. Barry's homepage, the tab, and there is the test drive layout. And by the way, guys, ask questions. This is not a bother. Okay. Believe me, it's not a bother. That's why I'm here. Ask questions. You're not, nobody's bothering me. Okay. So can you see the tab? Can you see my screen? You can see where it says Barry's homepage, that tab called Barry's homepage. Okay, click on it. And there it is, test drive layout. There's the link for it. So if you can click on that homepage tab, and then there it is, test drive layout. Okay? You can't see that tab? You can't, I don't know how to answer that then. If you can't, you're in the general market tab, talk. So you can't see these other tabs. Okay, well, listen, I'll just give you the layout. Really? That's not good because we have these tabs created. General market talk is how when people come into the room, that's where you go. But if you want to talk about specific stocks only, there's a tab for that, and that's where you see most of the probably most of the action in the room because that's where people are talking about specific stocks. Okay. And that, I don't know why, if you can see my screen, you can see what I'm looking at. I'm not sure why on your end you can't see these tabs. So Jamie, RVLP came from, I guess we're streaming also on, well, okay, there's a main room, Ethan, okay, what I call the main trading room. And that's where there's a lot more action, a lot more traders in there, a lot more interaction among traders. So that is the link for the main trading room. But we're also now, I guess we're also streaming to Facebook and Twitter and Twitch or something like that. And that just started, I think, last week. So the tabs may be stacked on top of one each other depending on screen size. Yeah, that's the real problem, I mean, I've got a 32-inch monitor, 4K, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it depends if you're looking at on a little like 15-inch laptop. Yeah, I'm not sure where the tabs are, but that's okay. I'll just put the link in. No, there's no point in giving me a screenshot because as Pepe is saying, there might be above this chat window, but below the alerts window. So yeah, I won't be able to help even if you send me a screenshot. So above this chat window, but below the alerts window. So yeah, it's a little frustrating. So Jamie, I'm not sure. I mean, it probably was in here somewhere. I don't recall where I saw RVLP. Yeah, turn rockstar, no kidding. So that 200-day moving average of 406 really didn't block it that much. So again, guys, here's GIGM in seventh position, won 4 races today. Not doing much right now, but what if it broke above 229? Okay, so just I just gonna put an alert, put a buy in there, see what happens. Okay, so again, the watch list, that's why it's a watch list for the day. And so things may just start being easing up on a particular symbol for a while, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we just don't know. All of a sudden, volume comes back in, traders get a hold of it, and it starts to run. Guys, keep an eye on this ENVX. I mean, look at the room it's got. When I say look at the room it's got, when you look at a daily chart, you don't see anything to the left, okay? I think this just started trading back here, maybe. There's the all-time high is way up here at 39.48. But look what it's doing this month. And and so when you look left, 28.17, I'm not saying it's going to get to 28.17, but it's got some room to move if it wants to. ENVX. Good volume, 4 million, 2.5 times normal. That's what that relative volume is, 2.5 times normal. Well, let me see, Bed Bath and Beyond. Yeah, I'm not sure why it wouldn't show up. I mean, I didn't see it here, but I may have. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't staring at this window like I could. No, I don't have an answer. I mean, the filters are fine. It's not outside the price range. Certainly, the minimum volume is fine. Okay, Jason. So without getting into docking and all of that, what you do is this. So what you do is arrange all of your trade ideas windows exactly. Well, first of all, designate one as your main monitor. The monitor that you guys see that I share, that's my main monitor. So I put my toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of the main monitor. Okay, what you're going to designate as your main monitor. Now, arrange all your trade ideas windows as you want them on your main monitor. And then put all of the trade ideas windows that you want on your other monitors, exactly where you want them. Okay, exactly where you want them. Once you've done that, then you can go to Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts. And then you see where it says Loading Layouts, open relative to main window. Check it, and then save. When you do that, and then save your work at the end, you'll always be asked, file exit, you'll be asked, do you want to save your layout and so that it opens the next time? You probably want to say yes. Bottom line is, if you do that, then when you open Trade Ideas again, all your Trade Ideas windows will be exactly where you want them on every monitor. Okay. Now, did you get that? Okay, because I can always do it. I can always go over that again. Yeah, it's a little strange that I have no explanation why Bed Bath and Beyond is not showing up. So Jason D, are you talking about the ability to have multiple monitors, and then when you load trade ideas, every Every trade ideas window will be exactly where you want them every time. Is that what you mean when you say could you go over again? Is that what you're talking about? Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, well, a general setup. I mean, I know what our CEO suggests because you can go if you're just looking for, a general setup. I mean, first of all, I am sharing my layout, but if you clicked on new and then clicked on docked channel bar and then clicked on explosive winners as an example, okay, and you just follow this race all day long, okay, if you just follow this race all day long, that race is in essence the same race that I have here. I've just upped the volume a little bit, minimum volume. I've got a different price range and all that, but you could easily just follow this all day long. The direction to trade ideas and my direction, and I'm trying to get people to get really used to the concept of just using a race and that's it. I mean, that's all I'm doing now. I mean, I do have a couple of other scans, but in essence, all I'm doing is watching this race all day long, okay? And it creates a great watch list, of stocks that I can follow all day long. It shows me stocks that are moving now that I can click on and see if it's interesting. I mean, look at the turn is on the move again, TERN, on the move again. You can see it just move. Now it's a little bit herky jerky, guys. Don't get too hung up on this, okay? Um, in a later version, I don't know when it's going to be exactly, but you will see like a smooth transition when a stock starts to move up that leaderboard. You'll see a very smooth transition. Right now, it's a little bit herky jerky. Not bad though. I mean, I look at the results we're getting are great. Yeah, Ethan, I mean, this is the I can show you how you can modify the races, okay? I know, I mean, the company's decided that they want to have a default race and that's all there is to it, 10 minutes, etc. But obviously people who want to create their own races. But first of all, why don't you just take mine, okay? And you can start from that. I can give you, I created one called Biggest Losers from the Open, and you can always modify it. Biggest Losers from the Open. I'm going to share it with you, okay? That's the cloud link. And again, you can always modify it. The modifying a race is not as easy as it, used to be, because again, the company's decided they want to create a default race and, try to keep it very uncomplicated for the average person who is looking at this. And, eventually people want to create their own races based on their own top lists and make modifications. Of course, they should be able to, but I think the company is right now thinking, okay, just get the idea of what these races are all about down. This one's a interesting one, guys. Is GoCo or Coco? Sorry, Coco. Look at the break over 15. You look left and start seeing where the next highs are. Can't really see anything except you look at the monthly chart. 1861 is the next high in the monthly chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but boy, this looks like it's got some room. This Coco. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the ENVX. It had a bit of a pullback, but keep an eye on the ENVX. It had a pullback. But I mean, just look what it's been doing. And, if the longer it stays over 24, this could get running again. So keep an eye on the ENVX. Had the pullback. What did it get down to? 23.90. I mean, the longer it holds 24, that whole number. So why not put a buy order around 24.21. Okay, see if it takes that trade at 24.21. So if you're not able to place a trade by clicking on the buy order, it means that you're not on the latest production version, okay? Because you used to have to assign a strategy to the buy button and the sell button, but now we've created one sort of a default, taking $5,000 worth, okay, of stock, and then putting a stop at the low of the day, just so you can see. On explosive winners, you only see from what channel are you looking? Are you looking in the channel bar, Joe, for the explosive winners? You're talking about here? If I click on new, dock channel bar, and then explosive winners? Okay, so you have to let the race start. Okay, so you do see at the top. Now, the only reason we have SPY, Tesla, and Apple here, there's only one reason, is because we're trying to show people that the relative strength, okay? Now, hopefully you can see what's happening. I mean, you should see other stocks now. Okay, if you load it now, we'll see other stocks. And the reason we have Tesla and Apple and SPY there is just to show you that, and again, if somebody wants to trade Apple and the SPY and Tesla, that's fine if you can make money doing it. But those are not dynamic stocks. Okay, they're not dynamic. They're not, very rarely will you see Apple move to the top of a leaderboard because, for it to move, a good enough percentage, something really remarkable has to be happening with Apple or for Tesla, okay, or the SPY. That's the only reason we have these, just to show you that, if you're looking for really active stocks, just as a comparison to see what the other ones are doing. So you should see other stocks. There's nothing to add, Joe. I mean, you should see if you're looking at my screen right now. Yeah, you see SPY, Apple, and Tesla at the bottom, as we would have thought, because they're not moving that much. No, you cannot create your own. Noah, you cannot create your own. Whatever we have for MACD is what you have to work with, okay? Okay, Joe? Hmm. Why wouldn't you see all the stocks? Why would you? I mean, even if you shrunk the window way down, you should still see other stocks at the top. Hmm. And you haven't made any modifications to it. You just loaded it right directly from the channel. Well, let's do it again. New, dock channel bar, explosive winners. And here it is. And you haven't made any changes. You did exactly what I just did. I mean, I can see at the top here, yes. And does it say the race is running? Does it say the race is running? Like the 10-minute race? Is there a countdown that you can see? That's now going from starting at 10. Well, it's not available on the web. So, so that's not it. The racing is only available on the downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, unfortunately, racing is not available. Neither is the ability to, click on a buy button or a sell button on our charts. So the big thing is making sure that the race has actually started, okay? And it's a 10-minute race, and can you see it ticking down? When you just loaded it, can you see it starting to move down? It should, obviously it should say 9 minutes and whatever seconds and starting to move down. So make sure the race has actually started. It should have, the default is to have it start, but all right, guys, ENVX, on the move here, ENVX. If the race started, Joe, and I know that's not how you pronounce your name, I'm sorry, but then you should see some movement, and you should not just see SPY, Apple, and Tesla if the race has started. Okay, and Virio, there's a cylindrical box. Are you? Yeah, you just go to a channel bar, click on New from our toolbar, Joe. Click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Docked Channel Bar. So click on New from the toolbar, click on Docked Channel Bar, and then click on Explosive Winners. That's one of the channels. That's where I thought you were. Click on Explosive Winners. And now here it is. And then just the race will start soon. Just have to let it load. And then this is a 10-minute race, so okay. So I think what you're talking about is this. Okay, that cylindrical box. Okay, so to turn it off, if you don't want it on, it's sort of a guide. I mean, if you took the trade, they'd be saying, okay, there's your profit target, and your stop would be way down here. But if you don't want to see these, you just right click on the chart, go to properties, and uncheck the show smart risk levels. Okay, and then that will disappear. Okay, let me. You're stumping me on this one, Joe. Dock channel bar. So let me. Okay, do you have this multi-strategy window? Do you see everything else? Do you see a window underneath called M, which is a multi-strategy window below the races? Okay. Is the race ticking down though? Is it ticking down? I mean, do you see the timer changing and moving down from 10 minutes? Because if you do, then I don't know how to help. You're going to have to go to our tech support if you're only seeing Apple Spy. I mean, if the race has started and you see a timer and it's ticking down from 10 minutes, and it should, obviously it should say 9 something and then it'll go to 8 something all the way down to 0, and then another race will start. So when you said yes, are you saying it is ticking down or is it not ticking down? And it is ticking down. Let me do this. Okay, I'm going to give you this one. Okay, I'm going to give you this one. And you just load this and you tell me what happens. So all you do, I'm going to put the link in. So this is from my monitor to you, okay? So there is the link. So all you have to do is click on the link, and then it'll appear in a new tab. Copy the link, okay? You usually just have to highlight and then make sure the link is copied. Control C, copy, and then file, load from cloud, and then that link should appear, in the box. You can see this link ends in DC2A9F, same as here. If for some reason, I don't, and it shouldn't happen, but if that box was blank, just paste it in, Control V it in, but it should appear, and now load it. So here it is. This is from my screen to yours. And you're saying you only see Tesla, Spy, and Apple. If that's the case, I have no idea how to help you. You're going to have to go to our true tech support. That's because that doesn't make any sense to me. Give me a moment, please, guys. Well, how it relates to picking stocks. I mean, obviously, if something is has won a race, it first of all it automatically forms. So the question is, I've been talking about races all day. It's very cool. All the software is cool, but can you go over your theory on how a race ties into picking stocks? Well, first of all, it generates a watch list for you for the day automatically. So one of the things I love about the races is the fact that it focuses you on one window and that's it. You could just watch this window or, a variation of it, your top list that you want to follow. But, I love this one. And this is what I like. Okay. It's basically explosive winners, biggest gainers from the open. So that's what I follow all day long. So, number one aspect, you're not flitting around from various alert windows and top list windows that you may have created, and you're clicking like mad, getting nothing done. This gets you to focus on one window. Focus is so important, in trading. That's number one. So now it creates a watch list for you for the whole day. Every time now, if a stock, I mean, we talked about RGS earlier. This is where obviously some trading experience is going to come in, but we talked about RGS and it was winning a race right around here at that 114 mark, breaking out here. You could look at that, go, I'll take that trade, right? And it got, what did it get to? From 114 to 133. I mean, that's a pretty good percentage move. Or you could look at INKT as it's starting to rebound. Look at this. I mean, look at INKT as it's starting to make another move again. You could say, well, you know what? I don't want to take it right now, but boy, if it ever breaks out over that these levels here, I'll take the trade. So you click on the buy button and drop your buy button right there, or drop the order right there at 333. And I'm not saying you have to do it this way, but you can kind of see that maybe it's just resting now. So you could see it was moving up, and you click on it and you see what pattern it is. And for me, I'd be looking at this going, wow, okay, if this can take out that area right here, it could start to rock again. 4 million in the float, not very many shares. Volume comes in, let's see what happens. As an example, okay? But this is why when you say you're not too experienced, I mean, this is why we've got the simulator. You take the trade, you can do what I did, see if it works. I mean, just practice. See what sort of breakout, this sort of a pattern gives you on a day like today, as an example. Or the other thing people like to do is maybe take a trade on a pullback. And again, if you're new to trading, you don't know what sort of trader you're going to be. I like momentum trades. I like stocks that are near the high of the day and then break out from that high when there's room. When I look left on a daily, weekly, monthly chart, you hear me say that all the time. And what do I mean by room? Well, if a stock, if this is at 575 right now, and I look left and I see, some a couple other daily charts that with highs at 570, 580, I may look at that and say, I don't want the trade because it's going to have to get through those highs. And so I wouldn't take the trade. But that's me. You see, that's why you have to develop your own style. But some might look at this and go, you know what? I like this, but I want to see if it can pull back to this little area of support, maybe on that 15-minute chart. If it pulls back to that area of support, maybe I want to take the trade there. So you click the buy button and you get that crosshairs, okay? And then you left click and boom, there, you'll see there's a buy, there'll be a buy button. These are conditional buys in the simulator. So that's another aspect of trading. I mean, some people will hate to play momentum, but they love to play something if it pulls back to a level, as an example. So you can practice that in the simulator. And you can see that it took, remember, I put a conditional buy order for the INKT. It took the trade. And now if I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. Okay, so Jason, you're our new customer, so all you need is our standard service, okay? And you just click on SIM underneath Brokerage Plus, live and SIM. You just click on SIM. So this is what you'd see. I'll disconnect. So what you would see is not connected. Now to get to Brokerage Plus, just click on New from our toolbar, and then it should be right at the top, Brokerage Plus. Then the Brokerage Plus window will show up. It should say not connected. And all you do to connect it is click on SIM. That will change to account. Click on account and then click on simulated trading. Now you're in your simulator. Okay. I have not had any freezing or slowness, Ron. And believe me, I'm the first one to complain to her. So I have not any, I've had no freezing or slowness today. Everything has been very smooth for me. So I can't speak for your system. So the race window, so again, this if you're not getting it, if what you're seeing is not like a top 10, then if you right click on the window, right click, what you're probably seeing and just click on show all winners. You see, then you see what happens, which I don't like. Okay, it's a mishmash. So I like to right click and then show top 10 winners. Now it's organized beautifully. Yeah, I don't know how to help you, Ron. I mean, it's because believe me, I'm not defending, like I know I work for Trade Ideas, but if the program were slow or something like that, and it's not been slow, no freezing, no nothing. So I don't know what's going on your end. I mean, you can try our support people, our tech support, and see what they might say. But if this were an issue, believe me, I'd be getting so many posts in the room saying, "Hey, what's happening?" And I also monitor all the emails that come in, and I don't see any emails like that. So, hmm yeah, maybe check with support. Now, how many top list windows do you have open? Just out of curiosity, like what do you have open? Because the other thing is, I mean, in theory, you can have as many races as you want, but the racing really takes up a lot of. I mean, it's a pretty laborious, okay. And so, for instance, I only have two races going, but I don't want to get into a situation where I have 10. Okay, I think that might be an issue. I would shut down three of them. Okay, it's too many, Ron. I mean, really, the whole idea is to really get one, maybe two. Yeah, that's it. It takes a lot of CPU power because there's a lot going on in these races. Okay. So, I mean, in theory, you can, yeah, well, you just proved to yourself why it was happening. Yeah, just stick with a couple. Just focus on a couple, and that's it. That's the whole idea. Kramer, Mike, you're a funny man, Mike. Guys, look at the ENVX. Look at the ENVX. Look what it's done. I was mentioning it a few times. I can't tell you to take a trade, but I was pointing out what I was seeing, and this is a nice move now, guys. Hey, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. You can do it. I mean, I know why the company did it, Benny, but you can if you have this option. I think you do have the option add edit symbols. Okay. Can you see that? Add edit symbols. Benny, can you see the add edit symbols? Okay, and there they are. And you could X them out and close it, and then you'll get rid of those symbols if you don't want them, or clear. And remember, save your work. So here's another aspect of this watch list that's being created, guys. Okay. At the end of the day, you can take a look at this watch list and click on the alerts and see what's happening. And if there's still room for these things, a stock to keep running, and by that I mean when you look left and there's still lots of room, you could easily be tracking these stocks tomorrow. Okay. So this could turn into, some of them can turn into a watch list for tomorrow. By the way, I did see BBBY show up. I did see it. I did see it. Somebody asked before. Now, you know what might have happened? You know what? It may have been showing up here, but remember, it, if it didn't, it may not have, this might have only been the second race it won. Because remember, just because a stock is moving, maybe if it doesn't win a race, unfortunately, it's not going to show up in the winners. But it could have finished second, 30 times in a row, as an example, which is obviously not bad. In fact, it'd be great, but we're not seeing it in this top 10 list. But I did see BBY won a race, but it's not making it in the top 10. All right, guys, 2:45. So I've got another 45 minutes. And then Chris Farley will take over again in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So one of the things we pride ourselves on is that support, because this room is like this between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, and it's free. Chris is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 Monday to Friday, free. And then, of course, we have one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Today it was Chris. Tomorrow it'll be Michael Noss, and Wednesday another trader. We have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. Imagine that. So we've got a lot of support all the time. This is not just because we're in a test drive. Speaking of the test drive, you can still sign up. You can still sign up for the test drive. You'll get the day's almost done today, but you'll get, say, 9 days. It still will cost you $11.11. Okay. If you click on the test drive link, all right. So you'll get, again, the balance of today. If you sign up right now, it takes a little while, I guess, to get into our database, but say the balance of today, maybe an hour, and then you'll get 9 days. Okay. So you will not get the full 10 days, and it'll cost you $11.11. You can still sign up for the test drive all the way up to Friday. And again, you will not get 10 days. You'll get whenever you started. It ends on the 29th, which is, a week Friday. But if you think it's worth $11.11 for 9 trading days, go for it. And once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. And we don't put you into a subscription. We only do this 4 times a year, so good opportunity right now. Where's Pepe? Pepe, are you around? Can you think of any reason why when Joe clicks on new and then dock channel bar and then explosive winners, and I gave him this one right from my screen, why he'd only be seeing Apple, Spy, and Tesla? And it's not because he shrunk the screen down, because even if you do that, you will still see the top 3, which are not going to be Apple, Spy, and Tesla. That's a baffling one to me. What version are you on? That's the only other thing. What version are you on? Yeah, I gave him mine. I gave him mine right from here. Joe, if you click on help and about, just to make sure, if you click on help and about, what version of trade ideas do you see? I'm hoping he says something else other than 5.6.3, though it won't make any sense still. So if you click on from our toolbar, and you click on help and about, what version do you see? He said it didn't, Pepe. He said the one I gave him didn't work either. Okay, so you are on the right version. Wow. That is a real strange one. Okay, go to our homepage. I Go to our homepage and start a live discussion. Okay, this is what you'll see on the homepage. The link I just gave you. Okay, click on that, and you'll see. Wait for the questions and answers to pop up. Questions and answers pop. Click on that, and then ask. And give them your email address and say, you can even say you're in the room. Barry tried to help, but I'm running explosive winners. The only stocks that I see are Apple, SPY, and Tesla. Yeah, let's see, just for fun, before you do that, okay, before you do that, you see where it says add, what, before you do that, before, where it says add edit symbols, can you click on that, where it says add edit symbols, right down, if you can see my screen, can you see that? It's right beside the running, change from the open, sort of at the bottom, and there's some, okay, just do this then, clear, okay, they're all cleared and closed. Now let's see what happens. Okay, let's see what happens now. Now, you may have to start a race again. Okay, yeah, you probably have to start a race again. And if you're getting a blank screen, then there's something really going on. You see what I did? I clicked on the rectangular box. So if you do that add edit symbols and get rid of those three symbols, and then click on the box, and then start a race again. Okay, are you trying to tell me that that box is now completely clear? Those symbols are not there? You clicked on clear, which clears it, and now you close it. And I'm going to click on that add edit symbols again, and I'm getting nothing in here. Let me add one. I'm going to add Apple again. Okay, so now start a race right from scratch though. Okay, so that's what I was saying. If you click on the rectangular button near the end, and now click on the right arrow and start a brand new race. I mean, and now if you click on add edit symbols and that's blank and they're still showing up, you, I don't know how anybody's going to help you. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess that is another thing you can try is to restart trade ideas, but because again, if you're seeing right now, if you're seeing those symbols and if you click on the add edit symbols and that is blank and yet you're still seeing them after you've started a race from scratch, then I don't know what to say. I certainly can't help. You will have to go to support then, because I mean, that would be baffling. It makes, it would make no sense, you know. Okay. How about mine? Take mine, okay? Just take mine. I'm not talking about from here. If you can take mine, just give me a moment. Like mine, my biggest gainers from the open, okay? Okay. By mine, okay? This has nothing to do with that channel, and it does have those symbols in there. And if you're just seeing Tesla and Apple, I think I asked. You have a green ball, right? In the toolbar, you do have a green ball. So you're getting data. Can't remember if I asked that. So in the toolbar, let me shrink it down a bit so you can really see what I'm talking about. Oh, we got a big, see that big green? Okay, so you are getting data. And other scans that you may have, or they're all working? Okay. So did you load mine? Did you load mine, the biggest gainers from the open? And what are you seeing? Yeah, load mine now and tell me what you're seeing. And if you're just seeing Tesla and Apple, I don't have SPY in here, then something is really, really strange. And that's it. You only see Tesla and Apple. Wow. Well, Pepe, if you can solve that, you're hired. That's there's gotta, I mean, yeah, maybe just do a reboot, okay? Because that is a massive, I mean, it makes no sense. Yeah, maybe just even do a reinstall or something. You can just download the program again. Don't worry. I mean, you can just reinstall over and top, or even do this. Even try to go to account and do a reset connection. That would be the easiest if it worked to reset the connection. I don't think it's going to work, but reset the connection. Next step would be to exit, save your work, exit, and then reload trade ideas and see if the same thing is happening. Next step would be to literally reinstall trade ideas. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't help you. I just and Pepe, who is trying to help, he doesn't work for trade ideas, but he probably knows about as much about trade ideas as anybody. Okay, and he's invaluable in this room where he can come up with little ideas, solutions, and things like that. And if you've stumped him, then and the other thing is, I'm not getting other. Well, he says they are. Yeah, he says other scans are working, and I'm not getting other people saying the same thing. So that's the other issue. All right, guys. So it is now 3 o'clock. Okay, guys, listen, what I'm going to do right now is I'm here, but I will put myself on mute, but I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question, okay? I'm just trying to follow some internal discussions that we're having at Trade Ideas, okay? Oops. Okay, so the main room will be open until 3:30, and then I'll shut the main room down, and you can go over to YouTube. Chris will be there until 4:30. Before I do shut the main room down, I will put the YouTube link in. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute, but again, like you could definitely ask a question if you have something. Obviously, I spelled there wrong. I can't believe that. So I'll do it again. I pride myself on my English, but you know what? I'll just keep, I'm not going to be on mute. I'll be here. But the room will shut. Come on. Oh, great. Now my little drawing tool is screwing up. Okay. Yeah, this ink tea, guys. I mean, let's take a look at ink tea and see what might happen. I mean, there's still some room on this one. I haven't really seen this one. I mean, look at the daily chart for ink tea. Did nothing, nothing, nothing. Looks like this is an IPO back here, or looks like this IPO'd back here as ink tea. I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into ink tea, but I mean, look what it did for months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Half a year you'd be sitting on dead money, and then all of a sudden, look. And I don't know if this is a Reddit thing because here's your headline. Are trading higher, not seeing company specific news from the session. I mean, the company has not released anything to account for why this is happening. Not that they have to, but I'm just saying that this is out of nowhere. So, and it's a low float, 4 million in the float. So again, it could be some group in Reddit that says, you know what, guys, let's all pile into ink tea today. Yeah, look at Megal. Yeah, I mean, almost at the high now, guys. And traders will look at that. Traders will, you know what? Why not? I just for fun, we'll just put a little buy order at the high. Traders look at this sort of stuff. All right, guys. And again, I'm just Following internal discussions. Ha ha ha, guys, look at the ENVX. You guys, most of you have been in the room before will understand why I'm sort of chuckling. ENVX, guys, one trade for me today. That is it. ENVX. Hopefully I can take a few more trades tomorrow. Yeah, there's Geo on the march again, guys. See how it's trying to filter up through that, get to the top of the leaderboard. How's the other one doing? CXW. So CXW normally trades along with, these are a couple of what we call the prison stocks, okay, or prison real estate stocks. But this is not following at all. Geo is definitely doing its own thing. So CXW is not following really at all. I mean, a little bit, I suppose a little bit, but I mean, this is up what, 2.73%, and Geo, Geo's up 15%. So there's a big difference. Now, maybe, you know what? I mean, keep an eye on CXW. Maybe it's just lagging in a big way. I'm not the only one to know, that this usually they go, wow, look at ENVX. Sorry, guys. Look at ENVX go now. Just had to stick around that 24 mark, pulled back, and then got back above it. And to me, that was a good signal. Look at that little bottoming tail. Big 15-minute chart. Look at that bottoming tail right there. That's the wrong one. Sorry. That one actually wasn't a big bottoming tail. It was this one. This is when I was really eyeballing it, right around that 24 mark. And on that candle there, it had a big topping tail, and then it closed and it got down to 23.90. I said, okay, can it take back? Can it take back that 24 mark? And it did. And it did, and it did, and it did. Little shakeout there, but boy, that's a nice looking, that looks pretty nice now. Now, all traders are looking at on this MEGL, there's no reason for it, okay? I have to understand there is no reason for it doing this, but traders are just looking at the day it IPO'd and it got up to 250. And even the second day, it kind of held there for a bit before it just collapsed and really collapsed. And all the way down to what? $10? Now, it's all traders are looking at. They're going, we're not saying it's going to get back up to 250, but look at all the room it's got. Look at that daily candle right there. High is 90. But this fell. When this fell, it really fell. So this is, again, one of these. Wow, look at this. Just as I'm talking, look how much that fell. I mean, listen, I hate to bring these sort of ones up, but we're in a trading room. There are going to be people that know about, something like this. But if you're new to trading, Cover your ears. Yeah, Mike, I see your question now about ENVX. I can't remember where I saw it now. I mean, it's possible I saw it here. It didn't win a race though. Just didn't win a race. But when I clicked on it as it was moving up on the leaderboard, I thought, okay, click on it. And then that's when I saw, wow, that's a very interesting looking chart. Guys, this RGS has been a nice little trade. I didn't take it, but I mean, this has been a nice little trade. First seeing it around that 111 mark. I mean, getting up to 135, maybe moving higher. That's a great percentage move for RGS. And let's see, earnings are next week or on the 24th, a week and a half or so. So again, if you're part of this test drive, and you don't get too frustrated, okay, it's day one. And if you've got questions first of all, you can always go to YouTube at 3:30. Chris will be there. Come back into the room, ask questions. If you're brand new to trading though, that's very different, okay? Trade Ideas doesn't teach you how to trade so much. We're great at generating ideas. So you have to have, an idea about trading. I phrased that incorrectly. And what I want to do is, again, go back to my home page. I know people don't want to hear this though. They think that, oh, I'll just take the program and I can, start trading with my real account, and it should be simple because Trade Ideas will just give us, we do give great ideas, but there still involves some skill at reading a chart, what is happening, and that's why you should practice in our trading room in the simulator. If you click on my homepage link, and one of the things we've got here, oops, the education section. And if you scroll down near the bottom, again, if you're new to trading, this is all free. Michael Noss put this together. He'll be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. He put this video together. Videos together. They're short videos, and it starts off with what is a stock. If you're new to trading, I mean, I can't emphasize more to watch this. And on my homepage, again, you can sign up for the trade of the week. I don't think it's triggered. Trade of the week this week is UEC. The trigger was 446. So yeah, it has not triggered. In other words, it's not an active. So what happens when you sign up for the trade of the week, and you can sign up for it right there, you'll get an email sent about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning, and it'll lay out what the trade is all about, what the suggested trigger point is, where the stop is. And at this point, it never hit 446, so it is not an active trade. And then of course my scan. So what I would do is just save my link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, all the education anytime you want. And of course, let's get started. There is a learning curve. It is software, okay? There is a bit of a learning curve. We try to, whittle that learning curve down because of the support, the support we give. Let's take a look at the SPY, guys, just on a weekly chart, just to sort of see what is happening. So, I mean, this is a nice break right there. Look at that that 429.66 right there. Takes that out. That wipes out the last 3 months. And then can start to attack that 454 level. Wow. We'll just go to my homepage, Trader VK. Just go to my homepage and it's there. Okay. Go to my homepage, click on the link, and it's right here. Get the Trade of the Week delivered to your inbox. Click here and you can sign up for it, okay? Just go to my homepage and then go to the Trade of the Week section, click here. Okay? And it's free. All right, guys, I am getting close to the end of my first day in the test drive. So about 9 minutes from now, what I want to do is put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can head over to, not yet, he's not there, Chris is not there yet. I'll give you the YouTube link. But when I do shut down this room, you can head over there if you want. You know, here's another one, guys, that is starting to break out. CVM starting to break out. You know, you can just sort of see it. This another one is this GIGM. Look at this 10%. Look at this GIGM going. Probably a low float. Yep, 6 million in the float. Were they out of Taiwan? Yeah, I mean, it did kind of wake up. CXW did kind of wake up. Still not anywhere close to the percentage gain that Geo had, or has, but nonetheless, it did kind of wake up. And the reason being is that, you know, other traders know that these two stocks are usually kind of linked when they both kind of move together. There might have been some specific news for Geo. There you go. That's the reason. Michael Barries, you know him. Asset management takes a share stake in the prison operator Geo Group. Okay, so that is the reason. It's probably been out there for a while. Yeah, I can actually see. At the beginning, though, Benzinga could not verify this report, but chatter, you know, circulating chatter of 13F filing. Okay. So that was right around here. And then it obviously sort of firmed up, and there you go. COGT, COGT. Wow, all-time high. Yeah, COGT, all-time high. We don't count the pre-market, but yeah, this is an all-time high. This could be interesting tomorrow. COGT. Earnings were on the 9th, so earnings are behind us. Yeah, so Jason, I use Interactive Brokers headline news. I mean, it might have been here also. Let me just check. We do have a news feed, but yeah, it was here also. Michael Burry's hedge fund buys Geo, dumps Meta and Google. Woohoo. I typically use my Interactive Brokers headline, okay? It's a little more up to, well, quite a bit more up to date generally than our news headlines, but that was there. I mean, that news about Geo was there. Okay, guys, so Chris should be in our YouTube room any moment now. And we'll do this. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Hey, ah, there he is.
Here I am.
Sigh of relief.
I will swap screens immediately for you.
Okay.
And holy cow. That's
Holy
all I
cow.
got.
Holy cow.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what to say anymore.
Yeah. Well, I know what not to say anymore. And that's nothing.
Yeah,
All right, Chris, I'll
exactly.
let you. Thanks for taking over about 3 minutes early. I appreciate that.
Of course, of course.
So I'll put
And
myself on mute
we'll
in
do it
that
all
room.
again tomorrow.
You bet.
Take care, Barry. All right, everybody. I am back. Do this the same as we did at noon. Man, licking my wounds on MEGL right now. I closed out my earlier position, took a later position on it just after 2 o'clock. And when this big wick down happened, I closed it and I got in at 15. So I closed it at about 15:30. And of course, it shot right back up on me again. But I certainly, and I sold some up here. You can see I sold some up here. I just couldn't let a winner turn to a loser or give it all back. It happens. What are you going to do? But I mean, complaining about a winner. But that's it. These are the tough things here, especially towards the end of the day. Knew I was coming in here. I do not want to hold this overnight. Although I don't know, maybe holding 100 shares of this overnight wouldn't have been a bad idea. But with that said, here we are. So if anybody has questions, of course, please fire those away for me. And I will answer them to the best of my ability. This GIGM has been making some noise for a little bit here. Yeah, those topping and bottoming shadows make it kind of tough. I think we actually talked about this one earlier. So same thing, same kind of theme that's going on here. But it's certainly where the action is. I mean, 10 million shares traded, 197 on the relative volume. What else can you say about it, really, right? You can't ignore it, that's for sure. So, and again, fire some questions for me in here, folks. Whether it's about racing, alert windows, compare count windows, whatever it is. And, speaking of compare count windows, kind of the theme for the day but the new highs have outpaced the new lows all day. We did have that real big spike here on the larger caps, a little bit here on the mids, not so much on the smalls. And we come back down to earth a little bit with the new high or new lows, excuse me, trying to meet those. But I mean, it is a strong market right now. There is no denying that. And people can say, well, you know, the liquidity and volume, and that's fine. And I definitely note things like that without any question. However, you know, you can't discount what has happened here with the SPY over the last 3 weeks. I mean, you can't discount this, regardless that it's on continuing falling volume. I mean, look, today is going to be, I mean, a really lackluster day in volume for the SPY, but that doesn't change the fact that it's up, you know, another 0.5%, nearly 0.5% right now. So, you know, we make of these things whatever we want, or we will, or, you know, however you want to call it. Oh my goodness, MEGL. There really goes. Bang. So this theme that started a couple of weeks ago with these newer IPOs doing crazy stuff continues. Just curious, HKD, that was a crazy one, right? Yeah. So easy come, easy go. I mean, I say that it's down at $200, but look at that, 32,000 shares traded today, dead in the water, no volume whatsoever, 0.06 on the relative volume, hysterical. And I mean, you know, what can you say about stuff like that? There's not a whole lot you can say, right? It's a merry-go-round, and don't be the last one stuck on it when the machine shuts off and the gates close. Anywho. That's, you know, a fear you have to have with something like this, right? Now we see volume incoming again today, but it doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, and there's no way to know. And I'm sure this is not some cutting-edge, innovative company that's curing cancer and solving world hunger or anything like that. It's some nonsense company that a bunch of traders got a hold of a 7 million float, and then, you know, market mechanics start to work its way through with those traders doing what they do, you know, and people rotating in and out of the stock constantly, right up until they don't. And of course, no way to predict any of that. So, anywho, that's that. So you guys have gone fairly silent on me here in the last hour or so, or during this hour, since the first hour I was with you all. Sorry, clicking around on a few different things here. And sorry, just clicking through to see what windows I actually have open. Sometimes I can't tell. I would say two things, Jason. One is I would race on position and range, things that are breaking out of a range. I personally like to look at 20-day ranges and stuff that's 75% above that range or higher. So you can make a race scan based on that and then add some volume metrics. That would be one way to race. That's just, you know, one thought that I have. The second is go through, you know, anything that's like kind of a relative strength play or a momentum play on the day, like the Bollinger Band scan I have here. Go through at the end of the day and look, does any of it meet your criteria for swing trading? My personal thoughts on swing trading is what I tell everybody. Any scan can be for swing trading, literally any scan. What's your criteria for swing trading? What gets you interested? What's your rules for saying, all right, this is something I'm interested in swing trading? If you don't have a set of rules like that, then it's kind of a wash on what you're, you know, then you're looking at everything and you're not looking at a quote unquote set of criteria for swing trading, right? So I would build it based on what I'm looking for. For me, I like position in 20-day range. So that's what I did with this scan here. I don't use it at all. I don't use this race at all. But I originally built it for some swing ideas in it based on a scan I call my evening scan that has some metrics related to all that. So that's, where I would point someone towards, is building it like that. I'm happy to share this scan, or the base where I took this scan from, which is a top list that I do scanning in the evening with, or anything like that. But again, it's what I always tell people, especially that are, new to trading in general, and, don't have any kind of trading plan formulated. You could have the quote unquote greatest scanner on the planet, but if you don't have a way that you don't have a set of rules that says this is what gets me into the trade, this is how I share size, this is how and why I set a stop, this is how I manage my upside profits.
Sure.
It's really irrelevant, right? Because you get into a trade and you're up $1,000, let's say, and then the trade turns around 20 minutes later and you're down $1,000. Well, awesome. But, oh man, I had an order for turn. It just sold on me. I forgot to put that order in. Whoops. Well, can't argue a profit, right? Big volume burst that just came in there too. Anyways, my point being is you could be up $1,000 on every single trade that comes through a scanner, and then 20 minutes later be down $1,000 on every one of those because you had no trade or risk management involved in it. So as long as you have those things in there, as long as you have some sort of trading plan, I would model the scan the best I could after that trading plan would be my suggestion. How you pick criteria for trading? I look for momentum, volume, consolidation, things of that nature. So for example, on MEGL, right, we had this big run up earlier, right, and we came down and we couldn't break this support, right? And when we got back to this 15 level and we started to break through that and some volume started to come back in here, notice how that volume started to tick up. I took the trade somewhere in here on this volume candle, or this 15-minute candle there, right? So, I was watching this all day long. I had price alerts set. I've traded it multiple times. And I said, all right, we got to break a 15 and there's some volume behind it. I want a piece of it. And that's exactly what I did. And then I set my stops and, I managed the trade on the way up and all that. And oh my God, TERN, yeah, TERN, killing me. And it halts. That's so frustrating. I forgot that I put that order in earlier and forgot to cancel it. Anyways, what are you going to do? So, that's what it is. I have no one thing. I look at multiple things. All right. I like an 8 EMA on all time frames. So you can see I'm using an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart, right? And I have a 20 SMA here to help indicate some of that momentum. When you start to see these two widen, indicates momentum. As they start to pull back together, it's losing momentum. But it can be like an accordion or a spring where they start to come together and then they explode back apart again, that 8 EMA and that 20 SMA. There's nothing magical about it. I just happen to like those. It's just a personal preference, and that's it. So make of that what you will, and take from it what you will. Contraction of volatility within the context of an uptrend defined by a stock trading above the 20 SMA. So I would say to you, with that said, come into a configure, right, of a scan. You want the topless configure of the scan, right? 20 SMA. And you can decide how you want to define that 20 SMA between what we have here, right, on the different time frames, or if you want to compare it to another SMA as well. So you have all these different options on the 20 SMA from here below. That's 200 up there. And then when you're looking at consolidation, we have this consolidation and this position consolidation metrics here for filtering. So you can start to put those in. And another way to look at consolidation is all these different range filters. Give yourself a range, minimum and maximum range if you want, or change, you could use these different change filters and define minimum and maximums on those change filters as well. So several ways to slice and dice that. And again, there's no right answer necessarily on it. And you could build something and one day it looks great, the next day it doesn't look good, the next day it looks mediocre. And I would say, you know, take from that what you can on that data and then adjust those filters accordingly, or add or subtract filters accordingly with that as well, if that makes sense, Jason. Yeah, Peter, I doubt there's any news on that whatsoever. I think, again, you just got a low float IPO situation, and that's what's happening. You know, there's got to be 20 stocks that have done something like this over the last 2 weeks. Not to this extent that they did this on these days, but, you know, back here on the IPO days. But I think there's got to be a ton of stocks that have done, you know, 50, 60, 70, 80, 200, 400% moves within a week or two of the IPO. So it just seems to be a theme, and everybody's sitting around waiting for the next one and looking at the floats and so on and so forth. So yeah, you're welcome, Jason. And then here, I just want to, I wanted to circle back with you, Jason. So for my swing trading, like I want to show you here, and this is for anybody. I'm going to share it and then I'm going to show it. My evening scan. Sorry, I'm just looking for the scan to share it first. Right, here we go. So let me share that link first, and I'm going to load the scan. And it's a really, really simple scan, right? But when we've been in some uptrends and bull markets, it's been absolute fire, the scan. So now it's been a while since we've seen a run like this, right? It's been about almost 6 months since we've really, really seen a run. You know, at the turn of the new year, we were topping out in the market. And even before that, underneath, if you looked at the underneaths of the market before that even happened, really not much was going on, right? So, all right. If I come into the configure of this scan, what I'm looking for in here is stocks between $4 and $40, trading 750,000 shares on the day. Relative volume is 1. They got to close 75% above the low of today's range and 75% above the low of the 20-day range. So I want to see it's breaking out on 20 days. I want to see it closed strong. And that's what I'm looking for in my swing trades. Now, you're going to come across some stuff that's not going to look great, probably some stuff that's really spiked that I'm not going to be interested in. It's not terrible, actually. I'm not interested in this as a swing trade right now. CVM, this thing can really whip all over the place. Yeah, not overly crazy about this, but not terrible either. But let's see if we can find some stuff that looks a little better. So Posh looks interesting to me. This is what I'm looking for, this kind of rounded bottoms, right? And you can see as we're making our way through this level, right, we could see some more upside potential here. Not saying it's going to do it, but that's what I'm looking for in my swing trades. You know, another one here, not as much. You know, I'm trying to find some good examples here. Now, this is interesting, right? We've got this earnings gap right here, and now we're breaking away out of that earnings gap, running right into this resistance level up here. And then next thing you know, you got quite a mountain that has the possibilities to climb. So this is what I use for a lot of my swing trade ideas, and I turn that into this scan here. Now, it's not exactly the same if we come in, because I want it active during the day. But, you know, stocks between $8 and $50 traded 550,000 shares on the day. A little less on the relative volume, but same on the position on the range on the day and 20-day. And I want to see it's up from the open. So that's what I did with that scan there. I don't use it at all. It's just there taking up space. Probably just going to kill that scan in general anyways. But there you have it, sports fans. No. Brokers Plus will not link to Thinkorswim. You can thank TD Ameritrade and Thinkorswim for that, but they don't want to work with us doing it. Their API data it doesn't work. It just doesn't work, period. I was the big beta tester for it. Couldn't make it work. I use Thinkorswim still, just not linked to Brokerage Plus. I like Thinkorswim, but we can't make it work, and they have no interest in helping us. So it's a 100% one-sided effort from us, and they don't give a crap. So just kind of is what it is. Yep, of course, Jason, you're happy to help with that. And yeah, there's some fundamental data we could look at in here. So if we come back to the configure again, into the advanced settings, and we go to search, we can go fundamentals somewhere in here. There we go, fundamentals. So, we have, your basic stuff like market cap, shares outstanding, days to cover, short growth, and all that. Cash, current assets, cash to debt ratio, income debt ratio, interest income, revenue, quarterly revenue growth, enterprise value, market cap, EPS estimate, all the way right down here in the beta, dividend, earnings date, obviously, PEG ratio. So you have all that as far as fundamentals go. We don't have a ton of fundamentals, but there's a good amount there. There's definitely a good amount to work with. So, and you can incorporate any and all that into any scan that you build. I just want to see something here. So I got an extra window open somewhere that's delaying me. Probably all the new streaming software we started putting in the last week that I was gone. Yeah, Jason, I know it can definitely be overwhelming. So, take your time and go through each of these items. It's a marathon, not a race. And I know everybody wants to hit the ground running, and, we want you to hit the ground running, obviously. But no one knows everything about the software to start with. So there's that. And second, there's always more to learn about the software regardless anyways. So. I just want to take a screenshot of something here. Throwing some feedback for the dev team there, as they're always working their tails off on all this. Alrighty, so cooking along here. RIV, and that's EVs, right? All right, whoops, RI. Good if I can type right. Yeah, curling up a little bit here. So my one thing with stocks like this is the difference between bottom fishing and catching knives, right? So, it's falling. Then we get a little couple day rally, break back down again. We get a couple of week rally, we break back down. We rally, kind of break down. We're rallying, it could break down again. So, this is one of those story stocks and all that, 400 million in the float. So it's not like day traders are grabbing a hold of this and doing anything. there's going to be more at play here with fundamentals and news, and I believe it's Amazon's EV play, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, it's one of those stocks you just want to be careful with, I think, because you just don't know what news they'll come out with or what is going to get passed by Congress or some other country and contracts signed or contracts denied and so on and so forth. Although having Amazon behind it is obviously a very, very big positive thing for the stock because, as we full well know, Jeff Bezos is not afraid of the extremely long game to take out all of his competition. All right, so I was just checking here because my races at the bottom were kind of cut off, but there's a minimum size on it. So I just want to make sure it wasn't me or anything like that. So TERN still very active here coming into the close. And as I mentioned earlier, I manage a lot of what I do through my price alerts, keeping on pace with stocks that I was interested in through the races. When this day ends, I will delete all of these from here. And I'll start with a blank price alerts again tomorrow. I used to be one of those people that would have like 100 price alerts in here and be like, well, what if that stock comes back? I don't want to miss it if it bounces and comes back. Well, if it bounces and comes back, I'm going to show on my scanners again anyways. I'm going to see it that way. You want a lot of data. You want a little data, but you want quality data, For me, there is such thing as too much data. Maybe not for other people, but it's the way I work. It's why these races are so effective for me because it really helps me visualize what's going on like nothing has ever done before. So make of that what you will. All right. Yeah, Amazon EV Play. Thanks, Peter. Yeah. I thought so. I wasn't sure. Thanks for confirming that for me. You know me in news. I don't look at it. Can you tell me if you and Barry use the container function of TI? Yeah, I use the docking windows. So you can see these windows right here are all docked together, right? No, I need to get rid of some windows that I realize I have in the background. Look at that. I have that whole channel open. Whoops. There we go. Get rid of that. Too many things running at once on this little machine. So if you're looking for more on that, let me get you some videos here. And then I can go over a few things as well. So here's a video I did on docking. Now, when I did this video, it was actually much harder to get the docking function to quote unquote work. So, but the short and skinny is this. So I have this free floating alert window here, right? And I can right click it and go duplicate into new dock window. And you can see duplicate into charts, scanning in single stock window, Holly. So those are all other dock windows that I have and I name them, right? So new dock window is what a new one will be called, right? And so if I select that, now I've duplicated it into this right here. I'm going to bring it over because it was populating on another screen. There we go. So there it is in that new dock window, right? And I can name this because if I right click and I go duplicate, I've got new dock window new because that's what it's called. See how it says new up here, right? That's the name of this because I haven't given it a name. I could always duplicate it into another new dock window right here. And I can rename this. If I right click at the top here, I can go change title and I can call it support doc since we're in a support session. Bang. And now it's changed to support doc up here. We can see that up there. There it is right there. And then if I right click this here, I can see new dock window if I want a whole new dock window or in the support dock. And I can duplicate, if I had multiple free floating windows, I could duplicate them all into there. I could duplicate them out of a docked window, but I'm just going to use this one as an example. And so now I've got 4 windows all docked together. And regardless that they're the same window, the concept applies if they were different windows. Now, as I pull one out, I can grab it and pull it. Now, it looks like it's free floating, right? But if I grab it, you can see this tool here that pops up in the middle, and it'll show where it goes if I were to dock it. So now they're going to be left and right of each other on that. And I can pull this one and I can make it below that. So wherever you put it on the tool is how it will dock. When the docking first came out, the tool wasn't that precise, and it was a little bit hard to get it into the spot you wanted sometimes for that docking. So that's that. All right, TERN, making me not feel so bad. So I had, like I said, I had a position in this. I was testing with my small IB account here, and I put an order to sell up here because I walked away for a little while from I didn't walk away. I was stuck in some support stuff, and I wasn't really paying attention to the position. So I had a stop and a target up above and down. And the target came and got nailed, and of course it ran a little bit without that, and then it's come right down, right past where I bought it too. So these little stocks, man, you got to be careful. You cannot, even small price ones, you cannot not pay attention. Or if you're going to not pay attention, you got to have orders set to protect yourself up and down. So, but back to what I was highlighting here with the docks. And this is just a great way to organize things. And then you might have something that you're not, watching all the time, but you want to be able to tab back and forth. So see how it's tabs here like this. So I could go back and forth between the two of them like that. So let me know if that makes sense, Stan. If you have other questions. Also, if you have like a set of dock windows and you want to be able to open that dock set of windows into another layout, save it as a full dock and don't save it as a layout, right? So if I right click this up top and I go save or share to cloud, if you notice, let me expand this out, that I have all these windows open on my layout going on right now. But if I scroll down here, only these ones down here have check marks in them. Whoops. And the rest don't. So that means if I saved it like this, it would save all those windows together, dock together, and then I could load it from the cloud into any layout that I'm currently on, working on, looking at, right? If that makes sense, let me know. And then I could add windows to it too by putting check marks in anything, right? And if something's in a dock, it's going to do the whole set of docks as well. So you see these pink D's stand for dock. So if I wanted it, if I wanted this, one of these windows separate, I'd have to duplicate it as a free floating and then put the click mark in it so it wasn't part of the dock like that. So a lot of options you can do when building out layouts and different conglomerates of windows there. So where are we at? We got less than 2 minutes here. We got 2.25 minutes before the end of the trading day on Monday. Another win for the Bulls today. We start to ask ourselves, is the bear market over? I think it's reasonable to ask. I don't know if there's ever anything such as an all clear other than when you're really making, back towards all-time highs. But I wouldn't be short this market right now. That's for sure. And anybody that knows me and has been part of this for a long time, you know that before I went on vacation last week and we saw this here, I still issued caution to the wind. I still thought we could possibly come back down. Anybody that knew me all through in here thought we would take this out, that low out, right? I just thought the path of least resistance was that way. I was, my opinion was wrong. And as I always say, I don't get paid for my opinion. My opinion is squat. Price is all that matters. Anybody that followed along with all that knew that I said that this declining trend line was huge, along with this pivot line was huge. And we can see as soon as we broke that downtrend and closed above that pivot line, it's been off to the races ever since. So obviously I was not the only person looking at that, not the only person that thought that that was an important level, right? So nothing magic to any of it. And again, my opinion, my bias was this way. I'm neither a bull nor a bear, right? And at the moment, my bias is that I wouldn't be surprised if we tested this level down here and bounced back higher again off of that. I also won't be surprised if we just continue, because I think a lot of FOMO trade is happening. We start to roll towards the end of summer. Fund managers are going to be coming back from the Hamptons or Ibiza or wherever the heck they go. And, there's no denying that while I don't believe in sell in May and go away, because the market's active all the time, there's no denying there's obviously less volume right now. Look, here's June, right? Here's a sell-off in June, and then it was declining volume the whole rest of the summer so far. Now look back here, all through here. Volume's not even close. We're at half that volume overall as we were all through back here, right? So there's no denying there's less quote unquote big participants, right? So keep these things in mind, right? And these guys come around and smack the market around for all we know. You got it, Stan. So market closed about a minute ago. Bulls get another win today. That's all there is to it. And like I said, back here, I lean towards this. In here, I became very neutral. I become bullish here, right? I prefer a bull market. Much more fun. Positivity breeds success. Negativity breeds losses. And while both bulls and bears make money, I think people that are generally more bullish enjoy life in general a little better. Wow. MEGL. Go get some. So this could be, that one that you wake up tomorrow and it's at $30. You have no idea. I have no idea. I didn't take any home. I'm not taking that risk. But just wow. Wow. So there you have it, sports fans. All right. Teddy, it's such a relative term to say we're overextended. I mean, look at so many stocks, and you say, well, that's overextended. That's overextended. That's overextended. I mean, right here. No, not there. Drill down on this, right? You get this up day and this up day, and is this over? Think about this. Think about that move from $2 to $3, right? And now up over $4, up over $5. Is that extended? But it could keep going, right? There's so many. You can't discount for what FOMO does. Essentially, the stock market at its core is two things: greed and fear. But they're not exclusive of that. There's also fear of missing out, not just fear of losing money, right? And so I think two things have happened here. One is all the really bad news came in, right? Now we know all the bad news. We know there's a war. We know there's inflation. We know there's high energy prices, supply chain issues, blah, blah. We know all the bad stuff, right? And it didn't scare anybody enough. And then all of a sudden we start to move up. And you get a number of people who want to be bullish say, all right, well, all the bad news is in right now. I mean, could come more bad news, but GDP is bad and inflation's bad and so on and so forth. And we still can't seem to tank the market. And then next thing you know, when the sellers came in after that, they couldn't get a hold of the market. They couldn't get it down. And you get a lot of people, I think, that were short here. And all of a sudden the buyers had more strength. And then you got a short cover, right? At what point do you stop short covering? And the buyers just keep piling on you. So I think we had a really nice consolidation all through last week, right? Or going into last week, and then a nice move through last week. So I don't think we're necessarily overextended. I think there's still a lot of, we're technicians and we live in a fundamental world. Let's keep that in mind. So I think there's still a lot of bad news that's out there. There's more bad news that could come. But for now, I think the technicals are in control and the fundamentals are sitting backseat for the moment. That's, kind of my 2 cents there for whatever that's worth. Again, my opinion means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's just kind of my thoughts. I think, like I said, I think we do either some consolidating or small pullback and we move up again. That's my opinion. I am wrong a lot. I'm okay with being wrong a lot because I don't bet with my opinion. I bet with my trading plan. So, but everybody gets to go on CNBC and Bloomberg and give their opinion. So I guess I get to have my small shot at it here. How do you see most volume and activity during post-market hours? I don't, but if I was going to, I would say probably the post-market channel. So if we I'm going to open a doc channel bar and bring it over. And I would scroll down to show more. That was not what I wanted to do. Let's try that again. Show more. After hours. I click on after hours and I take a look at what's going on here in the after hours. I think it's going to give you a pretty good snapshot of what's happening here. Of course, you can build scans based on the post market as well, but I would suggest maybe start here. And then you can right click and come to the configure of any of these scans, see what it's looking at, how they're sorting and things of that nature, and see how that does or does not fit into your trading plan. And then let me know if you have other specific questions about post-market, and I can, of course, dive into those as well. But that would be my kind of go-to, at least, if I was going to start to dabble in the post-market. I'm sorry, just trying to catch up between everything coming at me. Thanks, Teddy. I mean, look, what I tell people is most of what I talk about or discuss, I'm parroting back to you from things that I learned from Steve and Andy and Jamie and Barry and Michael. I'm not reinventing the wheel here. Obviously, I have some of my own thoughts and opinions, and those things form over time. And as I look at indicators and decide what I like and how I spot a trend line or a pivot line and things like that. But the basis of what I have comes from, traders, they've got to combine probably like 150 years in the stock market or more. I don't know. Andy, Steve, and Jamie each have like somewhere near 30 years. Michael's got to have like 15 plus years. Barry's got to have like 25 years or so. I don't, I used to listen in on Brad and Dan's webinars on Wednesdays when I could. Before I worked for Trade Ideas, my work schedule didn't allow me for catching all their webinars, so I didn't get as much with them. But again, Brad and Dan, they probably must have like 35 years market experience each. And like I said, I did listen. It's not like I didn't listen to them at all or didn't catch their webinars at all. So something from each one of them. I don't necessarily agree with everything they say, or I didn't always also understand everything they said, but there's always a lot of knowledge there from those webinars. Now, right now, those webinars are suspended because of the amount of support that we have for the test drive, but they'll start back up again after the test drive. So if you're not attending those those weekly webinars, they're bi-weekly. So one week is Monday, Wednesday. The next week is Tuesday, Thursday. You're doing yourself a big disservice. It's not just software talk in those. There's a lot of other talk that goes on in those that I think is super, super, super important for just trading and markets and mentality in general. So make of that what you will. Chris, I'm interested in stock race relative volume VWAP. Could you walk me through the setup of that and share it? Yeah, of course, Todd. Let me first share it. I just don't use it much anymore, but doesn't mean it's not relevant. Just I find everything through this Bollinger one. But give me 1 second. Wow. Nope. Share, copy, close, and paste. So there's that for you, Todd, or anybody else that wants it. And it's this scan. I'm going to first I'll mark it with the pink X so everybody knows where we're working from. So it's this scan right here, right? And if I come into the configure and go to advanced, I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $50. They have to be up from the previous day's close. Traded 175,000 shares on the day. Relative volume is 3. They can't be any more than 0.15 below the VWAP. And the 5-minute volume has to be kicking 3 times normal what the 5-minute volume does. That's a 10-day average is what it's taking off of. One of the reasons that I've kind of let the scan go wayward is because of this up from the close. Because oftentimes, how much do we see a stock gaps down and then reverses? So then it can't be up from the close. We can't get it because it won't be up from the close. And that's why a lot of change from open has been really, really used in these races, especially. Just my kind of thought on that. But some people might only want to see stuff that's up from the open. Up from the close. And that's where I was at the beginning of all this. I just never went back to the drawing board and altered it again after I settled upon what it is there. So you may think that 175,000 shares isn't enough. I don't think it is anymore. I'd probably rather see 250 to 275,000 there. Also, relative volume is a tricky thing because, let's look, for example. Find something here that maybe traded a lot of shares but has a small relative volume and moved on a day. Nope. Okay, so here we go. Look at this. So because of all these huge volume days that are back here, right? It traded 27.9 mil shares today. That is a lot of liquidity. That's a lot of liquidity. But it didn't even do 2 times what it normally does for relative volume today, right? Didn't even crack it, right? Now, granted, back here it probably was doing over that, and then the volume faded for the rest of the day that was here. But that's why relative volume can be really tricky sometimes, and that's why I'm not using relative volume in my Bollinger Band scans. Because when I first made the Bollinger Band scan, it would have some really good days. Then I'd have some days where it wasn't giving me some stuff, and then all of a sudden I'd go through charts and I'd see charts that were kind of like this all day long. I'm like, well, why didn't I get an alert on that? And it was because I had a 3 for relative volume in here, and the relative volume was 1 or 1.25. And they were trading, let's say, 2 million shares on the day. So plenty of liquidity, but the relative volume wasn't kicking because of what it had done previously. And so I didn't want to miss out on those opportunities. And that's why relative volume is a really powerful filter. But just like its name, it's relative, right? So that's, thought process behind scanning and what I'm seeing and thinking and doing behind the building of the scans that I'm using and my reasoning behind the filters that I set in them and the values of the filters that I set into those. So let me know if that makes sense or if something I said didn't make sense or you want me to go back and cover more or circle more. Can you please show how to dock two windows side by side? When I drag my windows from the tab, it does not attach. Create a new floating window. Yeah, so when you've got that, so let's just say here, all right, I'm going to duplicate this into a new docked window. Sorry, duplicate it onto a new screen. All right, there it is on that new screen, right? And here we go. So there's one in there. And now I'm going to name it just so we have the right name here. So support dock, I called it. And I'm going to duplicate the same window, but it doesn't matter if it's the same window or not, into support dock. And so now they're next to each other. When I pull it from there, right now it looks like it's free floating. Just drag it to the tool that's in the middle and pick where you want it to go. And that'll get them linked side by side like that. So let me know that that makes sense there for you, Ethan. All right. And again, let me share that video that I did on this here for docking. And just like I said before, when I shared this docking video, at the time, that tool that I was just showing off in the middle didn't work as precise as it does now. It was a little wonky to get it there. So like when I'm showing, you'll see me have a little bit of trouble getting it docked exactly where I want because the tool didn't work then like it does now. It's much more precise, like I'm showing right there with that. So let me know that that made sense, Ethan. And then, yeah, ILAG. Yeah, I mean, I'll if it shows up on the scanner again tomorrow, have a look at it again. It's one of those things that could go either way. It has technically no real support anywhere. I guess the low here, 160 something, we could call support, 160 something like that. But I wouldn't, it's a lottery ticket. It's a day trading vehicle to me. It's a lottery ticket as a long-term player, a day trading vehicle. So, and I'm not I only play the lottery when the Powerball's over $1 billion. I'm a low float momentum trader. Which channel best suits me? I think Webster, quite personally, you should not limit yourself to low floats, but to each their own. But, I find a lot of great stuff with this Bollinger Band race that has some bigger floats, 100 million floats and stuff like that. However, if you are set in your ways and you really want to go with low float stuff, I would say go with the Momentum channel. I think the Momentum channel is a good one here. Or if you click on down, show more, you could look at, where is it? Oh, sorry. Explosive Winners is another one to look at, I would say. Those are the two big ones I would point you towards there, Webster. Also, here, I'm going to share out. Give me 1 second. Let me look for this video. And I have a layout that you can load. It's actually not saved as a layout, though. So you can load it into another layout that has this Bollinger Band scan and some of my setup in it. Give me 1 second to look for that. All right, let's see. And I saw your thing there, Michael Anthony. I went to Long Beach Island in New Jersey, Beach Haven. So sorry, I'm looking for this video. I don't know where I bookmarked it. All right, there we go. All right, so here's this video that goes over how I use the races. And I really, if you're new to trading in general, you're new to the software, please give this, it's like a 5-minute video. Please give it a full watch, maybe even 2. Then here I'm going to share the layout that I have in that, right? I'm going to share that layout. And I'm going to share the individual scan as well if you want just the scan. So there's the video. Please give that a watch. There's the full layout if you want that. And it's essentially what I've got going on here, just a more compact set. That's all. Copy. And this is the individual Bollinger Band scan. And if you want to just look at low floats, I mean, by all means, it's just that there's been some great like 100, 200 mil float moves lately, and I'm going to say this, and of course it's relative to what we see going on in the market, but some of them are, 10, 15, 20% moves, which is actually really huge. It's just that we're getting spoiled with some of these like 300, 400% moves that are happening. So, keep this, all relative to the context of what's happening here. So maybe it's because I'm trying to attach a race window to my time. No, so you got to make sure that you can't take a free floating window, Ethan, and put it into a docked window. You have to duplicate the free floating window into the docked window. So if the race or whatever it is that you're trying to do, like see how this is free floating? I can't just put it in that dock. I got to right click, duplicate it into the dock, and then from there I can put the window where I want. But if you look here, I still have the free floating window here, the original free floating window. I think that's might be where you're getting tripped up a little bit. Let me know though, just in case. And we'll keep poking at it and get you straightened out here. And then you're saying you can't find that stock anywhere. Let's take a look here. Let me see. Whoops. So let's see. After hours. Let me see if it's popping through after hours. So MG. So now let's compare it to some of these DNA. Linking. Let's see, why can't we find this one? Why are you not showing up? Might be a volume requirement here. Oh, there it is, MEGL. So there might be a volume requirement in here. Configure. let's build something out because I'm not crazy about what we've got going on in there. Let's see. Let's go new top list window. Bring that over. Search post market. And I know I'm a little behind on the comments. Just give me a moment here. So let's see, sort. Let's sort on change from post market. Let's give it some window specific filters. We'll go price. I don't know. We'll say 2. We won't give it a max. Volume, shares traded today. I don't know that we need to do that at all. Any of that. Let's see what happens when I pull this up like this. Let's also add a column here. We don't need change from open, change post market. Relative volumes are relevant in the post market. So let's see. MEGL is only up 7% in the post market, where you have SEA is up 51% in the post market, right? 19, 15, 12, 12, 10, 10, 10, 10, 9. So that's where the issue comes in. When you've got smaller price stocks that make a quote unquote big move like that, that's where you're going to get tripped up, right? So we can turn this into a race, but like I said, you're not getting this because it's not making the biggest post-market move. You've got this that's making the biggest post-market move. We can add some other stuff to it. Now this is, a bummer because that's one bad tick that went way up there. So we can now add, let's go configure, search, let's go post-market. Let's go post-market volume, put a minimum amount of shares. So this is, part of building scans, trial and error. So let's say it's traded at least 5,000 shares in the post-market, right? Now let's see how that changes things. Now MEGL moves way up that list, right? Here we have with DNA, right? Let's take this a step further. Let's give this some more data to look at in the columns, and let's go with post-market shares because that's important to us, right? Now we can really see how many shares it's traded in the post-market. DNA's traded 4 million shares in the post-market versus almost 2 million here, right? So let's get this all set up for us. Configure. Let's call it post-market racing. From support, Webby. I like my capital letters. Let's launch it as a race. Show the race setup. Let's do it change from close percent. Let's do a delta value. No, not change from close. Let's do change post-market percent, delta value, right? And let's run that race. All right, and I'm going to share this out with everybody so you all have it. There we go. All right, so there you guys have that scan now. That'll find you what's moving in the post market. All right, I'm going to try to catch up on these comments as I wrap up for the day here. So Webster, we're good. Test. Sorry, Steve, I see you put that test in there from Facebook. Okay, I think we're all caught up just about. What is the difference about your races for the support session and the ones you use for every day? Price. I'd look at lower price stocks. That's all. So the difference between this Bollinger Band scan and the one I share with you all is this that goes up to like $100 for price, and this only goes to like 30 or $40 or something like that. That's literally the only difference. I like the lower price stocks, generally speaking. So nothing fancy, no other differences there, Teddy. And sorry for radio silence, just some messages coming into me, and I have to log out of our support software. So just give me a moment here as I'm going to begin to wrap up for the day in a moment. All right, sorry for that delay. So I'll stick around another minute or two if anybody has questions on the software here. Otherwise, I will begin my walkout. I'll give everybody a last call here on all that. You're welcome, Michael. My pleasure. That's what I'm here for. Community. And look, as I always tell people, everybody's got an agenda. I got an agenda. You got an agenda. My agenda is make everybody a Trade Idea subscriber. However, my agenda only works if you folks are making money. If you're not making money, you're not going to subscribe to Trade Ideas. And it's a wash for all of us. So I can't make the trades for you. I can't tell you how or what to trade, but I can certainly show you how to use the software to point you in the direction of the action. That's what I'm here for. So another moment here before I wrap up. Yeah, so Webster, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, barring, if I'm off for some reason, which I just came back from vacation. So unless there's some family emergency or something like that, I'm here all week long at 3:30. I did the noon session today. Tomorrow will be Michael at noon. These are Eastern times. Wednesday will be Jamie, Thursday, Steve, Friday, Andy. And again, if anything swaps around, one of us will always be there at noon. And we try to make ourselves live and available like this as much as we can. Some stuff is better done on screen like this. Some stuff is easier through email and our live support chat. So, several ways to get at us. Of course, Jamie, same goes for you, Jamie. You bring a real good positive vibe here to this. So, as I always say, I believe there's room for everybody at the top. That's all there is to it. So what we do is hard. That's all there's, people like Barry make it look easy, but, consider Barry's been doing it for 20 plus years. So he's very strict with his rules. Trade isn't working right away. He's out. You can always re-enter it, so things like that. So I think the scanning part becomes much easier, quicker. It takes a minute to get a hold of the software. But the danger is when you get really good with the software, but you haven't made a trading plan. That's what happened to me for a couple of years. I got really good with the software. I had no trading rules. And the few rules that I had, I never followed them. and it equaled 2 years of me getting completely beat up, and that's all there is to it. So give me one moment here. There we go. Sorry, there's an issue. We're streaming to multiple platforms now, so all right, Ethan. That is what we like to hear right there. That is what we like to hear. Yeah, Ethan, that's one of Dan, our CEO's biggest thing is helping people achieve that financial freedom. It means something different to everybody. So I'd say 25 on the first day. That's a good way to start. That's a good way to start. So, all right, everybody, I guess I'm going to wrap up for the day. Oh, Michael Anthony, CPG chart, look good after China data come out. Oil, let me see. So I'll look at that, and then I'm going to wrap up. CPG. So, all right, this is oil related, right? Big run that oil made down the other side of the mountain. Bang, bang down here on the $6 level. Doesn't look bad. I think if you can get this gap filled tomorrow, then 8 and beyond, you got a real big float on this one, and it's energy, but it's very liquid stock also. So not a terrible chart. And I think you've got some different risk levels you could look at for the downside. Or, and I say you, this is a royal you, of course, not just Michael Anthony, but just talking charts in general. Sorry, 1 second. All right, so what I would be looking at is this level right in here is my first one that comes to my eyes, just below $7. We can see if we really drill down on the chart. It's been a price magnet all through there and then back again through here, right? So it gives you a defined risk level as far as I'm concerned. But if you want a deeper risk level, you come all the way down to that $6, right? And then, you see this kind of spongy zone just above 8. That's going to be where you're going to meet your next resistance. But if you catch any kind of energy bid in the next few days, you'll be looking at that. So that's my thoughts. No, Teddy, there's no real difference. Sorry you missed that. Sorry about the computer crashing there. The real difference is price. That's it. That's really the only difference between those scans is price. Everything else is the same on that one there, Teddy. My scans, the scan that I have up here just has a lower price range. That's all. But everything else is exactamundo the same for you there. Yeah, you got it. So, all right, I am going to wrap it up for the day. Like I said, I'll be back here at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow. If you folks need other troubleshooting from me, please come to our homepage and start a live support chat anytime after 9 o'clock Eastern time. And myself or one of the other traders will be there to troubleshoot you through that as well. And in the after hours, you can always, through all hours, including the after hours, SUPPORT at trade-ideas.com. You can get us there too. All right. So I thank you all very kindly and appreciate all the questions, the comments, the feedback, and the interaction. And we will do this all again tomorrow. All right, everybody. Have a great rest of your Monday. Take care, and we will see you on the flip side. Bye-bye.